Hello everyone, and welcome back to Terrifying Tales. I know many of you use these videos to fall asleep, so before you drift off, I'd love it if you could leave a comment letting me know where you're listening from around the world. Also, don't forget to like and subscribe if you're enjoying this video. Story 1. A faint knock on my window came every 15 minutes, but there was nothing outside. At first I thought it might be the wind, or perhaps a branch brushing against the glass, but after the third time, I was certain. I could hear it clearly, a light tapping, almost too soft to catch if you weren't listening closely. I went to the window, pulled back the curtain, and peered out into the darkness, but the yard was empty. The streetlights cast long shadows, but there was no sign of anyone or anything that could explain the sound. I tried to shake it off, thinking maybe it was just a figment of my imagination. It had been a long, exhausting day, and the last thing I needed was to start jumping at every little noise. I went back to my chair, trying to distract myself with some work, but the sound came again, louder this time. A faint knock on the window, followed by a long silence. I froze, my heart starting to race. I didn't want to look again, but I knew I had to. I walked to the window, feeling my pulse thumping in my ears, and I opened the curtain again. Still nothing. The yard was as empty as it had been before. No sign of anyone or anything moving. I checked the window's frame, looked out at the surrounding trees, and even walked around the house, but there was no explanation. I felt a strange sense of unease, like I was being watched, but I couldn't explain why. My hands were trembling as I closed the curtain and stepped away, trying to focus on anything other than the strange knocking. It didn't stop. Every 15 minutes, like clockwork, I would hear the faint knock again. Soft, almost hesitant, but persistent. The sound didn't make sense. There was no way it could be something from the outside. The wind wasn't blowing hard enough, and there were no branches near the window to cause that kind of noise. I tried to convince myself it was just an animal or a neighbor messing around, but the fact that it was always timed perfectly, every 15 minutes, unsettled me. No animal or person would knock so rhythmically. I decided to try something. I sat in the dark, staring at the window, waiting for the sound to come again. It felt like hours passed before it finally did, but when it came, I was ready. The same soft tap, tap, tap. I stood up, heart racing, and moved to the window with a sense of dread weighing on me. I flung the curtain back with force, expecting to finally see whatever was causing the noise. There was nothing. No one. The yard remained completely still. I checked the surroundings again, but still, there was no explanation. I walked outside to the driveway, hoping to catch whoever was doing this, but everything was silent. The night air felt cold against my skin, and the absence of any movement made the silence feel even more unnerving. As I stepped back inside, I heard it again. The faint knock, right on schedule. My eyes widened in disbelief as the sound echoed the walls. How was this possible? I rushed back to the window, this time pulling it open, peering out into the night, my breath visible in the cold air. Still nothing, but the knock came again, softer this time, almost like a whisper against the glass. I slammed the window shut and backed away, a feeling of dread washing over me. This couldn't be real. I had to be losing my mind. Yet each time the knocks came, and every time I found nothing outside. As the hours dragged on, my sense of reality began to blur. I started to wonder if something was trying to get my attention, or if it was a warning. Something I just couldn't understand. Was someone watching me from the shadows? I couldn't tell. Eventually, I grew too scared to stay in the house alone. The knocking was driving me mad, and no matter how many times I looked outside, nothing made sense. I called a friend, explaining the situation, and asked if they could come over. They agreed, though they didn't seem to take me seriously at first, thinking it was just a strange noise or perhaps an animal. When they arrived, I showed them the window, waiting for the knocks to start, but nothing happened. The yard was as still as it had been every other time. My friend laughed nervously and said it was probably just the house settling, or maybe the wind after all. I wanted to believe that, but deep down I knew the truth. The knocking wasn't random. It was deliberate, almost like it was trying to communicate with me. Later that night, after my friend left, I heard the knock again, but this time it was louder, more insistent. It felt like someone was at my window, waiting for me to respond. I stood frozen, staring at the window, unwilling to check, but I knew I had no choice. Slowly I walked toward it, and just as I reached the curtain, the sound stopped. I hesitated. The air in the room was thick with tension, and every muscle in my body screamed at me to leave, to run. But I couldn't. I couldn't ignore it anymore. I pulled the curtain aside and slowly opened the window. The moment I did, I felt something cold brush against my arm. A whisper, soft but unmistakable, like a breath against my skin. "You're not alone." The words sent a shock of terror through me, and I slammed the window shut, backing away as fast as I could. My heart was pounding so hard I could barely hear anything else. I didn't know what was happening, but I knew I couldn't stay there. I didn't sleep that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I imagined someone standing outside, knocking on the window, waiting for me to answer. The knocks came again, but this time they weren't just coming from the window. They were coming from all around the house, from the walls, from the floor, from the ceiling. The knocking never stopped. Story 2. I was sitting in my living room, scrolling through my phone when the notification popped up. It was an unknown number, and a video call request followed almost immediately. I hesitated for a moment. Usually I didn't answer calls from unfamiliar numbers, but something about this one felt different. Maybe it was curiosity, or maybe the boredom of a quiet evening, but I accepted the call. The screen flickered for a moment before a face appeared on the other side. It was a man, but his features were blurred and distorted. I could barely make out his expression, but there was something unsettling about the way he stared at me. He didn't say anything at first, just watched me with an intensity that made my skin crawl. I was about to end the call, thinking it was just a mistake or a prank, when he suddenly waved at me. "Tell them you're not ready yet," he said, his voice oddly calm, almost too calm. His lips barely moved, and his eyes never blinked. I froze, unsure of how to respond. Who was he talking about? And who was he, for that matter? I didn't know anyone who would be calling me through an unknown number, especially not like this. "Who are you?" I asked, my voice shaky. The man didn't respond immediately, his gaze still fixed on me. Then, just as I started to think he might not answer, he leaned forward slightly, as if trying to get a closer look. "Tell them you're not ready yet," he repeated, more slowly this time, as though emphasizing each word. The way he said it made me feel like I was part of something I didn't understand. There was an urgency in his tone, but also a strange sense of detachment, like he was a messenger delivering a message that had no real meaning to him. His eyes never left the screen, and I could feel the weight of his gaze pressing against me. I felt my heart race, panic starting to rise in my chest. "What do you want from me?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. But before I could say anything more, the call ended abruptly, the screen going black. I sat there in silence, staring at the empty screen of my phone, my mind racing with confusion. I tried to shake it off, telling myself it was probably some kind of prank or a glitch in the system. But the more I thought about it, the more unsettling it became. What did the stranger mean? Who was I supposed to tell? And what was I not ready for? I couldn't stop replaying the conversation in my mind, the words echoing in my ears. Tell them you're not ready yet. I opened my contacts and checked the number that had called me, but there was nothing listed, no name, no information, just the same unknown number. I even tried to search the number online, but nothing came up. It was like the call had come from nowhere, like the man had appeared out of thin air to deliver his cryptic message. I felt a chill run down my spine as I considered what he had said. Had he been watching me? Was someone else involved in this? I spent the rest of the evening unable to shake the feeling that something was wrong. I couldn't focus on anything, my mind consumed by the strange video call and the message I had been given. The man's face kept appearing in my thoughts, that blank stare, and the way he had so calmly delivered his cryptic words. It was almost like he knew something I didn't, something that I was supposed to understand but couldn't. The next day, I went about my usual routine, but the feeling of unease lingered. I couldn't ignore the sense that I was waiting for something, as though the man's message had set something in motion that I couldn't stop. Every time my phone buzzed with a new notification, my heart would race, expecting another call or message, but nothing came. Days passed, and the feeling didn't go away. I started to question if I had imagined the call or if I was simply overreacting. But the longer I tried to dismiss it, the more the words from the video call kept replaying in my mind. Tell them you're not ready yet. What was I supposed to be ready for? And who was this man? Why had he contacted me out of the blue? It wasn't long before I received another call from the same unknown number. This time I didn't hesitate. I answered quickly, my heart pounding in my chest. The screen flickered again and the man appeared, his face still blurry and distorted, but this time I could see a faint outline of a smirk on his lips. "You're not ready yet," he said, his voice slow and deliberate. It was the same message, but something about the way he said it made me feel like I was being watched. "You know what to do," he added, his tone oddly reassuring, as though I should already understand. Then, without warning, the call ended again, leaving me in the same silence as before. I tried to calm myself, but my thoughts were racing. What was going on? Why was I being contacted like this? I began to wonder if I was being manipulated, or worse, if I was being lured into something I couldn't understand. The man's words kept repeating in my head, "Tell them you're not ready yet." But who was I supposed to tell? And what was I not ready for? I decided to confide in a friend, someone I trusted. I explained everything to them, from the first call to the strange message the man had left. They listened patiently, but when I finished, they looked at me with a puzzled expression. "Maybe it's just a prank," they suggested. "You know, some people like to mess with others. Could be someone you know, just playing a weird joke on you." I wasn't convinced. It didn't feel like a joke. There was something too deliberate about it, too calculated. But my friend's words made me wonder if I was overthinking the situation. Maybe I was just tired or stressed and imagining things that weren't really there. Still, the nagging feeling remained. Days passed, and the video call stopped. I tried to push the whole experience to the back of my mind, but it was impossible. The man's message haunted me, lingering in the corners of my thoughts. It felt like a warning, but a warning for what? I didn't know. Then, one afternoon, I received a message from an unknown email address. The subject line read, "Are you ready yet?" I froze as I opened the email, my fingers trembling. Inside was a single sentence, "Tell them you're ready now." My heart skipped a beat as I read the message again. Who was them? And what did it mean to be ready? I had no answers, only more questions. But this time I felt like I had no choice but to act. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was happening, something I couldn't control. I had to figure it out before it was too late. Story 3. It had been a long day, and all I wanted was to change into something comfortable and relax at home. I had just finished a week's worth of work and was eager to enjoy a quiet evening. I walked into my bedroom, headed straight to my closet, and reached for the door to get a fresh change of clothes. But as my hand touched the knob, I realized something was off. The door wouldn't budge. At first, I thought it was just stuck. Maybe the humidity had made it swell a little, but as I applied more pressure, it still wouldn't open. It felt as though something was blocking it from the inside. Frustrated, I pressed my shoulder against the door and gave it a firm push. The sound of the door creaking under the force was almost eerie, but after a few moments, it finally gave way. The door swung open, and I stepped inside, expecting to find my usual assortment of clothes and shoes. But instead, my eyes immediately landed on something I couldn't recognize. There, sitting in the far corner of the closet, was a large, unmarked box. It was the kind of box you would use to store old items, cardboard, plain and simple, with no label or distinguishing marks. It didn't belong there. My heart skipped a beat as I stared at the box. I hadn't put it there. I hadn't bought any new storage boxes recently, and there was no reason for a box to be hidden in my closet. Curiosity mixed with a hint of unease. I had been using this closet for years, and nothing had ever been placed in that spot. I knew every inch of it, every shirt hanging, every pair of shoes lined up in the corner. There was no reason for a mysterious box to just appear like this. My thoughts raced as I wondered if I had somehow forgotten about it, if I had placed it there in the past and simply blocked the memory. I stepped closer to the box, almost hesitant to touch it. My fingers hovered over the edges as I contemplated what to do next. Should I open it? What if it was something I didn't want to know about? What if it had been sitting there for months or even years? Despite my apprehension, I felt a strange pull to uncover its contents. Slowly, I bent down and began to lift the top. Inside, I found a collection of items that looked oddly familiar, but also completely foreign. The first thing that caught my eye was a worn leather jacket exactly like one I had owned years ago, but had long since given away. I remember donating it to a thrift store after I had outgrown it, thinking I would never wear it again. Yet here it was, sitting in the box, as if it had never left. Alongside it were several other items I didn't recognize but somehow felt oddly connected to. There was a photo album, old and faded, with pictures of places I had never visited, and a set of keys tied together with a fraying red ribbon. The keys looked like they belonged to something important, but I couldn't place what. My mind was racing as I tried to make sense of it all. How could these items have ended up in my closet? I didn't own these things. I had never seen some of them before in my life, and yet there they were, sitting in front of me, untouched and out of place. I began to feel an unsettling chill creep over me. It was as if the box had been left for me to find, as if someone had deliberately put it there to send a message, though I had no idea what the message was. I took a step back, my mind reeling with questions. Had someone been in my apartment? Had I somehow missed something? Some sign that someone had been tampering with my belongings? It felt impossible. I was careful about my security. I had checks in place to make sure nothing went unnoticed. And yet, here was evidence of something that couldn't be explained by ordinary means. I hadn't heard anyone in my apartment, and the lock on my door was still intact. How could someone have gotten in without me noticing? The box wasn't just filled with random objects, it was filled with things that held a sense of nostalgia and mystery. Each item seemed like a puzzle piece, a small fragment of a story that I couldn't remember. The jacket, the keys, the photos, they didn't belong to me, but they somehow felt like they did. I couldn't shake the feeling that this box had been left intentionally, placed there by someone who knew exactly what they were doing. I picked up the photo album first, flipping through the pages slowly. The pictures were of places I didn't recognize, faces I had never seen. There were snapshots of a small, rustic house that looked familiar but I couldn't place. The people in the photos were smiling, but their faces seemed distant, as though they belonged to another time, another life. I couldn't explain why, but I felt a sense of déjà vu wash over me. It was as if I had lived in those pictures, as if I had known the people in them, though I knew that was impossible. The keys were next. I picked them up carefully, studying them as I held them in my hand. There were 3 keys in total, each one old and worn, but the red ribbon that tied them together was bright and new. The keys didn't look like they belonged to anything in my apartment. They didn't fit any of the locks I knew, and yet there was a strange feeling of familiarity about them. I couldn't explain why, but I felt compelled to hold on to them, as if they were the key to something I couldn't remember. Finally, I reached for the leather jacket. It was exactly like the one I had donated all those years ago, right down to the small tear on the sleeve. I couldn't help but run my fingers over the fabric, feeling the worn leather beneath my touch. It was as if it had never left, as if it had been waiting for me all this time. I remembered the day I gave it away, thinking it was a symbol of a past I had moved on from. And yet, here it was, as though time itself had reversed and I was back in the moment before I had let it go. I stood in front of the box for what felt like hours, trying to make sense of everything. How had these items ended up in my closet? Why were they here now? And what was their connection to me? Each piece of the box seemed to carry a part of my past, a past that I couldn't fully recall but couldn't ignore either. The more I thought about it, the more the puzzle pieces seemed to slip just out of reach, tantalizingly close but impossible to fit together. The air in the room felt thick, heavy with unanswered questions. I carefully placed everything back into the box, trying to organize the items as best I could, but they felt out of place in my hands, like I wasn't supposed to be the one to find them. I closed the lid gently, still unsure of what I had uncovered. It didn't make sense. It felt like I had stumbled into a mystery that wasn't mine to solve, one that had been left for me without explanation. As I stood there, staring at the closed box, I realized one thing for certain: my life had just become more complicated. There were answers waiting to be discovered, answers that seemed just out of reach. But I wasn't sure I wanted to find them. Sometimes mysteries are better left unsolved. And yet, I couldn't shake the feeling that the box held the key to something much bigger than I could comprehend. Story 4. The first time I noticed it, I thought it was a coincidence. I was sitting at my kitchen table, trying to make an important call, the kind that required my full attention. I dialed the number, waited for the line to connect, and as soon as I heard the first ring, the sound of a car alarm blared in the distance. It was so loud and sudden that I flinched, almost dropping my phone. I frowned, distracted by the noise, but I pressed on, assuming it was just another neighbor's car acting up. But then it happened again. The next time I tried to make a call, the exact same thing occurred. I didn't think too much of it at first, but by the third time it happened, I began to wonder if there was some strange pattern to it. Each time I picked up the phone, dialed a number, and tried to make a call, that unmistakable blaring alarm sounded in the distance, echoing through the streets outside. I paused, staring out the window, hoping to catch a glimpse of the source, but there was nothing visible from my vantage point. The noise was unsettling, like a signal, as if it were trying to interrupt me, to prevent me from connecting with whoever I was trying to reach. I put the phone down, frustrated. It was absurd, I thought. How could a car alarm go off every single time I tried to make a call? There was no logical explanation for it. I decided to test it. The next day, I deliberately made a call, waiting to see if it would happen again. Sure enough, as soon as the call began to connect, the same blaring car alarm sounded in the distance. It was unmistakable, as if it were linked directly to my attempts to communicate. I couldn't shake the feeling that it was intentional, that somehow the alarm was responding to me, or perhaps even influencing the outcome of my calls. I went outside to see if I could find the source of the noise, but the streets were quiet. The cars parked neatly along the curb, none of them seemingly the culprit. I tried again, making another call, and once again, the same alarm sounded. This time the blaring seemed louder, almost as if it were getting closer, even though I could still see no cars near me. By now I was becoming paranoid. What was happening? Was I imagining this? Was it just an unfortunate coincidence that every time I reached for the phone, the alarm would blare in the background? But it didn't feel like coincidence. It felt deliberate, as though someone or something was actively trying to keep me from making a call, to stop me from communicating with whoever was on the other end of the line. I tried different numbers, family, friends, even work contacts, thinking that maybe it was a fluke. But each time the result was the same. The alarm would go off at the exact moment I tried to connect. The more I tried to ignore it, the louder and more persistent it became. I couldn't focus on the conversation, couldn't think straight. My mind kept returning to the sound, the way it seemed to disrupt everything. I went online to search for answers, looking for anyone else who might have experienced something similar. Maybe it was a strange environmental phenomenon, some odd interference, but there was nothing. There were no reports of car alarms acting in such a synchronized way, no scientific explanations for why this was happening. It didn't make sense, and that made it all the more terrifying. One evening, I decided to ignore it and keep making calls. Maybe if I just powered through, I thought, the pattern would break. But it didn't. The car alarm sounded louder, more urgently, as if it were taunting me. I could feel my frustration mounting, a sense of helplessness sinking in. I wasn't getting anywhere. It was like the world was conspiring to keep me isolated, to prevent me from reaching out, from connecting with others. The sound was now unbearable. Every call, every time I reached out, it was as though the noise was inescapable, surrounding me, amplifying my anxiety. I began to wonder if the alarm was more than just a coincidence, if it was somehow connected to me, to my attempts to reach out, to communicate. I started to become aware of the effect it was having on my daily life. I couldn't make a simple phone call without that dreadful sound cutting through the air. I couldn't even concentrate on work without it ringing in my ears, the phantom noise seeping into my thoughts. It was like a constant reminder that I was being blocked, that my efforts to connect with the outside world were being thwarted at every turn. One afternoon, I stood in the living room, staring out the window, and it hit me. The alarm was coming from a direction I hadn't noticed before. It was not from a nearby car, but from further down the street, near a house I hadn't paid much attention to. It was as though the source of the alarm was deliberately placed to interfere with my calls. I couldn't see the car that triggered it, but somehow I knew that it was linked to the sound, to my inability to communicate. I couldn't stand it anymore. I had to investigate. I grabbed my keys, walked out the door, and made my way down the street, my steps quick and determined. The alarm blared in the distance, louder now as I got closer. I didn't stop, didn't hesitate, as I walked toward the sound. My heart raced as I rounded the corner, coming closer to the house I had been drawn to. As I approached, I saw a car parked in the driveway, its alarm blaring as if on cue. It was the same car that had been causing the disruption every time I tried to make a call. I walked up to the front door and rang the bell. A woman answered, looking at me with confusion. "Is there a problem with your car?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. She glanced toward the driveway and then back at me. "It's not my car," she said, her voice strangely flat. "It's been like that for days." I looked at her, perplexed. "Days?" She nodded, as though it was the most normal thing in the world. "I don't know who owns it. It's been here for as long as I can remember." I stood there, speechless. The car alarm had been blaring for days, and somehow it was linked to my phone calls. The pieces weren't fitting together, but the longer I stood there, the more it felt like this was no coincidence. I turned to leave, my mind racing with questions. Was it possible that this wasn't just a random car alarm? Could it have been intentionally causing interference with my attempts to communicate? And if so, who or what was behind it? I walked back home, feeling more uncertain than ever. The sense of unease never left me, and the alarm was still there, always in the background, always just out of reach. Each time I picked up the phone, I wondered, would the alarm sound again? Would it block me from reaching out, from connecting with the world? The question lingered in my mind, unanswered, as the sound echoed through my thoughts. Story 5. I had packed my lunch the night before, a simple meal of sandwiches and fruit. It wasn't much, but it was enough to get me through the long hours ahead. I always prepared my lunch in advance, a habit that helped keep my morning stress-free. As I grabbed my bag and headed out the door, everything seemed like any other day. I made my way to work, lost in thought, unaware that something strange was waiting for me. When I reached my office and sat down at my desk, I placed my bag on the table and opened it. But as soon as I unzipped the compartment where I kept my lunch, I froze. The sandwiches and fruit that I had packed the night before were gone. In their place was an assortment of unfamiliar foods I didn't recognize and certainly didn't remember packing. The items seemed like something out of a high-end restaurant: a small container of bright green soup, a stack of sushi rolls, and what appeared to be a perfectly grilled steak sliced into neat strips. There was also a small dish of fresh berries and some sort of exotic fruit I couldn't identify. I felt a knot form in my stomach. I double-checked the bag, thinking maybe I had accidentally swapped lunches with someone. But no, this was my bag, my lunch compartment. I hadn't brought any of this food. I stared at the strange meal, confusion bubbling inside me. Who would replace my lunch with something like this? And why? It wasn't like I had ordered anything different, and no one in the office had even mentioned any special lunch arrangements. Then I noticed a small folded note resting on top of the sushi. The handwriting was elegant, neat but strange, as if the person who wrote it had been deliberate with each stroke. I picked it up, my fingers trembling slightly, and unfolded it. The note read, "You'll need this energy." I stared at the words, trying to make sense of them. What did it mean? Why would someone leave me a note like this? And why did they think I needed this food? It wasn't just the meal that was unusual. It was the tone of the message. You'll need this energy. Energy for what? I had no idea. My thoughts raced as I considered the possibilities. Was it a prank? Was someone in the office playing a joke on me? It didn't feel like a joke. It felt purposeful. The food was too carefully chosen, too specific. It was almost like the person who had done this knew something I didn't, something important. But what? But what? I glanced around the office, half expecting someone to be watching me, but everything seemed normal. People were working, talking, laughing. No one seemed to notice the strange meal I had in front of me. I had no idea who could have done this, or why they would go through the trouble of replacing my lunch. The more I thought about it, the more unsettling it became. I pushed the thought aside, deciding to focus on the food itself. Perhaps it was a simple mistake, a mix-up that had led to this strange meal being left in my bag. But even as I tried to convince myself of that, the words from the note kept echoing in my mind. "You'll need this energy." It was as if the message was telling me that something was coming, something that I wasn't prepared for. And the meal, the food, was meant to prepare me for it. I took a deep breath, trying to shake off the anxiety that was creeping up on me. There was no reason to panic, no reason to assume that something strange was happening. Maybe it was just a coincidence, or maybe I had been given the wrong lunch by mistake. I reached for the sushi, deciding to eat something at least. The first bite was surprisingly delicious, the flavors rich and fresh. It wasn't anything I would normally order, but it tasted fine, even if it was entirely unfamiliar. As I ate, I felt a strange sense of calm wash over me. The tension I had been feeling started to fade, replaced by a growing sense of energy, as if the food was doing something to me, something I couldn't quite understand. It wasn't just the food, it was as though the note had prepared me for the surge of energy that followed. I felt more awake, more alert, as if the meal had somehow unlocked something within me, something I hadn't known was there. The rest of the day passed quickly, almost too quickly. I worked with a focus and determination that I hadn't experienced in a long time. My thoughts were clearer, my movements quicker. It was as if I had been given a boost, a sudden burst of energy that pushed me forward. I couldn't explain it, but I knew something had changed. By the end of the day, I felt exhausted, but in a way that was different from normal. It wasn't the kind of tiredness that came from physical work or lack of sleep. It was a deep, mental exhaustion, as if the energy I had gained during the day had been used up entirely. I couldn't help but wonder if that strange lunch had something to do with it, if the energy I had felt had been more than just a simple boost from a meal. Had I been given something else, something that had altered my body, my mind, in a way I didn't fully understand? When I got home that night, I checked my bag again, almost instinctively, as if expecting something else to be there. But there was nothing unusual. The note was gone, and the food was nothing more than a distant memory. I went to bed, still thinking about it, still unsure what to make of the whole thing. The note, the food, the strange energy. It all felt like a puzzle I couldn't quite solve, a mystery that would remain unsolved. The next morning I woke up feeling strangely refreshed, more awake than I had in days. The energy from the day before had carried over into today, and I felt almost invincible. I went about my routine, but the thought of the lunch, the food, and the note still lingered in the back of my mind. I couldn't forget it, no matter how hard I tried. As the day went on, I began to notice something. The more I thought about the lunch, the more certain I became that it wasn't just a coincidence. Someone had left it for me, had planned it for me, and I had eaten it for a reason. But what that reason was, I still couldn't figure out. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was coming, something big, and the energy I had received from that meal was meant to prepare me for it. Maybe I had been given a glimpse of something, a taste of what was to come. Or maybe it was just my imagination running wild. But deep down, I knew that the lunch I had eaten wasn't ordinary, and neither was the note. And so, I waited. I waited for whatever was next, hoping that the strange lunch I had eaten would somehow reveal its purpose. Because deep down, I knew that whatever was coming, I would need all the energy I could get. Story 6. The 6. I had been at the carnival for a few hours, enjoying the lively atmosphere. The air was filled with the sweet scent of cotton candy and the sounds of laughter and music. I had decided to take a break from the crowds and visit the photo booth, something I always loved to do when I visited a fair. I stepped inside, closed the curtain, and smiled as the machine flashed its bright lights, capturing a few moments of fun. The booth was small, the seat a little cramped, but I didn't mind. I posed, adjusting my hair and grinning at the camera as it clicked a few times. After the last shot, I eagerly waited for the photo strip to print. The machine hummed, and then the strip of photos slid out, just as I expected. I took it from the slot and looked at it, pleased with how the photos turned out. It showed me in a few different poses, all with my usual grin, but there was something strange about it. The first few photos were just as I had expected: a goofy smile, a wink, a normal pose. But when I got to the last one, my heart skipped a beat. It wasn't just a normal shot. In this photo, I was sitting on the bench in the booth alone, but the background was completely different. The carnival lights, the crowd, the atmosphere, everything had vanished. The booth was dark and empty, and I was sitting there as if no one else existed in that space. I felt a chill run down my spine as I stared at the photo. How could this be? I checked the other strips, but none of them showed anything like that. The photos of me smiling, laughing, looking carefree were just as they should have been. But that one photo stood out, like a glitch in the machine, or worse, something more unsettling. The image of me sitting alone in the booth was so clear, yet everything else in the photo was wrong. The booth itself, the lighting, the air, it was as though it had all been wiped away. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. I pulled out the photo strip again, staring at it in disbelief. Had the machine malfunctioned? Had it somehow captured a moment that wasn't real? I turned the photo over to see if there was anything written on the back, any clue to explain the strange image. But there was nothing, just a blank space. I glanced around the carnival, trying to shake off the feeling of unease that had crept into me. I hadn't noticed anything out of the ordinary while I was in the booth, nothing that would explain the oddity in the photo. But now, the memory of sitting in the booth alone, surrounded by empty air and nothingness, filled me with a sense of dread I couldn't quite explain. I walked out of the booth, trying to ignore the weird sensation crawling under my skin. The bright lights of the carnival, the chatter of people, the sound of rides and games, it all felt distant now, as if I were in a dream. I shoved the photo strip into my pocket, but I couldn't stop thinking about it. It didn't make sense. Why would the booth show me sitting alone, as though the whole world had disappeared? As I walked away from the photo booth, I glanced over my shoulder, half expecting to see the booth still standing, the curtain fluttering in the breeze, waiting for the next person to step in. But there was nothing. The booth was gone. In its place, there was just an empty space, like it had never been there at all. My mind raced, and I quickly turned away, trying to dismiss what I had seen. It was probably just a malfunction, I told myself. A trick of the light, a mistake in the camera's settings. But the feeling that something wasn't right lingered in the back of my mind. I couldn't shake the image of that last photo, the one where I was sitting alone in an empty, silent booth, surrounded by nothing but darkness. I spent the rest of the evening trying to push the strange experience out of my mind. I didn't want to think about it, didn't want to acknowledge how strange it had been. But as I sat down to enjoy a snack, I pulled the photo strip from my pocket and looked at it again, hoping to make sense of it. But this time, something was even more unsettling. The last photo, the one with the empty booth, had changed. The background was still dark, but now, there were faint figures in the distance. Blurry shapes that didn't belong there. I squinted, trying to make sense of what I was seeing, but the figures were too indistinct to identify. Were they people, shadows, or something else entirely? My stomach churned as I stared at the photo. I didn't know what was happening, but I knew one thing for sure: something was wrong. I hadn't been alone in that booth. I could feel it. There had been something or someone else there, even though I hadn't seen or heard anything at the time. I couldn't ignore the growing sense of unease that settled over me. I knew I had to get rid of the photo, but part of me couldn't let it go. It was a reminder of something that didn't make sense, something that felt beyond my understanding. The figures in the background, the strange atmosphere, the feeling that I was being watched, it was too much to dismiss as coincidence. That night I tried to sleep, but every time I closed my eyes, the image of that last photo flashed before my mind. The empty booth, the darkness, the eerie figures in the background. I couldn't escape it. I knew I would never be able to forget what I had seen, even if I wanted to. The next morning, I woke up feeling drained, as if the night had stolen my rest. I decided to head back to the carnival, hoping to make sense of the whole thing. I walked straight to where the photo booth had been, but when I arrived, I was met with a confusing sight. There was no booth. No sign of it anywhere. Just an empty patch of grass like it had never existed. I asked a few of the workers nearby if they knew where the photo booth had gone, but none of them seemed to know what I was talking about. One of them even mentioned that there had never been a photo booth in that area. I felt a wave of nausea rise in my chest. Had I imagined the whole thing? Had I dreamt up the booth, the photos, the strange experience? But then, I remembered the photo strip in my pocket. It was still there, the strip I had taken from the booth the day before. I pulled it out, my hand shaking as I looked at it again. And there it was, the last photo, with the empty booth and the faint figures in the background. It hadn't disappeared. It hadn't changed. It was still real. I couldn't explain it. I didn't want to. But I knew one thing for sure: something strange had happened, something that went beyond what I could understand. And now, as I stood in the middle of the carnival, surrounded by the noise and the laughter, I couldn't help but feel that I was still being watched. Story 7. It had been another typical evening. I was unwinding after a long day, sitting in my living room, catching up on some emails. The house was quiet, and I felt a strange sense of calm. My phone buzzed on the coffee table, a notification lighting up the screen. I glanced at it absent-mindedly, expecting it to be another message from a friend or a reminder about an appointment. But the name on the screen was unfamiliar, an unknown number. My heart skipped a beat, a slight unease creeping in. I never answered calls from strangers, but something told me to pick it up this time. I swiped the screen and pressed the phone to my ear, ready to speak, but the voice that greeted me wasn't anything I had expected. It was low, calm, and strangely familiar, as if I had heard it before, though I couldn't place where. "Thanks for leaving the door unlocked last time," the voice said, each word slow and deliberate. My blood ran cold. I froze, unable to speak for a moment. The words didn't make sense. What door? What was this person talking about? I checked the door locks just before I went to bed every night, and I was certain I hadn't left anything unlocked. I opened my mouth, trying to respond, but the voice continued, cutting me off before I could say anything. "You didn't know I was there, did you?" It was a good spot, but I almost got caught. The tone was casual, like we were having a normal conversation, and it sent a chill down my spine. I was paralyzed, my grip tightening on the phone, my mind racing. How could anyone have been inside my house without me noticing? I was sure the door had been locked when I came in, and I had been home alone the whole time. There was no way anyone could have gotten in unnoticed. The thoughts in my head were swirling, trying to make sense of the impossible. I took a deep breath, finally finding my voice. "Who is this?" I managed to ask, my voice shaky but determined. The person on the other end of the line didn't answer immediately. There was a pause, and for a moment, I thought they might have hung up. But then, The voice came back, softer this time. "Don't worry. I'm not here to hurt you," the voice said, a strange reassurance in its tone that only heightened my anxiety. "But you should be more careful. Not everyone who comes around is as kind as I was." I felt my heart pound in my chest. Every part of me screamed to hang up the phone, to disconnect, but something kept me rooted in place. This person knew something. They knew something about me, about my house, that no one else should. "How did you get my number?" I asked, trying to regain some control over the situation. Though I already had an inkling that the answer wouldn't make sense. There was a slight chuckle from the other side, and I could almost picture the person smirking, amused by my question. "That's not important," they replied. "What's important is that you're aware. You're not alone in that house, even when you think you are." I swallowed hard. My mind was spinning, the unsettling feeling deepening. I had always felt safe in my home, always thought of it as a place where I could escape from the world. But now the walls seemed to close in on me. I glanced around the room, half expecting to see someone standing in the doorway or hiding behind the furniture. "Why are you doing this?" I asked, my voice quieter now, a mix of fear and confusion clouding my thoughts. "What do you want from me?" The person on the other end didn't answer immediately. Instead, I could hear a faint sound in the background, like a soft rustling, as if they were moving around. The silence stretched between us, and then in a voice that almost sounded like it was coming from behind me, the stranger spoke again. "I just want you to know that you're being watched. Keep an eye out, and maybe, just maybe, we can avoid any misunderstandings." My blood ran cold at the words. I couldn't shake the feeling that the person was close, too close. The hairs on the back of my neck stood on end, and I instinctively looked toward the hallway, half expecting to see someone there. But there was no one, just the quiet of my empty house. I was about to say something else, to demand answers, but before I could speak, the line went dead. The silence on the other end of the phone was deafening, and for a long moment, I just stood there, the phone still pressed to my ear, unable to process what had just happened. The words echoed in my mind, replaying over and over, "You're being watched." I slowly lowered the phone, my hands trembling. What had just happened? Who was that? And what did they mean by being watched? I turned the phone over in my hands, my mind racing with questions, each one more unsettling than the last. Had they really been inside my house? How did they know so much? The stranger had seemed so calm, almost too calm, as if they were speaking from a place of knowing, as if they had been watching me for much longer than I realized. I had to do something. I couldn't just let this go. But what could I do? Should I call the police? But what would I even say? A stranger called me and claimed they were inside my house before, but I don't have any proof. I could feel the anxiety creeping up my spine, making it hard to breathe. The door. That was what kept running through my mind. The voice had mentioned the door, but I was certain I had locked it. I was always so careful. I quickly stood up and walked to the front door, checking the lock once again. It was secure. There was no sign of forced entry, no indication that anyone had been there. But the phone call, it felt so real. The voice had sounded so sure, as if they knew exactly what they were talking about. I turned back to the living room, feeling the weight of the silence pressing around me. My thoughts were a whirlwind of confusion and fear. What if they had been in my house? What if they were still here, waiting for me to let my guard down? I checked the windows, the locks, the deadbolts, everything I could think of. But nothing was out of place. It was as if the call had been a figment of my imagination, a bad dream. But deep down, I knew it wasn't. The fear gnawing at my insides told me otherwise. This person knew too much. They were out there, somewhere, watching. And I had no idea who they were, or how long they had been waiting. I sank back into the couch, trying to calm my racing heart, but the unease wouldn't leave me. I couldn't shake the feeling that the person was still watching, still listening, waiting for the right moment. And I couldn't help but wonder, when would they come back? Story 8. I woke up in the middle of the night, groggy and disoriented. The first thing I noticed was the silence in the room. It felt unnervingly still, the kind of quiet that makes your skin prickle. I rubbed my eyes and reached out to adjust the blankets when my gaze fell on the curtains. They were drawn shut, completely covering the window, blocking out any hint of the moonlight that should have been spilling in. I sat up in bed, blinking at the curtains in confusion. I distinctly remembered leaving them open before going to sleep, as I usually did. I liked the way the soft glow of the streetlights filtered into my room, casting gentle shadows on the walls. But now, they were closed tight, with no sign of any wind or movement that would have caused them to shift. A cold shiver ran down my spine as I tried to recall the moment I last saw the curtains. Had I closed them and forgotten? No, I was sure they had been open. My heart began to race, the sense of unease growing as I swung my legs over the side of the bed. The room felt too still, as though something was off, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. I stood up slowly, each step towards the window feeling heavier than the last. My hand trembled as I reached for the edge of the curtains, pulling them aside to reveal the darkened street outside. Nothing looked out of place, but the eerie feeling lingered, gnawing at me. I glanced back over my shoulder toward the bed, half expecting to see something or someone standing there in the shadows. But the room was still, just as I had left it. I took a deep breath and turned back to the window, trying to shake the growing anxiety. I had to have just imagined it, I told myself. Maybe I had closed the curtains without thinking, or maybe I had forgotten to open them in the first place. But something deep inside me didn't believe that. There was no way I would have made that mistake. As I stood there, staring at the empty street, the odd sensation of being watched crept over me. It was subtle, but it was there, just a faint whisper of a feeling, as though someone was waiting for me to turn around. I glanced back at the curtains, then down at the floor, trying to distract myself. But my thoughts were running wild now, jumping to conclusions I didn't want to entertain. Who could have been in my room? I was alone in the house, and nothing appeared to have been disturbed. Still, the fear refused to leave me. I paced around the room, trying to collect myself, but the unease grew with every passing second. I checked the door, the windows, the closet. Everything seemed to be in place. But the fact that the curtains were closed when I had clearly left them open haunted me. I couldn't stop thinking about it. My mind raced, trying to find any logical explanation. Perhaps in my sleep, I had closed them without realizing. But that didn't explain the strange sense of dread that clung to the air. I sat back down on the bed, my thoughts spiraling. I looked around the room once more, convinced I was missing something. That was when I saw it, something small and almost insignificant, but it caught my eye nonetheless. On the floor, just near the edge of the bed, was a single footprint. It wasn't large, but it was unmistakable, a dark, wet print that seemed to have been left in the middle of the night. I didn't know if it was mud or something else, but it was there, clearly visible against the wooden floor. I froze, staring at the footprint in shock. My heart pounded in my chest as I tried to make sense of it. It wasn't mine. The shoes I had worn that day were at the door, far from where the print was. No one had entered my room and no one had been here. So how could this footprint have appeared? I stood up again, my legs shaking beneath me, and moved closer to inspect it. The print was fresh, still damp, as though someone had walked through the room just moments before. It didn't make sense. I had been alone in the house all night, and I hadn't heard a single noise. How could there be a footprint here, right in front of me? I reached out, carefully running my fingers over it, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. My mind raced, considering every possibility, but none of them made sense. The room had been locked, the windows secure, and yet someone had been here, walking through my space. I felt the hair on the back of my neck stand up as the atmosphere in the room seemed to shift. It was as if the air had grown heavier, thicker with tension. I turned toward the curtains again, unable to shake the feeling that I was being watched. But there was no one there. There was no explanation for any of it, no reason why the curtains had been drawn shut, no reason for the footprint, and no reason for the deep sense of dread that filled the room. I moved back to the window and stared out into the night. The street below was empty, the houses across the way silent in the darkness. But something about the stillness of the world outside made everything feel wrong. I had always loved the quiet of the night, but now it seemed oppressive, suffocating. I couldn't help but feel that someone was waiting just outside, watching me, waiting for me to make the next move. I shook my head, trying to clear the thoughts that were clouding my mind. It was just my imagination, I told myself. I was tired, and the stress of the past few days had made me jumpy. There was no one in my room, and there was no reason for me to feel like this. But despite my best efforts, the feeling of unease remained. It lingered, pressing against me like a weight, as if I were being drawn into something I didn't understand. I lay back down on the bed, pulling the covers tightly around me, trying to push the fear away. But it wouldn't leave. My mind kept racing, replaying the events of the night over and over again. The curtains, the footprint, the strange sensation of being watched. I couldn't make sense of any of it. I had to sleep, I knew that, but every time I closed my eyes, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was lurking just beyond my sight. Finally, exhaustion overtook me and I drifted into a restless sleep, but the unease never left. It followed me into my dreams, twisting and distorting everything around me. I couldn't escape it, no matter how hard I tried. And when I woke up in the morning, the feeling was still there, clinging to me like a shadow. Story 9. A flyer stapled to a pole had my face on it with the words, "Do not approach." I stopped in my tracks when I saw it, my eyes locked on the picture of myself, clear as day, staring back at me. The words were bold and written in a hurried, almost frantic manner, as if someone had been desperate to make sure I saw it. I didn't know whether to laugh or feel a creeping sense of dread. It didn't make sense. How could this be? I hadn't seen this flyer before, and I certainly hadn't put it up myself. The picture was recent, maybe even taken just a few days ago. I could tell because I was wearing the same jacket I had on earlier that week. I glanced around, half expecting someone to jump out from behind the pole to reveal some kind of prank. But the street was empty, and the only sound was the wind rustling through the trees. My heart started to race as I stepped closer to the flyer. I reached out, my fingers brushing the edges of the paper, as if touching it might help me understand who would do such a thing. I was shaking. The words were blunt, and they sent a chill down my spine. Do not approach. What did they mean? What was I supposed to do with that? Was I being warned? Was there something I didn't know? I ripped the flyer off the pole, not sure what I intended to do with it, but unable to leave it there, staring at me. The moment I held it in my hand, I felt a weight settle in my chest. The flyer wasn't just some random piece of paper. It was a message. Someone had gone through the trouble of making sure I'd see it. Someone knew where I was, knew what I looked like, and had even gone so far as to make sure I saw their warning. The feeling that I was being watched grew stronger, and it wasn't just the usual paranoia. This felt real. I looked around the block, as if expecting to see someone lurking in the shadows, someone watching me closely. But there was no one. The street was quiet, as it always was in this neighborhood, but the stillness felt unsettling now. I had no idea who would want to stop me or why. I couldn't think of anyone who would want to harm me, but there was no denying that this flyer was made for me. The details, the timing, it all pointed to something intentional. But why me? What had I done? I hurried back to my apartment, the flyer still clutched tightly in my hand. The door clicked shut behind me, and I immediately felt a sense of relief, though the unease still lingered. I turned the flyer over, hoping to find some clue, some contact information, or maybe even an explanation for the strange message. But the back was blank. There was nothing. No phone number, no address, not even a website. It was as if whoever had created the flyer wanted to remain anonymous, leaving me with just one cryptic instruction: do not approach. I tried to shake off the feeling that something wasn't right. Maybe it was just a mistake, a misunderstanding. Maybe someone else had been targeted and the flyer had accidentally ended up in the wrong hands. But the more I thought about it, the more unlikely that seemed. The photo of me had been too recent, too specific. There was no way it could have been random. It felt like a personal warning, a threat from someone who knew exactly who I was. I sat down on the couch, the flyer in front of me, trying to figure out my next move. Should I go to the police? Report it as a strange coincidence? But what would I even say? Someone stapled a flyer with my face on it and told me not to approach them. It didn't sound like a crime, but the sense of dread growing inside me told me otherwise. It wasn't just the flyer, it was the way it made me feel, like I was being targeted, singled out. The hours passed, but I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. I kept thinking I saw shadows moving just beyond my window, heard footsteps in the hallway when I was alone in the apartment. Every creak of the floorboards, every passing car outside made me jump. I couldn't focus. I had the sense that whatever this was, this strange warning, it wasn't over. It was just beginning. The next day, I went back to the spot where I had found the flyer, hoping to find some answers. Maybe there would be more flyers, or at least some sign that this was a joke. But when I arrived, there was nothing. The pole was bare, the paper long gone. I checked every corner of the block, my heart racing as I walked, searching for any clue that could explain the situation. But there was nothing. Not a single trace of the flyer was left. It was as though it had never been there at all. I felt the weight of the world pressing down on me. I was caught in some sort of mystery I couldn't solve, and the more I searched for answers, the more I felt like I was running in circles. I couldn't tell anyone about it. It sounded insane even to me. Someone left a flyer with my face on it, telling me not to approach them. How could I explain that? What did it even mean? As the days passed, I tried to go about my normal routine, but everything felt different. The flyer was always in the back of my mind. It didn't matter if I was at work, grocery shopping, or hanging out with friends. It haunted me. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. I even started avoiding certain places, certain streets, convinced that someone was following me, that whoever had created the flyer was still out there, waiting. And then, one evening I came home to find a new note slipped under my door. My hand shook as I opened it. Inside was a single sentence: "We told you not to approach." The handwriting was familiar, though I couldn't place it. I tried to ignore the rising panic in my chest, but it was impossible. This was no longer just some strange coincidence. It was a deliberate, calculated effort to get my attention, to push me towards something. I didn't know who these people were or what they wanted, but I knew one thing for sure: my life was no longer normal. Someone was watching me, someone knew me, and I was caught in something I didn't understand. Story 10. I had just returned home after a long day, the kind where you're exhausted and looking forward to doing nothing more than resting. I threw my bag on the couch and made my way to the kitchen to grab a glass of water. My phone, sitting on the counter, was nearly out of battery, so I grabbed the charger from my drawer and plugged it in. The familiar click of the phone's charging port connecting with a cable was a sound I'd heard countless times before, but this time, something was different. As soon as the charger was plugged in, I heard a faint noise coming from it. At first I thought it was just the usual hum of electricity running through the cable, but it was different this time. The sound was a soft, rhythmic ticking, almost like a clock winding down, but much quieter. It was so subtle that if I hadn't been in the quiet room, I might have missed it altogether. The ticking seemed to grow slightly louder the longer I left the charger plugged in, but I couldn't figure out where it was coming from. I looked around the room, trying to pinpoint the source of the sound. The ticking was consistent, almost mechanical, but it didn't seem to come from anywhere else in the apartment. I tried to convince myself that it was nothing, maybe just a weird quirk of the charger, but the sound was persistent, and it made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. There was something unsettling about it, like it was out of place in the otherwise peaceful environment. I stood still for a moment, listening closely, and then I took a cautious step toward the charger. I reached down to unplug it, thinking that maybe if I removed it, the noise would stop. But the moment my fingers touched the cable, the ticking stopped. It was as if the moment the charger was no longer connected to the phone, it ceased to function altogether. I pulled the charger out of the phone, but the sound was gone. I stood there for a moment, staring at the charger in my hand, trying to make sense of what had just happened. It didn't make any sense. I had used this charger countless times before, and I had never heard anything like this. I inspected the charger carefully, as if expecting to find some sort of explanation for the strange sound. There was nothing visibly wrong with it. The cable was intact, the connector was in good condition, and everything seemed as it should be. But the ticking was still in my mind, echoing in my thoughts. It was too strange to ignore. It wasn't just the noise itself, it was the timing of it. Why had it only started now, after all the times I had used it before without any issue? I decided to plug it back in, wanting to see if the sound would return, but this time I listened intently. The charger clicked into place as usual, and for a moment, everything seemed normal. But then, as I stood there, the faint ticking began again. It was just as subtle as before, but now I was hyper aware of it. I stepped back, feeling a sense of unease creeping over me. The noise was steady, mechanical, but it didn't belong. It was out of place in the silence of my apartment. The room felt colder now, and the ticking seemed to grow louder, or maybe it was just my mind playing tricks on me. I looked around, half expecting something to jump out at me, but nothing did. I considered unplugging the charger again, but before I could make up my mind, the ticking stopped on its own. Just like that, it was gone. The silence returned almost too suddenly, and I was left standing there, unsure of what had just happened. I decided to remove the charger once again, this time leaving it unplugged on the counter. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. It was just a charger, right? It couldn't possibly be anything more than that. But why had it made that noise? And why did it stop as soon as I touched it? My mind raced with questions, none of which I had an answer to. I walked into the living room, trying to push the strange event out of my mind. I grabbed the remote and turned on the television, hoping the distraction would help me forget about the ticking sound. But no matter how hard I tried to focus on the show, I couldn't shake the image of the charger, lying on the counter, its faint ticking still echoing in my mind. It was as though the sound had become a part of the space around me, lingering even after it had stopped. I decided to go to bed early, hoping that sleep would help clear my mind. I turned off all the lights, crawled under the covers, and closed my eyes. But every time I started to drift off, I could still hear that soft, rhythmic ticking in my mind. It was almost like it was following me, a sound that wouldn't let me escape. I tried to ignore it, but it refused to leave. In the morning, I woke up feeling more tired than usual. I stumbled out of bed, still not fully awake, and made my way to the kitchen. The first thing I did was check my phone, as usual, but when I glanced over at the counter, I froze. The charger was plugged back into the phone, the very one I had unplugged the night before. I hadn't touched it since then, but there it was, plugged in and charging like nothing had happened. I stood there for a moment, staring at the phone, my heart racing. I had been certain that I had unplugged it last night. There was no way I could have forgotten. But somehow it had gotten plugged back in. I couldn't explain it. My first thought was that maybe I had plugged it in unconsciously while half asleep, but something about the whole situation felt wrong. It was too strange, too coincidental. I took a deep breath and decided to unplug the charger once again. As soon as I did, the faint ticking sound started up once more, this time more insistent, like it had been waiting for me. It was barely audible, but it was unmistakable. I quickly unplugged the charger and stared at it, my mind racing. What was going on? How could this be happening? Was I losing my mind? I set the charger down on the counter, trying to steady my nerves. I needed to get out of the house, clear my head. So I grabbed my bag, left the apartment, and decided to go for a walk. As I stepped outside, I tried to push all the strange events out of my mind, but the feeling of unease stayed with me. Every time I thought about the charger, the ticking sound came back, echoing in my head like a warning. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong, that there was something more to the ticking than just a faulty charger. It was as if the sound had a purpose, like it was trying to tell me something. But what? What was the message? I had no idea. I just knew that I couldn't ignore it anymore. Story 11. The welcome mat outside my door had an unfamiliar phrase embroidered, "Keep out for your safety." I froze for a moment, my eyes locked on the words. It was a simple mat, the kind I had bought months ago, but this message was new. I couldn't recall ever seeing anything like it before. I bent down to inspect it more closely, my fingers brushing against the fabric as if expecting it to change or somehow reveal a hidden message. But nothing. The words remained the same, stark and chilling. I stood up and glanced around the front porch, half expecting to see someone standing just out of view, watching me. But there was nothing. The quiet of the evening settled in around me. The neighborhood seemed normal, peaceful even. No one else was in sight. I couldn't figure out how it got there or why it had appeared. I hadn't ordered any new mats recently, and certainly not one with that kind of message. With a sense of unease creeping over me, I stepped back inside and shut the door behind me. The mat still stared up at me through the window, the words almost seeming to glow in the dim light. I shook off the discomfort, trying to focus on something else. It was probably just a prank, I told myself. A strange joke someone had decided to play, nothing more. But the more I thought about it, the less it made sense. For your safety. That part stuck with me. It felt like a warning, not a casual joke. I paced around the house, trying to distract myself. I opened a few windows, letting the cool air in, but it did nothing to calm my nerves. Every time I glanced toward the front door, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. The words on the mat were like a shadow, lurking in the back of my mind. What if it wasn't a prank? What if it was something more serious? A warning from someone who knew something I didn't. I tried to call a few friends to talk about it, but each call went unanswered. No one seemed to be picking up. It made me feel even more isolated, like I was being left to figure this out alone. The feeling that I wasn't safe grew stronger with every passing minute. I kept thinking about the message on the mat. Who would send such a cryptic warning? And why at my doorstep? I decided to go back outside and take another look. Maybe I had missed something. Maybe there was something more to the mat than I had realized. I grabbed my jacket, my heart pounding with each step as I approached the door again. When I stepped outside, the world felt oddly still. Even the sounds of the neighborhood seemed muffled, distant, like I was in a bubble. The mat was still there, exactly as I had left it. I crouched down again, my hands trembling slightly as I ran my fingers over the edges. The stitching was fresh, almost too perfect. There was no way this was the same mat I had bought months ago. It was as if someone had replaced it, and it had only one purpose: to deliver that message. A sudden, sharp noise behind me made me jump. I spun around, my breath catching in my throat, but once again, there was nothing. No one. Just the empty street, the silent houses, the same peaceful surroundings. But the nagging feeling that I wasn't alone, that something was watching me, refused to leave. I went back inside and locked the door, but the unease lingered. The house felt too quiet now, too empty. I couldn't sit still. Every sound, no matter how small, made me jump. I kept glancing toward the door, as if expecting someone or something to show up. For your safety. The words repeated in my head like an ominous warning I couldn't ignore. It was as though I had been marked, chosen for something, but I couldn't figure out what. I finally decided to get some sleep, hoping the night would bring clarity. But sleep didn't come easily. Every time I closed my eyes, I imagined someone outside, watching, waiting. The knocking from earlier in the week came back to my mind, and I couldn't help but wonder if the two events were connected. What was going on? Why was I being targeted? The morning came too soon, but when I opened my eyes, I found that I hadn't rested at all. I felt more restless than before, like I was waiting for something to happen, but I didn't know what. I dragged myself out of bed and went to the kitchen, trying to push the thoughts of the mat and its message to the back of my mind, but they wouldn't go away. I looked out the window, half expecting the mat to still be there, but it was gone. My heart skipped a beat as I rushed to the front door. I opened it slowly, and there it was back on the porch, exactly where it had been the night before. The same message, now more haunting than ever. I knelt down again, my hands shaking as I touched the mat. It felt colder now, as if it had been exposed to something I couldn't see. I was about to lift it when I heard a voice behind me, soft but unmistakable. "You shouldn't have opened the door." I froze, my body locking in place. The voice was low, almost a whisper, but it was clear. My head whipped around, but there was no one there, just the empty street, the quiet houses. My breath caught in my throat, and I quickly slammed the door shut, locking it behind me. I backed away, heart racing, unsure of what was happening or who had spoken. The knocking started again, faint at first, then louder. It was coming from the back of the house this time. I couldn't ignore it. I moved to the back door, my mind racing, trying to figure out what I should do. I didn't want to go outside, but it felt like I didn't have a choice. I slowly opened the door and stepped outside, but the knocking had stopped. The yard was empty again, just like it had been the night before. I took a few cautious steps forward, but there was no sign of anyone. I glanced back toward the front of the house. where the mat still sat, and the words seemed to burn into me. "For your safety." Something was wrong. I didn't know what it was, but it was clear that whatever was happening wasn't just a coincidence. The message on the mat, the voice, the knocking, it was all connected. And the more I thought about it, the more I realized that the warning wasn't just for me. It was for everyone. Story 12. I was standing in line at the grocery store, the usual hum of fluorescent lights overhead, when I approached the cashier. She glanced at my items, then at me, her brow furrowing slightly as she scanned each product. I could feel her gaze lingering on me, but I didn't think much of it at first. It was a busy time of day, and people often seemed distracted or on edge. But then her voice cut through the noise of the store. "Didn't you already buy this today?" she asked, her tone curious yet laced with a hint of confusion. My heart skipped a beat, and I froze for a moment, unsure how to respond. I glanced at the items in front of me: a loaf of bread, a gallon of milk, some vegetables, and a pack of pasta. None of these things looked familiar in a way that would suggest I had bought them earlier. I smiled politely, trying to brush off the odd comment. "No, I haven't been here today," I said, my voice sounding steadier than I felt. The cashier didn't immediately respond. Instead, she glanced down at her screen, as though double-checking something. Then she looked up again, her face still carrying a confused expression. "But your receipt says otherwise," she said, pointing to the register's display. I leaned in to see what she meant, but there was nothing on the screen that made sense to me. My stomach dropped as I scanned the numbers. There was a receipt on her side, one that had my name on it. But I knew I hadn't been to this store before, at least, not in recent memory. I tried to think back. Could I have gone somewhere else earlier in the day? Could someone have used my card without my knowledge? "I'm not sure what you mean," I replied slowly, my voice a little shaky now. "I haven't been here today." The cashier blinked, as though trying to process the discrepancy. For a brief moment, I could have sworn I saw a flicker of recognition in her eyes, as if she were silently debating whether to say more. But instead, she simply nodded and rang up my items without another word. The rest of the transaction passed in a blur. I paid, grabbed my bags, and walked out of the store, my mind racing. It didn't make sense. How could I have a receipt from a store I hadn't visited? I checked the time on my phone as I stepped outside. I had been at home all day, working, and hadn't gone anywhere except to the corner store for groceries. There was no way I could have bought anything here today. As I drove home, I couldn't shake the strange feeling that had settled in my chest. What was going on? Was I losing track of time? Or had someone else been in the store using my card without my knowledge? But even as I tried to calm myself, the questions lingered. My mind kept returning to the cashier's words, "Didn't you already buy this today?" When I got home, I decided to check my bank statement, hoping for some clarity. But as I scrolled through the transactions, there was a purchase at that very grocery store for the exact items I had just bought. The transaction was dated earlier that day, hours before I had even arrived at the store. My stomach churned. There was no way this could be a coincidence. I took a deep breath, trying to steady myself. Could it be a mistake? A glitch in the system? But the receipt was real, and the transaction was logged. There was no other explanation that made sense. I felt a shiver run down my spine as I wondered if someone had somehow duplicated my card, or if there was something more sinister at play. That night, I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the cashier's face, her confusion turning to something else, something more knowing, like she was trying to tell me something without actually saying it. I kept replaying the conversation in my head, trying to make sense of it. Could I have been sleepwalking? Was I buying things without realizing it? But that didn't feel right either. It didn't explain the receipt or the strange look she had given me. The next day, I went back to the store, determined to get to the bottom of it. I found the same cashier working at the register, and she looked up when she saw me. Her face immediately went pale, and I could tell she recognized me. "Hi," I said, trying to sound casual, but my voice came out more tense than I intended. "I was here yesterday, earlier today, and there was something strange with my receipt. I don't remember being here before." She looked at me, her eyes darting from me to the register, then back again. For a long moment she didn't say anything, as though unsure whether to speak or keep quiet. Finally she opened her mouth, but then paused, as if she had changed her mind. I don't know what you mean," she said, her voice soft. But there was something in the way she said it that made me wonder if she was lying or hiding something. I tried again, this time a bit more direct. "You said earlier that I had bought these things before. What did you mean by that? I didn't even know I had been here." She glanced nervously over her shoulder, as though checking to see if anyone was listening. Then she leaned closer to me, her voice dropping to a whisper. "Look, I don't know what's going on," she said, "but you might want to be careful. People have been talking about things happening in this store. Weird things. And sometimes it's like the same people keep coming back even when they don't remember it." She stopped, her face pale as she looked around again, almost as though she feared someone might be watching. I was taken aback by her words. It felt like something out of a horror movie, but the fear in her eyes was all too real. "What do you mean? What's going on here?" She shook her head, her voice trembling. "I don't know. Just stay away for a while. Trust me, you don't want to get involved in this." And with that, she turned away, cutting our conversation short. I left the store feeling more confused and unsettled than ever. The words she had said kept echoing in my mind. People have been talking about things happening in this store. What was going on? And how was I connected to it? The questions continued to gnaw at me. Could there be something I was missing? Something I had forgotten? I spent the rest of the day looking through my phone, my bank statements, anything I could find to help explain what had happened, but no answers came. And so the mystery of the grocery store lingered. The strange encounter with the cashier, the mysterious receipt, and the cryptic warning all stayed with me, unresolved. Something wasn't right, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I was caught in the middle of something far more complicated than I understood. The only thing I knew for sure was that I couldn't go back to that store. Not yet. Story 13. It was late in the evening when I sat down at my desk, the glow of my computer screen casting a soft light across the room. I had just returned from work, feeling exhausted after a long day of meetings and emails. The apartment felt quieter than usual, the silence almost suffocating. As I settled into my chair, I thought about checking the security footage from my hallway, just to make sure everything was secure. I had become more vigilant recently, feeling a strange sense of unease whenever I was home alone. I logged into the security system and pulled up the footage from the last few nights. The camera in the hallway had always been reliable, showing a clear image of the corridor that led to my front door. As the video loaded, I watched the timestamp for the previous night flicker across the screen. Everything seemed normal at first, just the quiet, empty hallway I was used to seeing. But then, something caught my eye. Around midnight, a figure appeared in the frame, pacing back and forth in the narrow hallway. My heart skipped a beat as I leaned closer to the screen. The figure moved with a strange fluidity, almost like they were walking in a trance, their steps measured and deliberate. They were wearing dark clothing, their face obscured by the shadows. I couldn't make out any distinct features, but the presence was undeniable. It was as if they were waiting for something, or perhaps for someone. The figure paced for several minutes, back and forth without stopping, as if they were stuck in a loop. I felt a chill run down my spine as I watched the footage. I had been home last night, and yet I had not seen anyone in the hallway. I had heard nothing, seen nothing, and yet here was undeniable proof that someone had been in my apartment building. I scrolled through the footage, looking for any sign of entry or exit, but the figure appeared to simply vanish from the frame, leaving no trace behind. The hallway was empty again, as though they had never been there at all. A sense of dread washed over me as I replayed the footage. How could I have missed this? The hallway was just a few steps away from my apartment, and yet I had seen nothing. The security cameras were always supposed to catch any movement, any unusual activity. So why hadn't I noticed anything when I looked out into the hall? It made no sense. My mind raced, searching for any logical explanation, but none came. I stood up from my desk, feeling an unsettling weight in the pit of my stomach. I glanced toward the hallway, half expecting to see someone standing there, watching me. The silence was oppressive, almost suffocating. I walked slowly to the door and opened it cautiously, peering into the hallway. It was empty, as it should have been. I waited for a few moments, listening for any sounds, but all I could hear was the faint hum of the refrigerator in the kitchen. My thoughts raced as I stepped back into my apartment. The footage had shown someone moving in my hallway, yet I had seen nothing. Was it possible that the figure was a trick of the camera, a glitch in the system? I wasn't sure, but the more I thought about it, the more unsettling the whole situation became. What if the footage was real? What if someone had been there, pacing in the hall, and I hadn't noticed? I returned to my desk, my fingers trembling slightly as I replayed the footage again. I tried to analyze it more carefully, searching for any details I might have missed the first time. But no matter how many times I watched it, I couldn't make sense of what I was seeing. The figure was too vague, too elusive, to be identified with any certainty. It felt like I was chasing shadows, grasping at something that wasn't quite real. The idea that someone had been in the hallway so close to my apartment was disturbing. I had always felt safe here in this building, but now I wasn't so sure. Had I been watched? Had someone been lurking in the hallway, waiting for me to leave or return? The thought made my skin crawl, and the fact that I had seen nothing when I looked out into the hallway only made it worse. Was I being paranoid, or was there something more to this than I could understand? I turned off the security footage and sat back in my chair, trying to steady my nerves. The silence in the apartment was deafening, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. I thought about calling the building manager to ask if anyone else had reported strange activity, but I hesitated. What if they thought I was overreacting? What if there was a logical explanation for everything? Still, the footage didn't lie. Someone had been in the hallway, and I had seen no one when I looked. The more I thought about it, the more questions arose. Why hadn't the person knocked on my door or tried to interact with me? Why had they just paced back and forth without a clear purpose? The footage showed no sign of aggression or ill intent, but there was something unsettling about the entire encounter. It felt like an intrusion, like my privacy had been violated in some way, even if no harm had come from it. I glanced over at the clock, almost midnight again. My mind wandered back to the footage, replaying the strange figure pacing in the hallway, and I found myself unable to shake the unease that had settled over me. Could it have been someone I knew? A friend or acquaintance who had come by without letting me know? But then I realized no one had keys to my apartment, and I hadn't invited anyone over recently. It didn't make sense. The hours ticked by as I sat in my apartment, the feeling of being watched growing stronger. Every creak of the building, every faint noise in the distance made me jump. I found myself glancing nervously at the door, half expecting someone to appear on the other side. The footage had shown the figure pacing, and now I couldn't stop imagining them out there in the hall, waiting for me to open the door. My anxiety mounted as I considered the possibility that I might never find out who the figure was or what their intentions had been. I decided to take a walk around the building, just to clear my head. As I stepped out into the hallway, I couldn't shake the sense of dread that lingered. I walked slowly, my footsteps echoing down the empty corridor. The lights flickered overhead, casting long shadows that seemed to stretch out in front of me. As I passed the security camera, I couldn't help but glance up, wondering if it was still recording, still watching. The hallway was still and quiet, just as it had been in the footage. When I returned to my apartment, I checked the footage one last time. The figure had come and gone, leaving no trace behind. I couldn't explain it. I didn't know what to make of it. But one thing was certain: I would be keeping a much closer eye on that hallway from now on. The silence of my apartment no longer felt like comfort. It felt like a warning. The figure in the footage had been real, and I had no idea what they wanted or why they had been there. Story 14. When I first walked into my office that morning, something felt off. The usual hum of fluorescent lights overhead was accompanied by a strange quietness that seemed out of place. I stepped through the door, glancing around the room as I always did, taking in the familiar sights. But then, my eyes settled on the ceiling. The tiles above me, which had always been neatly aligned in rows, had been rearranged. What struck me immediately was the pattern, an ominous spiral that swirled inward like a vortex. I stood frozen in place, staring at the unexpected formation. I reached up to touch the ceiling, as though verifying that I wasn't imagining it. The tiles were securely in place, and yet the arrangement was unmistakable. I couldn't fathom how it had happened. The spiral was too perfect, too deliberate. It was as if the tiles had been carefully repositioned during the night, and I was left with a visual representation of something that felt wrong. A creeping sensation ran down my spine. I looked around the office, half expecting someone to jump out and say it was a prank, but there was no one there. The office was empty, the air still and quiet. The office manager was nowhere to be found, and my coworkers hadn't arrived yet. I pulled out my phone and snapped a picture of the ceiling, thinking maybe I could show it to someone later and figure out what had happened. But as I looked through the lens, something about the way the tiles appeared through the camera's viewfinder felt different. The spiral seemed to move, subtly shifting, though I knew it was impossible. I blinked a few times, convinced it was just my eyes playing tricks on me. I put my phone down, feeling a growing sense of unease. The longer I stood there, the more the spiral seemed to draw me in. It was as though the pattern was pulling me toward it, whispering something just out of reach. I stepped back, trying to shake off the sensation. My heart was racing. I forced myself to walk toward my desk, telling myself that I was being irrational. It was just a strange occurrence, an odd prank, perhaps, or a mistake made by whoever had worked in the office the night before. But no matter how hard I tried to ignore it, my eyes kept drifting upward. The spiral was mesmerizing, its perfect symmetry unsettling in its unnaturalness. I couldn't stop looking at it, and the more I looked, the more I felt like it was somehow watching me back. The room seemed to grow colder, and I shivered involuntarily, wondering if the air conditioning had suddenly kicked in. But no, it wasn't that. It was the feeling of something being wrong, of something out of place. I waited, hoping that my coworkers would arrive soon and that someone would have an explanation. Maybe they had seen something, or perhaps they would have a logical explanation for what I was seeing. But when they did arrive, none of them seemed to notice the ceiling. They walked in, greeted me, and went about their usual morning routines without so much as a glance upward. I felt a knot tighten in my stomach. Was I the only one who saw it? The spiral that felt too deliberate, too intentional. I tried to distract myself by diving into my work, but the pattern on the ceiling kept pulling my attention back. I couldn't focus. My mind kept returning to that spiral, trying to make sense of it, trying to find some logical explanation. But no matter how I looked at it, no matter how hard I tried to reason with myself, there was no explanation that made sense. How could the tiles have been rearranged like this without anyone noticing? The office was always locked at night, and I hadn't heard anything unusual when I arrived this morning. As the day went on, I found myself avoiding looking at the ceiling. I moved my desk chair slightly so that the spiral was no longer in my line of sight, but it still felt like it was there, hovering just out of view, ready to pull my attention back at any moment. I felt like I was being watched, like the pattern was somehow observing me, studying me. It was an unsettling thought, but I couldn't shake the feeling that the spiral wasn't just a random arrangement of tiles, it was purposeful. It was something, or someone, trying to communicate with me. When lunchtime came, I decided to step outside for a bit to clear my head. I needed some air, a break from the strange anxiety that had settled over me since I had first seen the ceiling. As I walked outside, I tried to shake off the tension that had built up in my chest. I took a deep breath, trying to calm myself. But the moment I stepped back into the office, I felt it again, the pull of the spiral above me. It was almost as if the room itself had changed. The air felt heavier, denser, as though something had shifted while I was away. I couldn't take it anymore. I had to know what was going on. I needed to find someone who could explain this, someone who might have an answer. I went to the building maintenance office, hoping they could shed some light on the situation. The maintenance worker, a man I had seen around the office building but had never really spoken to, looked at me with a raised eyebrow when I explained what had happened. "Spiral pattern on the ceiling," he repeated, clearly confused. "That's odd. We didn't do any work on the ceiling. No one's been up there recently." He paused, looking at me with a strange expression. "Are you sure you're seeing things clearly? Maybe it's just the way the light hits the tiles." I shook my head, feeling more frustrated than ever. "I'm not imagining it. It's not just the light. The tiles are in a spiral pattern. They've been rearranged." He frowned, then shrugged. "I'll take a look, but I don't know what to tell you. We haven't had any reports of unusual activity, and I haven't heard anything about ceiling work being done." He walked off, and I was left standing there, feeling more isolated than ever. I returned to my office, hoping that the maintenance worker would be able to offer some kind of explanation, but part of me doubted he would. No one seemed to understand. The spiral felt more real with each passing moment, its presence haunting every corner of the room. I glanced up again, and for the first time I thought I saw something in the center of the spiral. There was a faint shimmer, a brief flicker that seemed almost like a reflection of light. My heart skipped a beat, and I quickly turned away. I couldn't stay there. I couldn't continue to work in a room that felt so wrong. The spiral on the ceiling was no longer just an oddity, it was a constant presence, a reminder that something was out of place. I needed answers, and I needed them fast. As the day wore on, I continued to feel the weight of the spiral above me. like it was silently watching, waiting for me to figure it out. I knew I had to leave, but I didn't know where to go. No one seemed to notice the change, and that in itself was more unsettling than anything else. The spiral, the rearranged tiles, was something only I seemed to see, something that only I seemed to understand. And as I packed my things to leave for the day, I couldn't shake the feeling that this was only the beginning. The office, my workplace, had become a place of mystery, a place I wasn't sure I could trust anymore. Story 15. It was an ordinary afternoon when I left the office. The streets were bustling with the usual crowd of commuters, tourists, and passers-by, all lost in their own world. I was walking to my car, trying to keep my mind occupied with thoughts of what I would do once I got home, maybe catch up on some TV, take a walk, or relax with a good book. It was supposed to be just another uneventful day, but as I turned a corner, something strange happened. A group of strangers appeared ahead of me on the sidewalk. I didn't think much of it at first, just a few people standing in a loose cluster, talking amongst themselves. But as I approached, I felt something shift. They all stopped what they were doing and turned to look directly at me. The suddenness of their attention was unnerving, like a spotlight had been cast on me out of nowhere. I instinctively slowed my pace, trying to figure out why they were staring. Their faces were all blank, expressionless, as though they were studying me, waiting for something. I couldn't understand why they would all stop like that, why they would all look at me. For a moment I thought I must have been imagining it, that I had somehow become hyper-aware of their presence. But then, one of them, a woman with short, dark hair, leaned toward the others and whispered something. It was so quiet, I could barely make it out, but the words were unmistakable. Not yet. The phrase echoed in my mind, its meaning unclear but chilling. The moment the words left her lips, the group seemed to lose interest and went back to whatever conversation they had been having, as if nothing had happened. They resumed talking, laughing even, as if nothing out of the ordinary had occurred. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something had just happened, something important. Why had they all looked at me? Why had they whispered that phrase? My heart began to race, and I instinctively glanced around to make sure I wasn't imagining things. No one else seemed to have noticed what had just happened. People walked by as if everything was perfectly normal. I couldn't help but feel a growing unease. Who were these people? Why had they said what they did? Not yet. The phrase was haunting, and its cryptic nature only made it more unsettling. It wasn't as though I had done anything unusual. I had simply been walking down the street like anyone else. But for some reason, this group of strangers had singled me out. As I walked away, my steps felt heavier, as though the weight of what had just happened was starting to settle on my shoulders. The more I thought about it, the more questions began to fill my mind. What did not yet mean? Who were these people, and why had they been waiting for me? And most importantly, why had they said it at all? I tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was just a coincidence, some random phrase muttered by someone in passing. Maybe I had misunderstood it, or maybe they hadn't been talking to me at all. But deep down, I knew that wasn't the case. The way they all stopped, the way they all looked at me at once, it felt deliberate, purposeful, like they had been expecting me, like they had been waiting for this moment. That night, as I tried to go to sleep, I kept replaying the encounter in my head. The group, the whisper, the strange phrase. I couldn't let go of it. The more I thought about it, the more I became convinced that something significant was tied to that moment. Something I couldn't yet understand. It was as if I had crossed some invisible line, and now things were different. Days passed, but the unease lingered. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, that somehow those strangers were still keeping track of me. I would catch myself looking over my shoulder, half expecting to see the same group of people standing in my path again, but they never appeared. No one ever mentioned anything about the incident, and I tried to convince myself that it was just a strange, random event. Yet there was always that voice in the back of my mind, whispering that something was coming, that the phrase "not yet" was more than just an odd moment in time. Then, one evening, just as I was about to leave work, I noticed something strange. As I walked out the door, I saw a familiar face in the crowd. It was one of the strangers from that day standing on the opposite side of the street, watching me. I froze for a second, my breath catching in my throat. Was it the same person? It was hard to tell from across the street, but something about her seemed so familiar. She wasn't alone either. There were two others standing with her, just a few paces behind, as though they were waiting for something. I quickly turned away, my heart pounding in my chest. The memory of the earlier encounter came rushing back, and I couldn't ignore the growing sense of dread. Why were they following me? What did "not yet" mean? And why was it still echoing in my mind? That night I found it difficult to sleep. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, that there were eyes on me even in the comfort of my own home. It wasn't just the encounter from earlier in the day, it was something deeper, something I couldn't explain. I was starting to feel like a puppet in someone else's game, like they were waiting for the right moment to pull the strings. The next few days passed in a blur. I tried to go about my life as usual, but the sense of unease never left me. Everywhere I went, I felt like I was being observed. I would see familiar faces in places where I didn't expect to, always just out of the corner of my eye. I became hyper-aware of my surroundings, always looking for the group of strangers, always searching for any sign that something was about to happen. And then, it happened. One evening, as I was walking home from work, I saw them again. The same group of strangers standing at the same street corner, waiting. This time, they didn't stop me or whisper anything. They just watched. I could feel their gaze on me, heavy and unblinking. As I walked past them, I heard the same woman whisper again, though this time the words were different. "Now." I froze. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up, and I turned to look at them. But before I could process what had just happened, they were gone. Vanished, as though they had never been there at all. I stood there for a moment, trying to catch my breath. The moment felt surreal, as though I had just stepped out of a dream. But it wasn't a dream. It was real. And I had no idea what had just occurred or what it meant for me. But one thing was clear: "not yet" was no longer just a strange phrase. It was a warning. And now whatever was coming, whatever they had been waiting for, had finally arrived. Story 16. It had been a typical morning at the store. The sun was shining through the windows, casting a warm glow over the shelves, and the usual hum of conversation filled the air. I had just finished stocking a few items on the counter when a customer approached the register. I greeted them with a smile, ready to ring them up like I had done 100 times before. They seemed normal enough, holding a small basket filled with groceries, nothing out of the ordinary. I began scanning the items, the beeping of the register blending with the soft background music. I glanced at the screen to check the total, but before I could even announce it, the customer reached into their pocket and pulled out the exact amount of cash. Without hesitation, they handed it to me, the bills neatly stacked, as if they had been prepared for this exact moment. I blinked in surprise, my mind racing for an explanation. How did they know the total? I hadn't said anything yet. I haven't told you the total yet," I said, feeling a bit awkward as I took the cash. The customer gave me a small, almost knowing smile and didn't respond. They just stood there, patiently waiting for me to finish ringing up the rest of their items. I quickly looked at the register again, double-checking the amount. It was exactly what the customer had handed me. Not a penny more, not a penny less. I tried to brush off the strange feeling bubbling up in my chest. Maybe they had just seen the total pop up on the screen by accident, or maybe they were simply a little too quick with their payment. But the more I thought about it, the more unsettling it seemed. There was no way they could have known exactly, down to the last cent, how much their groceries cost without me saying anything. I finished processing their transaction and handed them their change, which they took without comment. They smiled at me again, thanked me, and left the store. As they walked out the door, I stood there for a moment, still holding the receipt and feeling strangely unsettled. How had they done it? It wasn't just the fact that they had paid the exact amount, it was the way they had done it. So calmly, so matter-of-factly, like it was something they did every day. I glanced at the cash register again, trying to make sense of it. Had I somehow made a mistake in ringing up their items? But no, everything was correct. There was no reason for the total to be anything other than what it was. I couldn't explain it, and the more I thought about it, the more it bothered me. There had to be a rational explanation, right? It couldn't just be some weird coincidence, could it? The rest of the day passed by uneventfully, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something odd had happened. The memory of that customer handing me the exact change kept playing in my mind. I had worked in retail for years, and I had seen my fair share of strange interactions, but this was different. There was an air of certainty about it, like they already knew what the total was going to be before I did. That night, when I got home, I found myself thinking about it again. I tried to rationalize it, telling myself that it was just a fluke, a weird moment that would fade with time. But the more I thought about it, the more I wondered if there was something more to it. Could they have somehow known? Or was it all just a coincidence? I tried not to dwell on it too much. After all, it was just one strange encounter. But every time I thought about it, I felt that same uneasy feeling, that same sense that something had happened that I couldn't explain. Maybe it was nothing, just my mind playing tricks on me. Or maybe, just maybe, it was something more, something I wasn't quite ready to understand. As the days passed, I continued with my routine, but I couldn't help but notice that I kept seeing the same customer in the store at odd times. They would always seem to show up when I was working, and they always seemed to be carrying just enough cash to cover whatever they were buying. At first, I told myself it was just a coincidence. But after a few more encounters, I began to feel like I was being watched. It wasn't just that they knew the total before I did. It was the way they seemed to anticipate everything I was going to do, every move I was going to make. The next time they came in, I decided to test it. I waited until the last moment, making sure to scan all of their items slowly, watching the register screen carefully. But before I could say a word, they reached into their pocket and handed me the exact amount again. This time I didn't even need to look at the screen to know it was correct. I felt a cold shiver run down my spine. "How do you do that?" I blurted out before I could stop myself. The customer paused for a moment, and then, with that same small smile, they said, "It's simple. You just have to know." I didn't understand what they meant. I wanted to ask more questions, to demand answers, but something stopped me. It wasn't just the weirdness of the situation, it was the way they said it, like they were sharing some kind of secret that I wasn't meant to understand. I finished ringing them up, handed them their receipt, and watched them leave the store again, the door closing quietly behind them. I stood there for a few moments, feeling a mix of confusion and unease. I wanted to shake it off, to go back to business as usual, but I couldn't. The customer's words echoed in my mind. You just have to know. I didn't know what to make of it. Maybe I was overthinking it. Maybe I was just tired or stressed out, and my mind was playing tricks on me. But every time I saw that customer again, every time they handed me the exact change before I could say a word, the strange feeling never went away. It was like they knew something I didn't, something I couldn't quite grasp. I couldn't shake the thought. What was going on? How could they know? And what did they mean by you just have to know? Story 17. It was late in the evening when I decided to take a walk, needing to clear my mind after a long day. The neighborhood was quiet, the kind of peaceful silence that only late-night walks can offer. The street was nearly empty, save for the occasional car driving by, its headlights briefly illuminating the path ahead. I could feel the cool night air on my face as I walked, my footsteps echoing in the stillness. There was a slight chill, but nothing too uncomfortable. I was lost in my thoughts, the familiar rhythm of my steps calming me. As I walked further down the street, I noticed something strange. The street light near my house, the one I passed by every day, flickered briefly, its light dimming for a second before returning to normal. I didn't think much of it at first, chalking it up to a faulty bulb or something similar. But then, as I took another step forward, it happened again. The light flickered off and on, just as I moved. I stopped in my tracks, puzzled. Could it be a coincidence? I stood still for a moment, watching the light closely. As soon as I started walking again, the flickering began once more, perfectly timed with my steps. Step flicker, step flicker. My heart skipped a beat. There was no way this could be a coincidence. The timing was too perfect, too deliberate. The streetlight seemed to respond to me as though it was following my movement. I stopped once more, feeling the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. The light went back to its usual steady glow, as if nothing had happened. My curiosity grew. I wasn't sure what to make of it, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. I resumed walking slowly, my steps deliberate and measured, trying to see if the same thing would happen again. And sure enough, as soon as I took another step, the light flickered, matching my pace. Step, flicker. Step, flicker. I quickened my pace, and the light responded, flickering faster, as if it were trying to keep up with me. I stopped abruptly, my thoughts racing. I had no idea what was going on. There was something unnerving about the situation, like the streetlight was somehow aware of my movements. It felt almost like I was being watched, and the flickering light was its way of drawing my attention, of communicating something. But what could it be? Why would a streetlight behave like this? I looked around the empty street, half expecting to see someone else. Maybe a prankster or passerby with some kind of device controlling the light, but the street was still and silent. I started walking again, this time slower, watching the light carefully. It flickered in sync with my steps once more. Step flicker, step flicker. The pattern was undeniable. It was as if the streetlight was reacting to my every movement. It didn't matter if I walked fast or slow. The light adjusted itself in perfect harmony with my pace. I felt a sense of unease creeping in, a cold shiver running down my spine. I had never experienced anything like this before. Streetlights didn't work like this, right? I considered turning back, but there was something about the rhythm of the flickering that was captivating, like I was part of something, or that something wanted me to stay. It was almost hypnotic, and for a moment I felt like I was in sync with the very pulse of the street, as if we were all part of some strange, unspoken dance. I took a deep breath, trying to calm myself, but I couldn't shake the feeling that this was no coincidence. I reached into my pocket and pulled out my phone, hoping to distract myself with a text or an email. But before I could even unlock it, I heard something distant, barely audible, but unmistakable. A sound like someone walking behind me. I turned quickly, my heart racing, but there was no one there. The street was empty, as it had been the entire time. I turned back to the streetlight, my mind spinning. The flickering continued, still in perfect sync with my every movement. My footsteps echoed louder in the still night air as I quickened my pace again, but this time, the flickering grew more erratic. The light blinked faster, more urgently, almost as if it were struggling to keep up. I stopped once more, feeling an overwhelming sense of dread wash over me. Something wasn't right. I looked up at the sky, as if searching for some sort of explanation, but the stars were hidden behind a thin veil of clouds. Everything around me felt still, but there was an underlying tension, a feeling that I was no longer alone. The flickering light seemed to be drawing me in, beckoning me to continue, but I wasn't sure if I wanted to follow. My instincts screamed at me to turn around and go back inside, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I needed to see it through. Just as I was about to take another step, the light flickered once more, and then it went out completely. The sudden darkness around me felt suffocating, as if the world had momentarily paused. I stood frozen for a moment, my breath caught in my throat, trying to adjust to the sudden absence of light. Then, without warning, the light flickered back on, but this time it was brighter than before. I took a cautious step forward, and the light responded immediately, flickering faster, almost erratically, as if it were trying to get my attention. I stopped again, my heart racing. What was happening? Why was this light behaving like this? My mind raced with possibilities, none of them comforting. I looked around once more, hoping for an explanation, but all I saw was the same empty street. I decided then that I had had enough. I turned on my heel and started walking back toward my house, the flickering light still in sync with my every step. But as I moved farther away, the light seemed to fade, the flickering slowing down until it was back to its normal rhythm. It was as if the light was finally letting me go, its attention shifting elsewhere. When I reached my front door, I didn't look back. I quickly unlocked the door and stepped inside, closing it behind me, my breath still quick and shallow. I leaned against the door, my mind spinning, trying to make sense of what had just happened. The flickering light, the strange feeling of being watched, it didn't make sense. But as I stood there, alone in my house, I couldn't shake the eerie feeling that whatever had been following me outside had somehow come inside with me. Story 18. I was sitting at my desk, sipping my coffee and preparing for the busy day ahead when I glanced at my phone. The usual reminders and notifications were there: meetings, appointments, tasks to be done. But something caught my eye as I scrolled down. There, in my calendar app, was a time slot that had been blocked out. The title of the event made my heart skip a beat. You'll see. No other details, just those 3 words staring back at me. I stared at it, confusion creeping in. I didn't recall setting any appointment or reminder like this. My calendar was usually organized and filled with work-related events, but this was different. I immediately checked the date and time. The event was set for later in the afternoon, just a few hours away. I had no recollection of adding it. I thought maybe it was a mistake, perhaps some glitch or syncing issue. I opened my calendar settings, wondering if I had accidentally set it up while distracted. But no, there was nothing unusual in the settings. The event simply read, "You'll see." No context, no description, just a vague, unsettling message. I tried to push the feeling of unease aside, brushing it off as a random error, but as the hours passed, I couldn't shake the growing curiosity and dread about what was going to happen. Every time I checked my phone, the event was still there, and the words "you'll see" seemed to echo in my mind. It was as though something was waiting for me, something I wasn't prepared for. I didn't want to believe it was anything important, but the more I thought about it, the more I felt like I was being drawn into something I couldn't control. As the afternoon approached, I found myself anxiously glancing at the clock. I still had no idea what the event could be. I checked my calendar again and again, looking for any signs of what was going on, but there was nothing. Just that ominous message. "You'll see." The vague, cryptic words were starting to feel like a threat rather than a reminder. I told myself it was just my imagination running wild, but deep down, I couldn't help but wonder if there was something more to it. By the time the event was nearing, I had convinced myself that it was a mistake, just some glitch or error in my phone system. Maybe it was a reminder from an app I didn't recognize or a spam event that had somehow slipped into my calendar. But I couldn't ignore the nagging feeling that something important was about to happen. I tried to focus on my work, but the anticipation was overwhelming. Every time I looked at my phone, I was reminded of that message, "You'll see." It was as if it was taunting me, pulling me deeper into some unknown situation. The moment the time on my phone matched the blocked out event, I hesitated. I wasn't sure what I was expecting, but I felt compelled to check. I opened my calendar app one more time, fully expecting the event to either disappear or show some kind of additional details. But it didn't. The words "you'll see" were still there, as though they had been etched into the calendar forever. I checked my notifications, my messages, everything. There was nothing else out of the ordinary. Everything seemed calm, quiet, but that was the problem. It was too calm. I stood up from my desk, pacing around my room. My mind raced. Was this some kind of sick joke? Was I being pranked by someone who had access to my phone? I tried calling my friends, asking if they knew anything about the event, but no one had any answers. They hadn't received any strange messages or seen anything unusual. My phone was mine and mine alone. No one else could have added the event. I sat back down, staring at the screen. The clock ticked by. The time passed, but nothing happened. I felt both relieved and disappointed at the same time. There was no grand revelation, no surprise, no sudden event. The day continued, and nothing about the blocked out time made any sense. I checked my calendar again. Still there, unchanged. I closed the app, hoping the whole thing would disappear. But even as I moved on with the rest of my day, something about the message lingered. It was unsettling in a way I couldn't explain. "You'll see." What did that even mean? It had felt like a warning, like something I was supposed to experience, but nothing happened. It didn't feel like something that was meant to be a part of my schedule, like a regular meeting or appointment. It felt out of place. I couldn't stop thinking about it. That night, as I lay in bed, my phone screen lit up again. I hadn't received any notifications, so the sudden light startled me. I picked up my phone and saw that my calendar app had opened on its own. The event that had appeared earlier that day, the one titled "You'll See," was still there, but now there was something new. The title had changed, adding one more word: "You'll see. Soon." My heart raced as I read those words. What did this mean? Who was behind this? Why was this happening to me? I felt a chill run down my spine as I stared at the screen. This wasn't just some mistake. This was deliberate. Someone had added this to my phone, and now it seemed like they were trying to tell me something or warn me about something. I set my phone down, feeling the weight of dread settle over me. I didn't know what to expect next, but I couldn't ignore the sinking feeling in my gut. Something was coming, something I wasn't prepared for, and whatever it was connected to that message. Words "you'll see" haunted me. I didn't know when it would happen, but I knew it was only a matter of time before I would find out exactly what that message meant. The hours dragged on and I couldn't sleep. My mind kept racing, replaying the events of the day and wondering if I had missed something. Had I forgotten something important? Was there some kind of clue I had overlooked? I didn't know, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was looming, just out of sight, waiting for me to discover it. The next morning, I woke up to find my phone screen lit up again. My heart skipped a beat as I grabbed it, fearing what I might find. This time, the event had been updated again, but now it had a location attached to it. The title read, "You'll see soon, at the park." The address was familiar, a local park I visited occasionally to take walks, but I had no memory of adding this to my calendar. I hadn't planned any trip to the park that day. I hadn't even mentioned it to anyone. I hesitated, uncertain of what to do. Was this a coincidence, or was it something more? I felt the unease return, that nagging sense that something was wrong, something was about to happen. I couldn't ignore it anymore. My phone had led me here, and I didn't know why, but I knew I had to go. I got dressed quickly, my heart pounding in my chest. I wasn't sure what I was walking into, but the cryptic messages had drawn me in, and now I felt compelled to see it through. As I drove to the park, my thoughts were a whirlwind. I kept checking my phone, making sure everything was still on track. The event was still there, still guiding me, still telling me that I would see. But see what? I didn't know. When I arrived at the park, I got out of my car and looked around. The place was quiet, almost eerily so, with no one in sight. I felt the hairs on the back of my neck stand up as I walked further in, scanning the area. The air was thick with tension, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. And then I saw it. In the distance, there was a figure standing near a bench, just standing there, unmoving. I couldn't make out their features from where I stood, but something about them felt familiar. My heart raced as I slowly made my way toward them, every step feeling heavier than the last. I didn't know what was happening, but I had to know who was behind this. As I approached, the figure turned to face me, and in that moment I recognized them. It was me. The person standing in front of me was a version of myself, same face, same clothes, but there was something off about them. A smile that didn't quite reach their eyes, a stillness that felt unnatural. And then they spoke. "I told you you'd see." Story 19. Keen. The coffee cup I left on my desk was moved closer to the edge when I came back. I stared at it for a long moment, trying to figure out how it had happened. I knew for sure that I hadn't touched it since I left it there earlier. It had been placed carefully, right in the center of my desk, far from the edge, as if I had been cautious not to knock it over. But now it was pushed to the brink, just barely hanging off the side. I felt a chill run down my spine as I wondered who could have moved it. Was I imagining things, or had someone been in my office? I scanned the room, half expecting to see someone lurking in the corner, but there was no one. The office was empty, just the way I had left it. I hadn't heard anyone enter, and I was certain I had locked the door behind me. My mind raced, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. Maybe I had done it without realizing, maybe I had nudged it in passing, or the desk had shifted somehow. But I knew deep down that wasn't the case. The cup had definitely been moved intentionally, and it had been placed in a way that felt deliberate. I bent down to pick it up, my fingers brushing the ceramic. The weight of it felt the same, but the unease in my chest grew. I was starting to feel like I was being watched, like someone was playing some sort of game with me. I looked around again, trying to spot any other signs of something out of the ordinary, but everything else seemed fine. Nothing else was out of place, and yet I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. I decided to push the thought out of my mind and get back to work, but the image of the cup hanging so dangerously close to falling off the desk stayed with me. The rest of the day passed uneventfully, though I couldn't stop thinking about the coffee cup. It seemed so small, so insignificant in the grand scheme of things, but the more I thought about it, the more it bothered me. I couldn't explain it, but it felt like a message, like someone was trying to send me a warning without actually saying a word. Why move it closer to the edge? What was the point? Was it an accident, or was it a deliberate attempt to unsettle me? As the evening approached, I packed up my things, still feeling uneasy. The desk seemed normal again, but I couldn't shake the thought of the cup. I locked up and left the office, my mind still racing. Who would have moved it? And why? The next morning I came in early, determined to put the strange incident behind me. When I walked into my office, I saw something that made my stomach drop. The coffee cup was back on my desk, once again moved closer to the edge. It was exactly where it had been the day before. I froze, unable to move for a moment, my heart pounding in my chest. I hadn't touched it, and no one else had been in the office. I was sure of it. I checked the door to make sure it was still locked, and it was. No one could have entered without my knowing. I felt like I was losing my mind. How was this happening? It didn't make any sense. I knew I had left it in the center of the desk, far away from the edge. So how could it have been moved again, in exactly the same way? I tried to calm myself, telling myself it was just a coincidence. Maybe I had just misremembered where I had left it. Maybe the desk had shifted again, causing the cup to move. But deep down, I knew that wasn't the case. This wasn't just some mistake. It felt like a message, but what was it trying to tell me? I picked up the cup again, my fingers trembling slightly as I held it. It felt the same as it always did, smooth, warm, comforting in its familiar weight. But I couldn't shake the feeling that it wasn't just an ordinary coffee cup anymore. It had become a symbol of something I couldn't understand, something that seemed to be taunting me. I took a deep breath, trying to focus, and decided to push the unsettling thought to the back of my mind. I had work to do, and I couldn't let something so trivial distract me. But no matter how much I tried to concentrate, the coffee cup kept drawing my attention like an itch I couldn't scratch. Each time I looked at it, I couldn't help but wonder who had moved it, and why. The next few days passed in a blur. I tried to go about my normal routine, but the strange occurrence with the coffee cup kept gnawing at me. Every time I walked into my office, I found it closer to the edge, just like before. I began to dread the sight of it, almost afraid to enter my office, wondering if it would be there, waiting for me. And each time I saw it, I felt a little more unsettled, as if I were being slowly drawn into something I couldn't escape. I asked around, casually, if anyone had been in my office. I told a few co-workers about the strange events with the cup, but none of them seemed to know anything. They laughed it off, thinking it was just a mistake. But I knew better. I had been there, and I knew that the cup had been moved deliberately. It wasn't some random occurrence, it was a message. But what was it trying to say? One evening, as I was about to leave the office for the night, I decided to stay a little longer. I wanted to catch whoever had been moving my cup. I hid in the corner of the room out of sight, waiting in the silence, listening for any sound that might give away the person responsible. The minutes dragged on, and nothing happened. No one came in, no footsteps echoed in the hallway. I sat there for hours, but I never saw a thing. The next day I came in, exhausted from the night before, only to find that the cup had been moved again. This time it was almost completely hanging off the edge. I stared at it, heart pounding in my chest, feeling the weight of something sinister in the air. I had been there all night, and no one had come in. So how could this be happening? I couldn't take it anymore. I had to know what was going on. I needed answers. I decided to take a different approach. I started keeping a journal, documenting everything that happened with the cup. I wrote down the exact time I left the office, the exact time I returned, every little detail. I thought that if I could track the movements of the cup, I might be able to figure out what was going on. But no matter what I did, the cup always ended up closer to the edge. It was as if it had a mind of its own, as if someone, or something, was controlling it. The more I tried to understand it, the more impossible it seemed to explain. Days turned into weeks, and the coffee cup continued its slow, deliberate journey to the edge of the desk. And with each movement, the feeling of being watched, of being trapped in something I couldn't escape, grew stronger. Story 20. I was sitting at my desk, working through the usual stack of paperwork, when the doorbell rang unexpectedly. I wasn't expecting anyone, and the sudden interruption caught me off guard. I walked to the door and peered through the peephole, not recognizing the person standing outside. A man in a nondescript coat carrying a plain white envelope was standing there. His face was neutral, and his expression was unreadable. I hesitated for a moment before opening the door. He didn't say anything at first, just held out the envelope, handing it to me without a word. It was strange, even more so because of the eerie silence between us. I reached out to take it, feeling a slight chill run down my spine as our fingers brushed. He turned and walked away before I could even ask who he was or why he was there. It was as if he was simply a messenger, delivering something he had no connection to. The whole encounter felt off, but I dismissed it as nothing more than a bizarre coincidence. I closed the door and made my way back to the living room, the envelope still in my hand. The plain white paper was a stark contrast against the dark wooden table I set it on. I stared at it for a moment, not sure what to expect. There was no return address, no indication of who it was from or why it had come. My mind raced with questions, none of which made any sense. Why had someone sent me something? Why had they left it at my door instead of mailing it through the proper channels? With a deep breath, I finally opened the envelope. Inside was a single piece of paper, and when I unfolded it, I froze. The address written on the paper was not my current address. It wasn't even an address I had lived at for years. The address was the one from my childhood home, a place I hadn't lived in over a decade. The familiar old street name, the house number, it all came rushing back in an instant. But why was it written there? Who would send me something to an address that no longer had any significance to me? My heart began to race as I examined the letter more closely. The handwriting was neat and precise, but it wasn't familiar to me. It wasn't anyone I recognized, not from the people I'd known back then, or even from anyone in my life now. The message was short, only a few lines, but it sent a shiver down my spine. The letter simply read, "Do you remember where you left it?" It wasn't signed, and there were no further details. I stood there, staring at the words, trying to make sense of it. What was it referring to? What had I left? My mind struggled to make the connection, but it was as if the letter was taunting me. reminding me of something I couldn't quite grasp. I hadn't thought about that house or that address in years, and yet here it was, brought back into my life by a stranger. I tried to focus, retracing my steps through my childhood. The house had been sold a long time ago, and the people who lived there now were strangers to me. I hadn't been back since we moved out, not even for a visit. What could this stranger possibly want with me? And why now, after all this time? I couldn't shake the feeling that something more was going on. The man who had delivered the envelope hadn't said anything. He hadn't tried to explain it. He hadn't even looked at me as I took the letter from him. It felt like he was simply the messenger, delivering something that wasn't his to question. But the more I thought about it, the more I realized that I couldn't just ignore this. Someone out there knew something about me, something from my past, something I hadn't thought about in years. I sat down at my desk, still holding the letter, trying to make sense of it all. My mind raced as I thought of all the possibilities. Could it be a joke? Was someone playing some kind of elaborate prank on me? But the more I considered that possibility, the more I ruled it out. There was nothing about this situation that seemed like a joke. The envelope had been delivered in person, the address was real, and the message felt too personal to be a mere prank. I decided to call a few people from my past, hoping that someone might know something about this. I picked up my phone and dialed the number of my old childhood friend, someone who had lived on the same street as I did. She picked up on the second ring, and I quickly explained the situation to her. Her voice sounded confused as I described the letter, but she didn't have any answers for me. She hadn't received anything like it, and she didn't recognize the handwriting or the address. She suggested I might be overthinking things, but I couldn't shake the feeling that there was more to this than she realized. I hung up and stared at the letter again. What was I supposed to do with this? I had no leads, no clues, just an old address from my childhood and a cryptic message. I tried to think of any events from my past that might relate to this letter, but nothing came to mind. It was as if my past had been wiped clean, leaving only vague memories and unanswered questions. As the evening wore on, the strange sense of unease continued to grow. It felt like I was being watched, like something from my past was reaching out to me from the shadows. Every time I looked at the letter, I felt a growing sense of urgency, as if time was running out, and I needed to figure out what it meant before it was too late. I couldn't help but feel like I was being drawn into something much bigger than myself, something I couldn't control. The more I thought about the letter, the more I realized that I couldn't simply ignore it. Whoever had sent it knew something, and I needed to find out what it was. The fact that they had chosen to send it to an address I hadn't lived at in so long only added to the mystery. The next day, I made the decision to go back to the house. I knew it had been sold, but I couldn't shake the feeling that there was something I needed to find there. Maybe the letter was a clue, a piece of a puzzle that I hadn't yet put together. Maybe there was something at the house that would make all of this make sense. I drove to the neighborhood where I had grown up, the familiar streets still looking the same after all these years. As I pulled up to the house, I felt a strange mixture of nostalgia and anxiety. The house was still there, but it didn't feel like mine anymore. It felt like a place I had left behind, a place where I no longer belonged. But I had to go inside. I had to find out what was waiting for me. I knocked on the door, and a woman answered, looking at me with a mixture of curiosity and suspicion. I explained who I was and asked if I could take a look around, just for a few minutes. After a brief hesitation, she agreed, though she didn't seem too pleased about it. As I walked through the house, memories flooded back, memories of my childhood, of the people I had known, of the life I had left behind. But nothing seemed out of the ordinary. There were no hidden messages, no clues to explain the letter. It felt like a house full of ghosts, a place where the past was locked away, forgotten. I left without finding anything, but I couldn't shake the feeling that the answer was right in front of me. Someone knew something. Someone was watching. And they had sent me a message that I needed to decipher before it was too late. Story 21. The voicemail on my phone was a single phrase in my own voice, saying, "Don't bother running." I stared at the screen for a long moment, not understanding what I was hearing. It didn't make sense. The voice was unmistakably mine, the words clear and deliberate, yet I hadn't recorded them. I hadn't called myself. I was alone, sitting in my living room, just going about my evening when my phone buzzed with a new voicemail. But the message was something I could never have said or would ever want to. I replayed the message, hoping it was a mistake or some glitch in the system. But it wasn't. The voice on the voicemail was mine, and the words were cold, like a warning, chilling my spine. I immediately tried calling back the number that had left the message, but the call went straight to voicemail. No one picked up, and I felt the oddest sense of dread creeping over me. It was as if the message wasn't just a random occurrence, but something deliberate, something personal. I sat back on the couch, staring at the phone in my hands, my mind racing. Who could have left that message? How did they have access to my voicemail? No one knew I was alone at home tonight. No one knew anything about my plans, and certainly no one could have replicated my voice so perfectly. The message repeated in my mind, "Don't bother running." I couldn't shake it off. I had to figure out what was going on and why. I glanced around the room, half expecting someone to be standing in the doorway watching me, but the house was silent. I stood up and moved cautiously to the window, peering outside. The street was empty, the lights casting shadows on the pavement. No one was out there. No cars passing by, no people walking, just the stillness of the night. But that didn't bring me any comfort. In fact, it made the feeling of being watched even stronger. I went to check all the locks on the doors and windows, double-checking every latch and bolt. It was like I couldn't trust anything anymore. How had someone gotten into my voicemail? How did they know I was home, alone? A part of me wanted to think it was some kind of prank, but deep down I knew it was more than that. It felt like a threat, a warning of something far worse. After making sure everything was locked up tight, I tried to distract myself with a movie. But the thought of the voicemail kept creeping into my mind, dragging my attention away from the screen. Every little noise, the hum of the fridge, the creak of the floorboard seemed louder now, more ominous. I glanced at my phone, still holding on to the same voicemail. I replayed it again, but this time, something was different. The message sounded clearer, more distinct, like it was meant to echo in my thoughts. I set the phone down and moved away from the couch. I couldn't stay there any longer. The longer I listened to that voicemail, the more it felt like the walls were closing in on me, as if something was lurking just outside my vision, just out of reach. I grabbed my keys, thinking I needed to leave, get out, but I hesitated. Where would I go? Who would I even tell? There was no one I could trust with this. I felt alone in a way I had never experienced before. I decided to call a friend, but as the phone rang, my hand started to tremble. What if they didn't answer? What if no one believed me? The voicemail had shaken me more than I was willing to admit. My mind kept returning to that one chilling phrase, "Don't bother running." I had to know what it meant, why it had been sent to me. When my friend answered, I rushed to explain what had happened. I must have sounded frantic, because they didn't seem to know how to respond. "Jen, you're sure you didn't record that message yourself?" they asked. Of course I was sure. I hadn't done anything like that. But they kept asking, repeating questions in different ways, trying to make sense of it. I could tell they didn't understand the fear in my voice, and it made me feel even more isolated. I hung up after a few minutes, feeling no more comforted than before. I set the phone down and glanced toward the door, unsure of what I was waiting for. The silence in the house was deafening, like something was about to break it. I almost wanted to scream, but I wasn't sure who I was yelling for. That's when I heard it. A faint scratching sound. It was coming from the walls, but it was so quiet I could barely hear it. I walked slowly toward the source of the noise, my heart pounding in my chest. It wasn't the house settling, it wasn't the wind, and it certainly wasn't something normal. As I moved closer to the wall, the scratching grew louder, more distinct. It was as though something or someone was on the other side of the drywall. I pressed my ear against the wall, straining to hear, my breath shallow. The scratching stopped abruptly, and for a moment there was complete silence. Then came the sound that made my blood run cold, a voice. It was faint, almost a whisper, but it was unmistakable. The same voice that had left the voicemail. It wasn't loud, but it was close. Don't bother running. I stumbled back, my body frozen in fear. The message was coming from the wall. I didn't know how it was possible, but it didn't matter. It was real. I couldn't explain it, but there was no denying it. I ran to the door, throwing it open and stepping outside into the cold night air. My mind was racing, trying to process everything that had happened. But the street was still empty, just like it had been before. I turned back to my house, and that's when I saw it. The phone was sitting on the porch. The same phone I had been using all evening. I had left it on the table inside. How had it gotten out there? I moved closer, and as I reached down to pick it up, the voicemail buzzed again. Another message. I didn't even need to listen to it. I already knew what it would say. Don't bother running. Story 22. I woke up that morning to an odd, almost imperceptible sound. At first, I thought it was the wind, or maybe the house settling. But when I opened my eyes, I realized something was different. The framed picture on my nightstand, the one I had cherished for years, had cracked right down the center. I reached out to touch it, half expecting the glass to be shattered, but to my surprise, the glass remained completely undisturbed. It was as if the frame itself had split, but the protective cover was still intact, without a single scratch or crack. Confusion settled over me like a thick fog. The picture had been there for as long as I could remember, a reminder of an important moment in my life, one I had never thought would change. The image, though slightly faded, had always brought me comfort, and yet now it seemed off, like something had subtly shifted in the world around it. I looked at the picture more closely, trying to make sense of what had happened, but the scene was as it had always been, a snapshot of a moment frozen in time. I glanced at the crack again, and a shiver ran down my spine as I realized it wasn't just a random fracture. It seemed purposeful, like something had deliberately cut through it. I couldn't understand how the glass could remain perfect while the frame broke so cleanly. It wasn't like the glass had been protected by anything, nor had I noticed any disturbance around the frame. I had gone to bed the night before without a thought of anything out of the ordinary. Now I found myself staring at it, as though the image itself held some secret. I wondered if I was imagining things or if this was some kind of sign, but nothing about it seemed normal. It didn't make sense. The picture didn't even feel like my own anymore. The once familiar scene now felt like an enigma, distant and cold. I picked up the picture, the weight of it suddenly feeling foreign in my hands. There was no sign of damage on the glass, yet the frame's crack was undeniable. I turned it over, half expecting to find something on the back that could explain what had happened. But there was nothing, just the familiar markings from when I'd framed it years ago. The crack seemed to grow as I held it, almost as if the frame was telling me something I wasn't yet ready to understand. I placed it back on the nightstand, my mind racing with possibilities. Could it be a coincidence? A freak accident of some kind? I tried to convince myself of that, but something in the pit of my stomach told me it wasn't that simple. I couldn't shake the feeling that I had just witnessed something strange, something beyond my understanding. The glass had remained untouched, yes, but the crack in the frame was impossible to ignore. Something had changed, something I couldn't explain away. And for the first time in a long while, I felt like I wasn't alone in my own room. As the day went on, I found myself glancing at the picture more and more. I couldn't stop thinking about it. The crack remained, taunting me with its mystery. I wondered if maybe it was time to take the picture down, to move on from the past it represented. But even as I thought that, I knew I didn't want to let go of it. It felt wrong, as though I was being forced to abandon something that had once been so important to me. And yet, there it was, this strange, unexplainable thing that had happened while I slept. Later that afternoon, I called my friend, hoping to talk it out. I described the picture to them, explaining how it had cracked but how the glass was perfectly intact. They listened quietly, then suggested that perhaps the frame had simply aged poorly. It happens sometimes, they said. Maybe the pressure just caused it to break. I considered this explanation for a moment, but it didn't sit right with me. There was something more to it, something I couldn't quite articulate. It wasn't just the frame. It was the feeling that had accompanied it, the sense of something shifting just beneath the surface. The more I thought about it, the more I realized that I had felt this way before, this sense of unease, as though something was quietly watching from the shadows. I couldn't explain it, but I knew the feeling well. It had been there during moments when everything seemed fine on the surface, but something was off, just beneath it. Now it was back, and it had manifested in the form of that picture. I didn't know what to do about it. The crack was small, hardly noticeable unless you looked closely, but it was enough to make me feel unsettled. It was like a tiny crack in the fabric of reality itself, a signal that something was changing in ways I couldn't comprehend. That evening, I decided to take a different approach. I stood in front of the picture and asked aloud, "What do you want from me?" It was a silly question, I knew, but it felt like the right thing to do. I had spent the entire day trying to figure out if there was a rational explanation for the crack, but no matter how I looked at it, nothing made sense. The picture had always been there, a constant in my life, but now it felt like it was holding something back from me, something I wasn't meant to understand yet. The room grew quiet as I stared at the image, waiting for some sign, some clue to explain the strange occurrence. But nothing happened. No voice spoke, no answers came, only silence. I exhaled slowly, feeling foolish for having expected something else. But as I turned to leave the room, I caught a glimpse of the picture once more. The crack was still there, its jagged line cutting through the frame. It seemed almost deliberate, like a message, though I couldn't say from who. I couldn't shake the feeling that it wasn't over. That crack in the frame wasn't just a random accident. It felt like the beginning of something, a signal that something larger was at play. As I went to bed that night, I couldn't help but glance at the picture one last time. The glass remained undisturbed, but the crack in the frame was still there. a silent reminder that some things couldn't be explained away. Something had changed, and I wasn't sure whether it was me or the world around me that had shifted. The next morning, the crack was still there, the picture still perfectly intact. But as I reached out to touch the frame again, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching, waiting for me to understand. The picture on my nightstand wasn't just a relic of the past. It was a marker, a signpost pointing to something that I had yet to realize. And as I stared at the crack down the center, I knew that whatever had started was far from over. Story 23. I had just returned from the library, feeling the usual excitement of borrowing a new book. It wasn't a genre I typically read, but something about the cover had drawn me in. As I settled onto my couch, ready to dive into the first few pages, I noticed that the book was already slightly worn. It had a few creases along the spine, and the edges of the pages looked slightly dog-eared. It wasn't unusual for a library book to show signs of wear, but something about this one felt different. I flipped through the first few pages, scanning for a place to start. That's when I saw its small, brightly colored sticky notes placed along the edges of several pages. I figured it was some sort of annotation or marking someone else had left behind, maybe a reader who had checked it out before me. But then my curiosity took over. I reached for the first sticky note and read the small, neat handwriting on it. Don't forget to call Jane at 2 p.m. My mind immediately raced. That was something I had planned to do earlier today. In fact, I had just called Jane not an hour ago. I was startled, unsure of what to think. I turned the page, still feeling the strange sensation that something wasn't right. The second sticky note caught my attention next. It read lunch at 12. Remember to order the soup. I stopped for a moment, trying to recall my lunch. Yes, I had ordered the soup, just as the note said, at exactly 12 p.m. The coincidence was unsettling, to say the least. There was no way anyone could have known about these mundane details of my day, especially considering I hadn't even told anyone what I had planned to do. Feeling more and more uncomfortable, I flipped through the next few pages, each one revealing a new sticky note, each one reflecting something I had done that day. Check the mailbox at 10 a.m. I had done that. Call the plumber about the sink leak. I had done that too, though I had made the call on a whim earlier this morning. It felt like the book was somehow documenting my day in real time, as though someone had been following me, taking notes on everything I did. I glanced around the room, suddenly feeling very exposed, like I was being watched. It was just a book. After all, nothing sinister in the pages themselves, yet I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Had someone been in my house? It wasn't possible. No one had come in, or had they? The sticky notes felt too precise, too intentional, as though they had been placed with a careful, almost methodical hand. My own handwriting was not like the neat, meticulous script on those notes. I turned another page, and this time the sticky note was different. It wasn't about something I had already done, but a reminder for something I had yet to complete. Remember to lock the door when you get home. My stomach tightened. How could anyone have known that I was on my way back home? I had just gotten back from the store, but I hadn't told anyone about my plans. The door was locked, of course, but the idea that someone was keeping track of my movements, someone who knew what I was doing at all times, felt like an invasion of privacy. It was one thing to have coincidence on your side, but this was starting to feel deliberate. With my hands shaking, I continued to turn the pages. The notes kept coming, each one more unsettling than the last. Check the front porch for a package. I had done that just before sitting down to read. But don't forget to pick up the dry cleaning. Yes, I had done that as well, though I'd gone only minutes before picking up the book from the library. The sticky notes were no longer just reminders or observations. They were following my every move. I stopped turning the pages and closed the book. My heart was racing. My mind swirled with thoughts of who could have done this, and could the librarian have somehow placed these notes in the book? Or had someone else checked it out before me and added them, maybe as a joke? The timing was too precise, though. It felt like a connection to my own life, a reflection of my day in ways that no one should have known. I couldn't remember a single moment in my day where I had been watched or followed, but the sticky notes felt like proof that I had been. I stood up from the couch, pacing the room. I had to know more. I had to investigate. But where could I even start? I couldn't go to the library and accuse anyone of something like this without sounding paranoid, could I? The sticky notes didn't exactly offer a clear answer, but they were undeniably connected to the events of my day. I thought back to when I first picked up the book. It had been on a shelf, among many other books, all lined up in neat rows. Had someone placed it there, knowing I would choose it? Or had I unknowingly chosen it because it had already been set aside for me? I couldn't stop thinking about the notes, their carefully worded reminders. I opened the book again, turning to the next sticky note. Check under the bed for something you forgot. I stopped breathing for a moment. I had been cleaning under the bed just last week, and nothing was there. I had thought I'd found everything I needed, but this note made me second-guess myself. Could there have been something I had missed? The thought of checking made my stomach churn, but I had to know. I walked slowly toward the bedroom, each step feeling heavier than the last. I knelt down and pulled the dust ruffle back, peering under the bed. My breath caught in my throat when I saw something in a small black box tucked just out of sight. It was odd I didn't recognize it, and I certainly hadn't left anything there. I reached for it, fingers trembling, and pulled it out. It was a small, unmarked box, no labels or logos to indicate what was inside. With hesitation, I opened it. Inside was a small notebook, bound in black leather, its pages filled with neat, meticulous handwriting. It was the same handwriting as the sticky notes in the book. My heart began to pound in my chest as I flipped through the pages, which seemed to chronicle the events of my life just like the sticky notes had. There were entries about things I had done in the past week, descriptions of conversations I'd had, and even thoughts I'd expressed to friends. It felt like someone had been tracking my every move, documenting everything about my life with eerie accuracy. The realization hit me like a punch to the stomach. I wasn't just being followed in the present. Someone had been keeping track of me for longer than I realized, collecting moments from my life like they were nothing more than data. And now they were leaving their notes in my books, documenting my every move in real time. It was as though they were preparing for something, waiting for a certain moment to reveal themselves. I closed the notebook and sat back, my mind racing. Who would do such a thing? Why? The questions swirled in my mind, but I couldn't find an answer. All I knew for sure was that my life had become something far stranger than I had ever imagined. It wasn't just about the book anymore. It was about the mysterious person who had been watching me, documenting my every move, and somehow knowing what I would do next. Story 24. I boarded the subway, as I did every morning, with the usual rush of commuters filling the car. It was a typical Tuesday, or at least I thought it was. I found an empty seat near the window and settled in, staring out as the city moved past. The hum of the train, the soft shuffle of footsteps, and the distant murmur of conversation were all that filled the air. The routine felt comforting, like it always did. But today, something felt different. like the calm before a storm I didn't understand. The man sitting next to me seemed unremarkable at first. His coat was a bit worn and his shoes had clearly seen better days. He had a quiet presence, not drawing attention to himself, and yet something about him felt oddly out of place. His eyes met mine for a brief moment, and I quickly looked away, not wanting to make conversation. I didn't know why, but I felt an inexplicable discomfort in his gaze. It wasn't harsh, just unsettling in a way I couldn't explain. I tried to focus on my phone, scrolling through social media, attempting to shut out my surroundings. The train rattled on, and I could feel myself becoming more relaxed, sinking into the familiarity of the morning commute. But then, the man turned to me, his voice low and calm, breaking the silence that had settled between us. "Tell your sister we miss her," he said, his words hanging in the air. I froze, the words like a punch to my gut. I had no idea what he meant. I didn't have a sister. I was an only child, always had been. My parents had raised me alone, and the idea of a sister, someone else to share memories with, had never been a part of my reality. My heart skipped a beat, and I turned to him, my mind racing as I tried to process what had just happened. I opened my mouth to speak, but no words came out. How could he know? How could he have possibly known something so personal? Something that didn't exist in my life? I glanced around, but no one else seemed to be paying attention. The train continued to clatter along the tracks, oblivious to the strange encounter unfolding within its walls. "Excuse me." I finally managed, my voice barely above a whisper. "What do you mean? I don't have a sister." The stranger smiled softly, a strange glint in his eyes, like he wasn't surprised by my reaction. His gaze didn't leave me as he spoke again, his tone almost reassuring, as if he knew exactly what I was thinking. "Yes, you do," he said, his voice gentle, like he was speaking to someone who just didn't remember. "Tell her we miss her." I felt a chill run through me. The words were so simple, yet they carried an intensity I couldn't shake off. My hands trembled slightly as I gripped the strap of my bag, trying to steady myself. My mind raced, searching for any explanation, any logical reason for what was happening. But none came. There was nothing in my life that could explain this. The man turned away, returning his gaze to the window as if the conversation had ended, as if what he had said was completely normal. I sat there, my mind spinning. What did he mean? Who was he talking about? Why would he say something like that to me? I had no answers, just a growing sense of unease gnawing at the pit of my stomach. The train jerked to a stop and people began to shuffle around, preparing to exit at the next station. I didn't know what to do. Part of me wanted to get up and leave, to distance myself from the stranger and his cryptic message. But another part of me was paralyzed by curiosity, by the need to understand what had just happened. I looked back at the man, but he had already moved, sliding out of his seat as the doors opened. He disappeared into the crowd of commuters, blending in with the sea of people. I stood there, frozen for a moment, watching him go. The train was still, the noise of the city now muffled by the strange encounter that had just unfolded. I wanted to shake it off, to tell myself it was nothing, that I had simply misheard or misunderstood. But the feeling in my chest wouldn't go away. The words echoed in my mind, over and over again, "Tell your sister we miss her." I glanced around the subway car, but no one else seemed to have heard the exchange. It was as though the entire moment had only existed between me and the stranger, a secret shared between two people who didn't know each other. I couldn't explain it, couldn't rationalize it, but the more I thought about it, the more unsettled I became. What did he know that I didn't? Why had he said those words to me? As the train pulled into the next station, I quickly stepped off, my mind still racing. I needed answers, but I had no idea where to start. I walked along the platform, trying to push the strange encounter to the back of my mind. But no matter how much I tried to ignore it, I couldn't escape the feeling that something wasn't right. That night, I went home and tried to focus on my usual routine. I watched some television, cooked dinner, and then sat down with a book, hoping to clear my mind. But the stranger's words kept coming back, haunting me in the quiet moments. I couldn't stop thinking about them, about the impossible message he had left for me. Tell your sister we miss her. I looked around my apartment, taking in the familiar surroundings. There were no pictures of a sister, no evidence of anyone I could claim as family other than my parents. I thought back to my childhood, to every memory I had of growing up alone. There was no sister, no one else in my life who could have been the subject of the stranger's words. And yet, in the depths of my mind, a nagging doubt began to form. What if I had forgotten something? What if there was a part of my past that I had blocked out? A person I had somehow erased from my memory? I lay in bed that night, staring at the ceiling, feeling the weight of the question pressing on me. The words replayed in my head, growing louder, more insistent. Tell your sister we miss her. Who was he talking about? And why me? Why was I the one who had been chosen to hear that message? The next morning, I woke up feeling like I hadn't slept at all. My mind was still consumed by the mystery of the subway encounter. I went about my day, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, that there was something I was supposed to remember but couldn't. Every time I looked in the mirror, I wondered if I would see a different face, if some hidden part of me would surface and explain everything. The subway ride the following morning was uneventful. I kept to myself, tried not to look around too much. But as the doors opened at the next stop, I saw someone out of the corner of my eye, someone who looked oddly familiar. I turned quickly, but it was too late. The person had already disappeared into the crowd. I stood there, heart racing, wondering if it had been the stranger from the day before, but I couldn't be sure. I never saw the man again, and the message he left remained a mystery. But from that day forward, every subway ride felt different. Every stranger I passed seemed to carry a secret, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being followed, that someone, somewhere, was waiting for me to understand. And as time went on, I began to wonder if I was truly an only child, or if the stranger had known something about my past that I had yet to remember. Story 25. I was walking back from the store when I first noticed the cat. It wasn't unusual to see stray animals in my neighborhood, but something about this one caught my attention. It was a tabby, its fur a mix of browns and grays, its eyes wide and unblinking as it followed me. At first I thought it might be hungry, or maybe it had gotten lost. I didn't pay much attention, assuming it would wander off like most strays do. But this cat didn't leave. It followed me all the way home, its little paws patting softly on the concrete as I walked. When I reached my front door, I turned around to check if it had stayed behind, but no, it was right there, sitting just a few feet away, staring at me with those strange, unwavering eyes. I opened the door, expecting the cat to turn and wander off, but instead, it walked right inside as if it had been there before. I hesitated for a moment, then decided to let it in. Maybe it needed food or water, and it didn't seem like a threat. So I closed the door behind me, and the cat wandered deeper into my apartment. At first, everything seemed normal. I gave it some food and water, watching as it quietly ate. There was something oddly serene about the way it moved, almost as if it was aware of something I wasn't. It didn't try to jump on the furniture or knock anything over. It simply sat there, in the middle of the room, staring into the far corner of my living room. I followed its gaze but saw nothing. The corner was just as empty as any other part of the room, save for a couple of chairs and a table. But the cat didn't move. It just stared, its eyes locked on the same spot with an intensity that unsettled me. I shrugged it off as the odd behavior of a stray. Maybe it had a few screws loose, I thought. Still, I found myself glancing over at it more than once as I went about my evening. Each time I looked, the cat hadn't moved. It was as if it was frozen in time, its gaze never shifting from that corner. The evening grew darker, and I made myself some dinner. I tried to ignore the cat, though I could feel its presence in the room, like a strange weight pressing on me. The silence was unnerving, broken only by the occasional sound of the cat's breathing. I thought I could hear faint rustling in the corner, but when I turned to look, there was nothing there. It was just my imagination, I told myself, but as the night went on, the unease began to grow. I sat on the couch, watching TV, though I couldn't focus on the screen. The cat was still in the same spot, staring. I tried to ignore it, to lose myself in the show, but I kept feeling the pull of its gaze. It was as if the cat was trying to communicate something to me, something I couldn't understand. The more I thought about it, the more uncomfortable I became. I didn't know why, but I started to feel like I was being watched, like there was something in that corner, something that had been there long before I even arrived. At some point, I realized I hadn't heard the cat move at all. It had been sitting there for hours, not a twitch of its tail or a shift in its posture. It was as if it had become part of the furniture, blending into the shadows. I turned the TV off and sat there in silence, my eyes flicking back to the cat. And in that moment I felt a chill run down my spine. I wasn't sure what it was, but something in the room had shifted. I felt like I wasn't alone anymore, like there was something watching me from that corner. I tried to get up and move to the other side of the room, but my legs felt heavy, like they were being weighed down by some unseen force. I glanced at the cat again, and for the first time I saw its pupils were dilated, its eyes dark and almost hypnotic. It was as if it was drawing me in, keeping me rooted to the spot. I couldn't tear my eyes away from it, even though I knew I should. The silence was suffocating now. The air felt thick, oppressive, as if the room itself was closing in on me. I could hear my own breathing, shallow and quick, as I fought to shake the feeling that something was about to happen. The cat's gaze remained fixed on the corner, but now it felt like it was aware of me, like it was waiting for something. And in that moment, I couldn't shake the feeling that the corner was no longer empty. I couldn't see anything, but I knew something was there, something that had been hiding, waiting. I finally mustered the courage to move, stepping carefully toward the light switch. My hand trembled as I flicked it, flooding the room with bright light. The cat didn't flinch, didn't even blink. It simply continued staring at the corner, its body stiff and unmoving. I glanced at the spot it had been fixated on, but now there was nothing there. It was just a regular corner, nothing more. But still, the air felt wrong. It was as if the cat had seen something I couldn't, something it was waiting for, something that was about to happen. I felt like I had interrupted something, like the moment had passed and I had missed it. The cat finally moved then, its eyes shifting slowly to look at me, as if it was acknowledging my presence for the first time. And just as quickly as it had entered, it turned and walked to the door. Without hesitation, the cat meowed softly, as though it was calling me to follow it. But I didn't move. I couldn't bring myself to. The cat pushed open the door, looked back at me one last time, and disappeared into the night. The room was still and silent again. I stood there, frozen, unsure of what had just happened. I glanced at the corner one last time, half expecting something to appear, but nothing did. The strange feeling lingered, though, as if something had shifted in the universe while I wasn't paying attention. I locked the door behind me and tried to return to my routine, but sleep eluded me that night. Every creak in the house, every gust of wind, every shadow that passed by my window made my heart race. The cat had left, but it had left me with a feeling I couldn't shake. The feeling that something had been watching, waiting, something that had been in my home long before I even noticed. And now I couldn't escape the feeling that it was still there, lurking in the shadows. Story 26. It was a regular morning, and I was starting my usual workout routine. I had just finished a quick warm-up and was ready to get into the main set. My fitness tracker buzzed on my wrist, signaling that it was time to start. The gym was quieter than usual, with only a few other people scattered around, focusing on their own exercises. I had a lot on my mind that day, but I pushed it aside, determined to focus on my workout. I began my first round of exercises, feeling the burn in my muscles as I pushed myself harder than usual. As I went through the motions, my fitness tracker vibrated again, but this time the notification caught me off guard. It displayed a simple message: "Keep going, you're almost there." I frowned, looking down at the screen. I hadn't set any specific goal for this workout. My usual goals were based on time, calories, or steps, but I hadn't input any targets for today. The message seemed oddly specific, as though it knew something I didn't. I shrugged it off at first, thinking maybe the tracker was just giving me a generic motivational message. It wasn't unusual for fitness trackers to do that. Encouraging messages were part of the experience. I continued my workout, trying to focus on the exercises in front of me. But then, the vibration came again. The screen displayed the same message: "Keep going, you're almost there." A sense of unease crept over me. I hadn't been on any specific target, so how did the tracker know when I was almost done? I looked around the gym, wondering if maybe someone was playing a prank on me. I didn't see anyone paying attention, so I turned my focus back to my workout, trying to ignore the odd feeling in the pit of my stomach. The more I thought about it, the stranger it seemed. Could the tracker be tracking something beyond just my steps or heart rate? Maybe it was tracking my effort in some way I wasn't aware of, pushing me to finish based on an algorithm I didn't fully understand. But even then, the message felt too personal, too accurate. "You're almost there." But what was I almost to? I pushed through the rest of my workout, but the messages kept coming. Each time I paused for a break or adjusted my routine, the tracker vibrated, urging me to continue. The messages were no longer generic encouragements. They were specific, like it knew exactly what I was doing and when I was slowing down. At one point, after finishing a set of squats, the tracker buzzed with a new message: "You're so close now." It was becoming impossible to ignore. I stopped what I was doing, staring at the screen. My pulse quickened, and I felt a knot in my stomach. There was no way the tracker could be monitoring my progress this closely. It was just supposed to measure steps, heart rate, and calories burned, not anticipate my movements. I had never set up any kind of advanced tracking or goal that could trigger such precise feedback. I was starting to feel like something wasn't right. I decided to take a break and check my settings. I pulled up the app on my phone, hoping to find some kind of explanation. Maybe I had inadvertently activated a feature I didn't know about. But as I scrolled through the settings, everything seemed normal. There was nothing that explained the strange notifications, nothing that should have been sending me these cryptic messages. My heart started racing as I looked at the screen again. The tracker was still vibrating, and the message on it now read almost there. Don't stop. I didn't know what to do. Was I imagining this? Had I somehow triggered some hidden feature of the tracker that I wasn't aware of? Or was something else happening? The messages were getting eerily specific, almost like they were guiding me towards some unknown destination. I stood there for a moment, unsure whether to continue or leave. Something about it felt like I was being led down a path I hadn't chosen, but I wasn't sure what the end goal was. In a fit of frustration, I decided to finish my workout. I told myself that I was overthinking it, that it was just a malfunction of the tracker or a weird quirk in its programming. I ignored the vibrating notifications and pushed through the rest of the sets. The whole time the tracker buzzed on my wrist, its persistent messages growing more frequent. You're so close. Just a little longer. You're almost there. Finally, when I finished, the tracker buzzed one last time, displaying a final message. You did it. You've reached the end. I looked at the screen, my breath heavy from exertion, and I felt a wave of confusion and relief wash over me. But as I caught my breath, I realized something. The time on my workout, the calories burned, and the steps taken, they didn't add up. They were all higher than I had expected, almost like I had done more than what I remembered. I checked the app again, and it confirmed that I had completed a workout far beyond what I had planned. I sat down on the bench, feeling a mixture of exhaustion and bewilderment. What had just happened? How could my tracker know I was close to finishing when I hadn't set any targets? How could it give me such precise encouragement, telling me exactly when to push through and when to stop? The thought lingered in my mind as I walked out of the gym, still wearing the fitness tracker on my wrist. I couldn't shake the feeling that I had just experienced something more than a simple workout. My mind kept returning to the messages. You're almost there. Don't stop. They had felt like more than just encouragement. They had felt like instructions, as if I were following a path I couldn't see, a path that had been set out for me long before I even put on the tracker. I decided to take a different route home, needing a change of scenery to clear my mind. The streets were quiet, the only sounds the occasional passing car and the distant chatter of people on their morning routines. But even as I walked, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was still being guided, that there was something else at play, something I didn't understand. Was it just the tracker's programming malfunctioning, or was there something more to these messages? When I arrived home, I immediately sat down at my computer and searched for any information about my fitness tracker that might explain what had happened. I couldn't find anything helpful. No mention of a setting that would have sent me the kind of personalized, motivational messages I had received. No explanation for the specific guidance I had felt throughout my workout. I pulled up the app one last time to see if anything had changed, but everything seemed normal. Yet, I couldn't shake the feeling that it wasn't over, that I hadn't reached the end of whatever path had been set out for me. The tracker, still on my wrist, buzzed one more time. This time the message was different. It simply read, "See you tomorrow." I froze, staring at the screen. How did it know I would be back tomorrow? How could it possibly know what was coming next? Story 27. I was sitting in my car, the radio softly playing in the background as I made my way home. It had been a long day, and the familiar tunes that played always had a calming effect on me. The song that came on was one I knew well, a classic from my childhood that always brought back memories of lazy summer afternoons. I couldn't help but hum along as the melody filled the space, my hands loosely gripping the steering wheel. It was one of those songs that had been playing on the radio for years, something I had heard 1,000 times before, so I wasn't expecting anything unusual. But then something happened. As the song played on, I heard a verse that I didn't recognize. At first, I thought maybe it was a new version of the song, perhaps a remastered edition or an alternate take that I hadn't heard before. But as I listened closely, my breath caught in my throat. The lyrics were strange. One particular line stood out, one I had never heard in the original version of the song. And she walks alone, under the pale moonlight. Jen knows the secrets that the stars try to hide. I froze. The name Jen. It was my name. There was no mistaking it. My hands tightened around the steering wheel, my mind racing. The song continued, but the words no longer felt familiar. The verse that followed was equally unnerving. It felt personal, like the song was talking about me. How was that even possible? I quickly glanced at the radio, half expecting the station to have changed or the song to be some sort of joke. But it was still the same station, the same song, and the same melody, now intertwined with those bizarre, unfamiliar verses. My heart began to pound in my chest, a feeling of unease spreading through me. It didn't make sense. There was no way a song that had been on the radio for years could suddenly have a verse that mentioned my name. I kept driving, trying to shake off the strange feeling creeping up my spine. Maybe it was some sort of coincidence, a trick of the mind. But no matter how hard I tried to rationalize it, the words haunted me. Jen knows the secrets that the stars try to hide. How could anyone have known that? It didn't make any sense. I was just an ordinary person driving home on a regular evening, and yet somehow this song was now speaking directly to me. I turned the volume down, hoping that would help, but the words kept replaying in my mind. What did it mean? How could this happen? Was someone messing with me? Was it some sort of prank, or was there something more sinister at play? The song ended, and I let out a breath I hadn't realized I was holding. The familiar music faded out, replaced by the usual chatter of the radio host. He was talking about upcoming events in the area, but I could barely focus on his words. My mind was still stuck on the verse, the one that had mentioned my name. It didn't seem like a coincidence anymore. It felt like a message, one I wasn't sure I was ready to understand. As I pulled into my driveway, I sat there for a moment, still shaken. The radio had returned to normal, but I couldn't shake the eerie feeling that the song was trying to tell me something. I stepped out of the car, trying to push the thoughts from my mind, but they clung to me like a shadow. The air around me felt colder, the night quieter than usual. My front door seemed farther away than it should have been, as if the world had shifted ever so slightly. Inside, the silence greeted me, and for a moment I felt a sense of calm. But even in the safety of my home, I couldn't shake the memory of the verse. It was as if the song had somehow reached into my life, pulling something out of the depths of my being that I wasn't even aware of. I tried to put it out of my mind as I went about my evening, preparing dinner and getting ready for bed, but the words lingered. I couldn't help but wonder, how did the song know my name? And why had it been added to a song I had heard 1,000 times before? Was it just a fluke, or was there something deeper at play here? Later that night, as I lay in bed, I couldn't sleep. The radio had long since turned off, but the voice of the song echoed in my mind, repeating the verse over and over. I couldn't stop thinking about it. How could this happen? Why me? I tried to convince myself it was nothing more than a strange coincidence, but deep down, I knew there was something more to it, something that didn't make sense. As the night wore on, I felt a strange presence in the room. It wasn't something I could see, but it was like the air had changed. I tried to shake off the feeling, but it wouldn't go away. The unease gnawed at me, and I pulled the covers tighter around me, hoping for comfort that never came. The next day, I couldn't stop thinking about the song. I even went so far as to search for it online, looking up the lyrics, hoping to find an explanation, hoping to see that there had been some sort of remix or alternate version that I had missed. But when I looked, I found nothing. The song was exactly as I remembered it, the same lyrics I had known for years, except for that one verse, the verse that had mentioned my name. There was no trace of it anywhere. I tried to put it out of my mind, but it lingered, haunting me. Was I losing my mind, or had something else happened that I couldn't explain? I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, that the song was a message. But from who, and why? That night, as I lay in bed again, I listened to the silence. The radio was off, and the house was quiet, but I still felt like I wasn't alone. The shadows seemed darker, the air heavier, and in the distance I thought I could hear the faintest melody, echoing the verse from the song. Jen knows the secrets that the stars try to hide. I closed my eyes, trying to block out the sound, but it only grew louder, clearer, until I couldn't tell if I was hearing it from the radio or from somewhere inside my own mind. The verse seemed to repeat over and over, a warning, a message I wasn't sure I was ready to understand. And as the night stretched on, I realized that I would never be able to forget those words, or the strange, eerie feeling that came with them. Something had changed, and I wasn't sure what it was. But I knew one thing for sure: I was no longer the same person who had heard that song on the radio. The verse had made sure of that. Story 28. I was standing in my kitchen, preparing dinner after a long day at work. The familiar routine of chopping vegetables and stirring pots was comforting, but something felt off as I reached for the salt shaker. It was always in the same spot on the counter, right next to the pepper. I grabbed it without thinking, ready to add some seasoning to my dish. But as I tilted it over the pot, nothing came out. I shook it harder, but still nothing. I looked inside, confused, and saw that it was completely empty. I frowned and gave it another shake, hoping it was just a clog in the shaker. But no, there was nothing inside. I set it down on the counter and made a mental note to grab more salt the next time I went to the store. But as I picked it up again to check if there was any salt left at all, I noticed something strange. At the bottom of the shaker, tucked between the edges, was a small, folded note. I hadn't seen it before, and it certainly wasn't there when I first grabbed the shaker. Curious and a little uneasy, I pulled the note out, carefully unfolding it. The handwriting was neat but hurried, as though written in a rush. It read, "Replace it before it's too late." I stared at the words, unsure of what to make of them. It didn't seem like a typical note you'd find in a kitchen, especially not in a salt shaker. I shook my head, dismissing it as some kind of joke or prank. Perhaps a friend had slipped it in there as a weird kind of message. But the more I thought about it, the more uneasy I became. Who would leave such a note inside my salt shaker? And why? It felt so out of place. I couldn't remember the last time anyone had visited my house, and I hadn't touched that shaker in days. I considered tossing the note, chalking it up to a random oddity, but something about it gnawed at me. The words "before it's too late" lingered in my mind, their meaning unclear but unsettling. What did that even mean? Too late for what? Trying to push the unease aside, I grabbed a new container of salt from the pantry and refilled the shaker. As I filled it, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was somehow missing something important. The note had felt like a warning, an urgent message, and the fact that it had been hidden in the salt shaker made it even stranger. I glanced around the kitchen, half expecting to find something else out of place, but everything else seemed normal. The cabinets, the countertops, the utensils, nothing had changed. I finished making dinner, but the whole time I couldn't stop thinking about the note. I ate in silence, pushing the food around on my plate without really tasting it. The warning was eating at me, making me feel like I had just narrowly avoided something, but I couldn't figure out what it was. It was like I had crossed some invisible line and was now waiting for something to happen, even though I didn't know what it would be. That night I had trouble sleeping. My mind kept circling back to the salt shaker and the strange note. What if I hadn't replaced it? What would have happened? I couldn't help but wonder if the note had been a warning from someone or something that I couldn't see. Maybe it was a coincidence. Maybe I was overthinking it. But deep down, a small voice told me that something wasn't right. The next day, I decided to go through the rest of the kitchen, checking the other spices and containers, looking for anything else out of the ordinary. Maybe I had missed something, but everything else was fine. Nothing else had changed, and there were no more strange notes hidden in other jars or bottles. It felt like a bizarre one-time thing, something that didn't make sense but would eventually be forgotten. However, as I went on with my day, I couldn't shake the feeling that I had avoided something, that the note had been a warning for a reason. I started to pay closer attention to things that felt slightly off. At work, I was hyper-aware of the people around me, listening carefully to conversations, noticing every odd detail. I felt like I was waiting for something to happen, but nothing ever did. Everything seemed normal. Maybe it was just my imagination running wild. A week passed, and the odd events seemed to fade into the background. I had replaced the salt shaker, and nothing further had happened. No other strange occurrences, no more cryptic messages. But one night, as I reached for the salt again, my hand paused. I hadn't thought about the note in days, but now it felt like it was lurking just out of sight, waiting to remind me. I shook my head and grabbed the shaker, pouring salt onto my food. For a brief moment, I thought I saw something flicker in the corner of my eye. I quickly glanced around the kitchen, but there was nothing there. For some reason, that moment stuck with me. Something about the way I had noticed that flicker, as if I was being watched, unsettled me. I dismissed it as my nerves still on edge from the strange note. But later that night I found myself unable to sleep. The unease had returned. I kept thinking about the warning, replace it before it's too late. What was too late? Was there a hidden meaning behind the words? Why had I been chosen to receive the note, and who had left it there? Days turned into weeks and still nothing happened. No new messages, no strange events. Yet, I couldn't forget the feeling that I had narrowly avoided something. That the note had been the start of something bigger. I went back to my normal life. But every so often, I would glance at the salt shaker, wondering if I had truly done the right thing by replacing it. Could it have been a warning from something I didn't understand? Or was it just a bizarre coincidence that would fade into the past? I'll never know for sure. But every time I grab the salt shaker, I wonder if I'll see something else hidden inside. Something that will answer the question that lingers in my mind. Story 29. I found a car key in my pocket, but I don't own a car. At first I thought it must have been a mistake. Maybe I had borrowed someone's key without remembering. But as I pulled it out and stared at it, I realized that wasn't the case. It wasn't a key to any car I recognized, and I certainly hadn't borrowed one from anyone. It looked ordinary, nothing particularly special about it, except that it didn't belong to me. My mind raced as I tried to piece together how it had ended up in my pocket. I retraced my steps from the day before, thinking back to where I had been and what I had done. I hadn't visited any car dealerships, hadn't been near any parking garages, hadn't even ridden in a car. The key felt heavy in my hand, and the more I looked at it, the more my unease grew. It was a simple key, plain and unmarked, but it felt like a puzzle I couldn't solve. Who had put it in my pocket, and why? And how could I have missed it when I had dressed that morning? I checked my pockets again, thinking that maybe there was more to it, maybe some other clue. But there was nothing else. Just the key and the growing sense of confusion and dread in the pit of my stomach. I thought about calling someone, asking if they recognized the key or knew if it belonged to a friend or family member. But what would I say? "Hey, I found this car key, and I don't know how it got there." It sounded ridiculous, like I was imagining things. Still, the key remained in my hand, and I couldn't just ignore it. I decided to check my phone, maybe find something there to calm my nerves, maybe some kind of explanation or clue. But there was nothing. No missed messages, no recent calls from people I knew, just the usual notifications. I opened my contacts list and scrolled through it, trying to find anyone who might have given me a key, but there was no one. I tried to think back to any recent interactions, any situations where a key might have come into play, but nothing stood out. The key seemed to have appeared out of thin air, and no matter how hard I tried to figure it out, I was coming up with nothing. I walked around my apartment, checking every room, every drawer, hoping for some explanation, some sign that would make it all make sense. But the more I searched, the more I realized there was no answer. The key was just there, in my pocket, and nothing I did could change that. I sat down on the couch, staring at it, feeling a strange sense of panic rising in my chest. How had it gotten there? Who had put it there? The questions swirled in my mind, but no answers came. I was starting to feel like I was losing my grip on reality. The key seemed to be mocking me, taunting me with its mystery. I couldn't understand how I could have missed something so important, something that felt so wrong. Maybe I was overthinking it, maybe it was nothing, just some weird coincidence. But deep down I knew it wasn't. There was something off about it, something that made me feel like I was being watched, like someone knew more than I did. I decided to take the key to a locksmith, hoping they could tell me what it was for. I felt foolish walking in with a random car key in my pocket, but I needed to know. The locksmith looked at it with curiosity as I explained that I had found it in my pocket and had no idea where it came from. He took the key from me and examined it under the light. "It's a car key, all right," he said, turning it over in his hand. "But I don't recognize this brand. It's not from any major car manufacturer I know." That only made my anxiety grow. If the locksmith couldn't even recognize the key, then what was it for? Who would have given it to me? And why? I left the locksmith's shop, feeling more lost than ever. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being drawn into something I didn't understand. As the days passed, the key stayed with me, always in my pocket, a constant reminder of the mystery I couldn't solve. I thought about it at work, when I was out with friends, even when I was trying to sleep. Everywhere I went, the key seemed to follow me, and no matter how much I tried to push it out of my mind, I couldn't. One afternoon, I decided to take a walk, hoping the fresh air would clear my head. I walked down familiar streets, trying to forget about the key, but it was impossible. Every time I reached into my pocket, I could feel it there, heavy and pressing. I tried to focus on the world around me, The sound of cars passing by, the chatter of people in cafes, but the key lingered in my thoughts. And then, as I walked past a small alley, I saw something that made my heart stop. A car, parked on the side of the street, looked familiar. It was old, with chipped paint and a dent in the side, but I knew it. I had seen that car before, though I couldn't place where. The more I stared at it, the more I felt like I was being pulled toward it. I walked closer, my steps slow, cautious. The car's windows were rolled up, but as I reached the door, I saw something through the glass. The inside was empty, except for one thing, a key in the ignition. It looked like the same key I had found in my pocket. I stood there for a moment, frozen, trying to process what I was seeing. Was it a coincidence? Had someone left the key in that car on purpose, or was it connected to me? I reached for the door handle, my hand trembling. I had no idea what I was doing, but something inside me pushed me to open it, to see if it was the key I had found, to understand what was happening. I pulled the door open slowly, and the car creaked as I stepped inside. The smell of old leather and dust hit me as I sat down, my heart racing. The key in the ignition was an exact match for the one in my pocket. I turned the key, not knowing what to expect, and the engine roared to life. The sound was deafening in the quiet street, and for a moment, I felt like everything around me had stopped. My breath caught in my throat as I realized I had just started a car I didn't own. The key had worked. It was like I had been waiting for this moment, like I had always known it would lead me here. As I sat in the car, the feeling of being watched intensified. It was as if someone had been guiding me all along, leading me to this moment, to this car. I had no idea what this meant, what was happening, but I knew one thing for sure: I was no longer in control. Whoever had put that key in my pocket had a plan, and I was part of it. But what did they want from me? Why me? And where would this road lead? The car sat there, engine running, its lights flashing in the dim light of the street. The weight of the key in my pocket felt heavier than ever. Story 30. The sudden ring of the landline in my office startled me. It wasn't a time when I usually received calls, especially not at that hour. My hand hovered over the receiver, hesitating for just a moment. I wasn't expecting any calls, and certainly not on the office landline. The usual calls came through my cell phone, or occasionally by email, but this was strange. I picked up the receiver, my curiosity piqued by the unexpected intrusion. "Hello," I said, unsure of what to expect. The voice on the other end was immediately familiar, yet unsettling. It wasn't anyone I recognized, but there was something about the tone that sounded oddly intimate, like they had known me for years. "You're already late for it," the voice said plainly, its words sharp and cold. Before I could even react or ask for clarification, the line went dead. The silence that followed was deafening, leaving me standing there, still holding the receiver, trying to make sense of what had just occurred. I felt an unsettling shiver crawl up my spine. What did that even mean? Late for what? I ran through the possibilities in my mind, trying to think of any appointments or meetings that could have slipped my mind. But nothing came to mind immediately. I didn't have anything scheduled for that day, at least not anything that would make me feel late. The entire interaction seemed out of place, and the fact that it was delivered so abruptly left me with a growing sense of unease. The landline was a relic of my office setup. I rarely used it, and its existence had become almost obsolete with the rise of smartphones and email communication. It was meant to be there for emergencies or for rare clients who preferred a more traditional way of reaching out. The sudden ringing of it now felt like an intrusion into the rhythm of my day. My heart raced a little faster as I considered the possibility that this could be something more than just a random call. I looked at the clock. Time seemed to be moving normally, and yet the phrase the mysterious voice had uttered continued to echo in my mind. "You're already late for it." What could it mean? I walked around my office, trying to shake off the growing tension. There was nothing obvious that could explain the call, nothing that suggested any urgency or reason for me to be late. I took a seat at my desk, unsure whether I should move on and forget about it or give in to the unease it had stirred. What unsettled me the most wasn't just the cryptic message, but the timing of it all. It wasn't as though I had missed something obvious, but rather, the call itself felt intentional. I had no idea who had called, or why they had phrased it the way they did. The words weren't just a simple reminder, they carried an ominous weight that left me questioning everything. Who would say something like that without any explanation? I glanced at my computer screen, trying to distract myself from the spiraling thoughts. My mind kept racing, thinking about the possibilities of what it could be. The words haunted me in a way I couldn't explain. I thought about everything in my life, the responsibilities, the commitments, the work I had to do, but none of it made sense in connection to the call. There was no it that I was late for. I checked my calendar again, even though I had already done so multiple times today. There were no appointments, no meetings, nothing that could account for the call. After a few minutes of staring blankly at the screen, I tried to focus on work again. But the call lingered in my mind, casting a shadow over everything I did. The phone call had been too cryptic, too brief, and too unsettling to simply dismiss. The more I tried to let it go, the more I found myself returning to that one sentence, "You're already late for it." What if I was missing something important, something that had been in front of me all along? I couldn't stop the nagging feeling that I had overlooked something crucial. The sense of urgency in the voice on the other end of the line was undeniable. It wasn't just an offhand remark, it felt like a warning, like a prompt I was supposed to respond to. But how could I respond to something I didn't understand? How could I prepare for something when I didn't even know what it was? As I sat at my desk, I felt like I was being watched. It wasn't a rational thought, but the sense of being observed lingered, as if someone, somewhere was waiting for me to figure out what it was. I looked around my office, but everything appeared normal. The papers on my desk, the neatly arranged files, even the coffee mug sitting in the corner, all of it seemed as ordinary as it ever had been. But the call had somehow made it all feel off. I checked the caller ID, hoping to get some clue as to who had made the call, but the number was unlisted, the screen showing nothing more than a blank space. It made my stomach churn. I couldn't help but wonder if someone had been tracking me, trying to get a message across. But why would they use a landline, and why the cryptic phrasing? Nothing about it made sense, and the more I thought about it, the more I felt like I was trapped in a puzzle with no solution. I decided to leave the office for a while. A walk outside might clear my mind, help me put things into perspective. As I stepped outside, the cool air hit my face, and I tried to breathe in deeply to calm myself. But even as I walked down the street, the words kept repeating in my mind, "You're already late for it." They wouldn't leave me alone. I spent the rest of the afternoon trying to distract myself with other tasks, but nothing seemed to help. The feeling that I was missing something, that I was late for something, gnawed at me. I couldn't shake the sense that something was happening, something I wasn't prepared for. My office had always been a place of order, but now, after the call, it felt like something had shifted, as though a small crack had appeared in my reality. and it was only a matter of time before it split wide open. By the time I got home, I was exhausted both mentally and physically. But even then, the voice and the words lingered. I walked into my house and threw my keys onto the kitchen counter. I paused, wondering if the call was a sign, if I had missed something crucial. I checked my phone once more, looking for any missed calls or messages. There were none. The world outside seemed normal, but I felt like I had missed an important step, like something significant had slipped through my grasp. "You're already late for it," the voice echoed in my head, and I couldn't help but wonder what it meant. I would never know who had made the call or why they had said what they did. But one thing was for certain: something was coming, and I wasn't ready for it. The question was, would I figure it out in time, or would I remain forever unaware of what I had missed? Story 31. A stranger texted me a photo of a street sign in my neighborhood with the caption, "This is where it starts." I stared at the screen, my mind racing to make sense of what I was seeing. The street sign in the photo was one I passed by every day on my way to the grocery store. It was an ordinary street, part of my everyday routine. There was nothing special about it. So why was a stranger sending me this picture? And what did they mean by "this is where it starts"? I looked at the phone number that the message had come from, but it was unfamiliar. No name, no profile picture. It was just a random string of digits. My hand shook slightly as I tapped the message open again, but there it was, staring back at me. The sign, my street, a place I knew all too well, and that eerie caption. I tried to tell myself it was a mistake, that it was just some random photo sent to the wrong person, but deep down I felt something was off. I ran my fingers over the screen, feeling the cold glass beneath my fingertips. My thoughts began to spiral. Could this be a prank? Maybe someone had been watching me and decided to send me an unsettling message. But how did they know where I lived? How did they know which street sign to send me? There were hundreds of signs in my neighborhood, so why that one? The more I thought about it, the more uncomfortable I became. I quickly called a friend, hoping to hear a rational explanation or at least some reassurance, but they didn't pick up. The voicemail cut in and I felt even more isolated. I put the phone down for a moment, taking a deep breath. I needed to think this through. I walked around my house, trying to shake off the nagging feeling that something was happening, something I wasn't prepared for. But the feeling only grew stronger, and the photo continued to linger in my mind. Without thinking, I grabbed my jacket and stepped outside. The night air was cold, and I pulled the collar up around my neck. I told myself I was just being paranoid, that I needed to get some fresh air. But as I walked down the street, my eyes kept scanning my surroundings, half expecting to see someone standing in the shadows, watching me. The street sign in the photo was only a few blocks away now, and as I approached it, my heart began to race. When I reached the corner where the sign stood, I stopped, my breath catching in my throat. The sign was exactly as it had appeared in the photo. There was no change, no sign of anything out of the ordinary, yet the feeling of dread was overwhelming. It was as though the street had transformed, as if something had shifted and now felt wrong. I stood there for a while, unsure of what to do. Should I keep walking? Should I leave and pretend this was all a coincidence? Just as I turned to leave, I heard footsteps behind me. My heart leaped in my chest, and I spun around, but there was no one there. The street was empty. I tried to shake off the feeling of being followed, but the more I walked, the more I felt like eyes were on me. It was the kind of sensation you get when you know someone is watching, even if you can't see them. The hair on the back of my neck stood up. I kept walking, my pace quickening, and when I reached the end of the block, I turned the corner, hoping to feel some relief. But as I did, I heard a faint noise, a low, soft chuckle, barely audible. My body froze. I couldn't tell where it had come from, but I was certain I wasn't alone. I turned back, looking down the street, but there was nothing. Just the quiet of the night. I reached my house and hurried inside, slamming the door behind me. I leaned against it, my breath coming in sharp gasps. What was happening? Why did I feel like I was being drawn into something I couldn't escape? The photo, the street sign, the feeling of being watched, it all felt too real, too deliberate. I checked my phone again, hoping the message was gone, that it had been some mistake. But there it was, still on my screen. I tapped on it again, my fingers trembling. The stranger hadn't texted again, but the thought that they were out there, waiting, made my stomach churn. I felt like I was being pushed towards something, but I couldn't understand what it was. This is where it starts. What did that mean? Was this just the beginning of something worse? Was someone playing a sick game with me? Or was it something I didn't even want to imagine? I locked all the doors and checked the windows again, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't safe. I didn't know who the stranger was or why they had targeted me, but their message felt like a threat, a promise of something that had already begun. It was as if I had unknowingly stepped into something, and now I couldn't get out. The night passed uneventfully, but I couldn't sleep. Every creak of the house, every gust of wind outside, set me on edge. I kept thinking about the street sign and the cryptic message. I needed to know more. I needed to figure out who was behind this and why. But no matter how much I searched, I couldn't find any clues. No one had left any other messages. No one had shown up at my door. It was like the stranger had disappeared, but the sense of dread remained. The next day, I decided to take action. I contacted the police, but when I explained the situation, they seemed uninterested, brushing it off as a prank. "It's probably just a kid messing with you," the officer had said. But I wasn't so sure. There was something about this that felt different, more sinister. No one else in the neighborhood had received any strange messages, at least not that I knew of. I spent the next few days watching my surroundings closely. I kept to myself, not answering any strange calls or texts, but the feeling of being watched never left. Every time I walked past the street sign, my stomach twisted. It was as if the message had marked me, and I couldn't escape it. But there was one thing I couldn't shake, the idea that the stranger was still out there, waiting for the right moment to make their move. This is where it starts. The words echoed in my mind, and as the days went on, I began to realize that maybe this wasn't the beginning of something at all. Maybe it was the end. Story 32. I sat down at my usual booth at the diner, the scent of freshly brewed coffee filling the air. The place had always felt like home, with its warm lighting and the clink of silverware against plates. The waitress, who knew me by name, handed me the menu as she always did, with a smile. I glanced over the familiar offerings, but one item caught my eye, something I had never seen before. At the bottom of the menu, there was a dish listed as your last breakfast. I paused, staring at the words, my fingers frozen over the laminated surface. It didn't make sense. The diner had always had the same items on the menu for years, but this was different. I glanced up at the waitress, expecting to see her standing there, ready to take my order, but she was gone. A strange unease settled over me as I reread the words again, and I felt a sudden chill creep down my spine. What did it mean? Was it some kind of joke? It didn't feel like one, not in the way it was placed so quietly at the bottom of the menu, as though it belonged there. The more I stared at the menu, the more unsettling it became. Your last breakfast wasn't a playful name or some quirky special for the day. It felt like a message, a strange, foreboding message hidden in plain sight. My mind raced with possibilities. Maybe it was a seasonal special, a clever name for a dish I had never noticed before. But why had it been placed there now, on this particular morning? I felt like I was missing something, like there was a connection I couldn't see. I tried to push it from my mind, but it lingered, hovering over me as I waited for the waitress to return. She had been so cheerful, so normal, when she greeted me. Yet now the idea that she might know something I didn't felt oddly plausible. Was she aware of something that had to do with this strange menu item? I shook my head, trying to dismiss the thought. It was ridiculous, I told myself. The diner had been serving the same people for years, and there was no reason for something as strange as this to be real. But as I sat there, the feeling of unease refused to leave. When the waitress returned to take my order, she smiled, but it seemed more distant than before. "What can I get for you today?" she asked, as though everything was normal. I hesitated, still staring at the menu. I was about to order my usual pancakes with bacon and eggs, but the words of that menu item kept repeating in my mind. I cleared my throat and pointed at the strange dish. "I'll have your last breakfast," I said, my voice sounding almost foreign to my own ears. The waitress raised an eyebrow but didn't seem surprised. She nodded without saying a word and turned to leave. As she walked away, I couldn't help but wonder why I had ordered it. I didn't want to draw attention to myself, but something had urged me to choose that particular item. Maybe I was just curious, or maybe I had felt some strange pull toward it. Either way, the decision didn't sit well with me, but it was too late to take it back. I watched as the waitress disappeared behind the kitchen doors, the sound of her footsteps fading into the background noise of the diner. Time seemed to stretch as I sat there alone, the menu now feeling like a weight on my lap. The other patrons around me continued to talk and eat, oblivious to the strange item that had appeared on my menu. Everything seemed normal, yet everything felt off. It was like I had stepped into a different world, one where this diner, this menu, and everything in it held a hidden meaning I wasn't privy to. The sound of plates clinking in the kitchen made me tense, my mind still racing with questions. What could this last breakfast be? Was it some sort of weird, twisted special? Or was it something darker? Maybe it was just a name, a gimmick, nothing more. But the longer I thought about it, the more uneasy I became. There had to be a reason it was called that, and the fact that it was new, unlisted until now, only made it more unsettling. When the waitress returned, she placed the plate in front of me without a word. I looked down at the food, my stomach flipping as I tried to process the situation. It looked like a normal breakfast: scrambled eggs, bacon, and toast with a side of hash browns. But there was something about it that didn't sit right with me. The eggs were slightly overcooked, and the bacon was a bit too crispy. It wasn't bad, but it wasn't quite as perfect as the meals I was used to here. I picked up my fork, my hand trembling slightly, and took a bite. The food was fine, nothing special, but the strange unease still gnawed at me. As I chewed, I felt a sense of heaviness settling in, as though I were being watched from somewhere just beyond my line of sight. The diner, the people, the food, it all felt distant now, like I was in a dream or a nightmare I couldn't escape. The seconds ticked by slowly as I finished my meal. The waitress returned to check on me, her smile now almost too wide, too perfect. "How was your last breakfast?" she asked, her voice laced with something I couldn't quite place. I swallowed hard, my mouth dry. It was fine. I replied, my voice shaking more than I intended. She nodded and walked away, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. I looked down at my plate, wondering if I had missed something. I felt like there was a message, some hidden meaning behind all of this, but I couldn't figure it out. I paid for the meal, leaving a tip as usual, though my mind was still reeling from the experience. As I stepped outside into the bright morning sunlight, I glanced back at the diner. The familiar neon sign buzzed softly, casting a dull glow over the pavement. Everything looked the same as it always had, but something felt irrevocably different now. I had ordered your last breakfast, and that choice seemed to have set something in motion, something I wasn't yet ready to understand. The day continued as normal, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching me, something waiting just around the corner. The unease lingered like a shadow, following me wherever I went. I tried to brush it off, thinking that it was just a strange coincidence, a moment of discomfort that would pass with time. But deep down, I knew it wasn't that simple. That menu item, that waitress, and that meal, it had been a warning. And I couldn't help but wonder what would happen when the words of the menu proved true. What would come after your last breakfast? Story 33. The day had started like any other. I woke up to the sound of my alarm blaring, groggily silenced it, and rolled out of bed. The weather outside had been warm, but nothing out of the ordinary. I lived in a small house, one I was comfortable in, and for the most part it was predictable. Everything seemed normal until I stepped into the kitchen to make coffee, and that's when I noticed the change. The thermostat, which had always been set to a comfortable 70 degf, now displayed an alarming 121 degf. I stared at it for a moment, unsure of what I was seeing. I didn't touch the thermostat after going to bed the night before, and I certainly hadn't made any adjustments to it. I was certain that it hadn't been set that high when I went to sleep. It was almost as if the temperature had changed on its own, as if something was messing with the system. I walked over to the thermostat and pressed a few buttons, trying to reset it. The digital display flickered briefly before going back to the same temperature. It was still set to 121 degf, an impossibly high temperature for a home. It felt like a glitch in the system, something technological malfunctioning, but it didn't feel like a regular malfunction. There was a strange unease creeping into my thoughts, an irrational feeling that something wasn't right. I walked through the house, checking each room. The air felt stifling, hotter than usual, but it wasn't unbearable. Still, the oppressive heat had a certain weight to it that made everything feel off. I went to open a window, but the air outside was no cooler, just as warm and still as the air inside. I didn't understand how the thermostat could have gone that high on its own. I've lived in the house for years, and this had never happened before. I returned to the thermostat, pressing the reset button several times. I even turned it off and back on, but the reading remained unchanged. I could feel the sweat beginning to bead on my forehead as I stood there, staring at the screen. There was something unsettling about it, like I was being watched, like someone or something was controlling the temperature of my house. It wasn't just a malfunction. It felt deliberate, almost like a warning. I checked the time, trying to distract myself. It was still early in the morning, and I hadn't planned on dealing with something like this today. I thought about calling a technician, but the thought of waiting for someone to show up, especially with such an odd issue, made me hesitate. Besides, what if the problem wasn't something easily fixed? What if it was something bigger, something I couldn't control? I decided to step outside for a moment, hoping the fresh air would help clear my head. The moment I opened the door, I felt a rush of heat hit my face. just as intense as inside the house. There was no breeze, no sign of the cool morning air I had been expecting. I walked down the driveway and looked around the neighborhood, trying to see if anyone else was experiencing the same thing. But everything seemed ordinary. No one else appeared to be bothered by the temperature, and everything was eerily quiet. I went back inside, my mind racing with possibilities. Could the thermostat have malfunctioned in a way I didn't understand? Could someone have tampered with it somehow, remotely controlling the temperature? The idea seemed far-fetched, but the more I thought about it, the more unsettling it became. The house had always been a safe, familiar place, and now it felt like a stranger's domain, manipulated in ways I couldn't explain. I grabbed my phone and started searching for answers, but nothing came up that seemed to explain the situation. It wasn't a known issue with my thermostat model, and there were no articles or forums that mentioned anything similar. It was as if I was the only one in the world dealing with this problem. I was starting to feel trapped, like I couldn't escape the strange heat that had taken over my home. After an hour of trying everything I could think of, I decided to do what seemed most logical at the time: turn off the thermostat and leave the house. I couldn't handle the overwhelming heat any longer, and I needed to clear my head. I grabbed my keys and left, locking the door behind me. But as I walked down the street, the thought nagged at me that I hadn't solved the issue, that the strange temperature would still be there when I returned. I spent the afternoon running errands, trying to distract myself from the bizarre experience. But the heat of my house lingered in my mind, a constant presence I couldn't escape. It felt like the house was waiting for me to return, as if the thermostat, with its impossible reading, was some sort of omen, a message I wasn't understanding. When I finally came back in the late afternoon, I was half expecting the house to be unbearably hot, but as I entered, I immediately noticed something different. The air was cool, almost too cool, and the thermostat had returned to its normal reading of 70 deg. For a brief moment, I wondered if I had imagined everything, if the heat had been a figment of my imagination, but I knew better. I knew something had happened, something I couldn't explain. The relief I felt upon seeing the thermostat back to normal quickly turned to confusion. How had the temperature changed so drastically, and why had it returned to normal on its own? I stood there, staring at the thermostat for a long time, trying to make sense of it all. My thoughts were tangled, my mind racing for any reasonable explanation, but nothing seemed to fit. That night, I tried to go to bed as usual, but sleep didn't come easily. The heat of the day and the strange occurrence with the thermostat kept me tossing and turning. My mind couldn't rest, replaying the events over and over again, trying to piece together what had happened. I was starting to feel like I was losing control, like something unseen was pulling the strings in my life, shifting the temperature of my home without my consent. The next morning, when I woke up, the house felt cool again. The thermostat read 70 deg, just like it always had. I felt a sense of calm wash over me, as if the normalcy had returned. But as I went through my morning routine, I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't quite right. The heat of the previous day felt like a warning, a message that I wasn't prepared for. I went through the day trying to push it all out of my mind, but as evening approached, the thought lingered like a shadow in the back of my mind. The temperature seemed fine, but my gut told me that something else was happening. Something I couldn't see, something I wasn't ready to understand. The thermostat had changed on its own once before, and for some reason I knew it could happen again. The question was when. Story 34. I had just returned home after a long day at work. The door to my apartment clicked as I unlocked it, and I stepped inside, the familiar scent of my place filling my senses. My day had been exhausting, and I was looking forward to a quiet evening alone, maybe some takeout and a movie to unwind. As I kicked off my shoes and hung up my coat, I heard a knock on my door. It was quick, almost urgent, and I wasn't expecting anyone. I opened the door, and there stood my neighbor, Rachel. She was an older woman, friendly enough, but not someone I often interacted with unless it was necessary. Her eyes were wide. A mix of confusion and curiosity painted across her face. She stood there for a moment, as if trying to figure out how to ask her question. When she finally spoke, her voice was almost too calm for what she was saying. "Who was just here?" "They look just like you," she asked, her tone more puzzled than anything else. I froze for a second, blinking at her. My mind raced, trying to figure out what she meant. I had been home for a while, and no one had come by, at least not to my knowledge. The idea of someone looking like me standing at my door was bizarre, and I couldn't imagine who she was referring to. I glanced over my shoulder, half expecting to see someone standing behind me, but the hallway was empty. "I don't know what you're talking about," I replied, though my voice trembled slightly. I was confused, unsure whether this was some sort of misunderstanding or if she had mistaken someone else for me. Rachel seemed a bit more anxious now, stepping closer as if to get a better look at me, her eyes scanning my face. "I saw someone not long ago. They were just here, standing at your door. They look just like you," she said again, her voice soft but urgent. "I swear, it was like looking at you, but different." I took a step back, the hairs on the back of my neck standing up. The thought of someone who resembled me enough for Rachel to mistake them for me sent a chill through me. But who could it be? I hadn't seen anyone who looked like me recently, and I certainly hadn't had any visitors. "Are you sure?" I asked, still trying to piece everything together. Maybe it was someone else. Rachel shook her head, her brow furrowed in confusion. "No, I know what I saw. They had the same hair, the same height. I even thought it was you for a second, but when I came out to say hello, they were gone." I felt a sinking feeling in my stomach. There had been no one at my door, at least not in my memory. I hadn't heard a knock, hadn't seen anyone approach. Rachel was clearly telling the truth, though. She was known for being observant, and if she said she had seen someone who looked like me, then there was no reason to doubt her. The problem was, I couldn't even begin to understand how it could have happened. Did you get a good look at them?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady, but my mind was racing. What exactly did they look like? Rachel paused, her eyes narrowing slightly as she thought back to the encounter. They were wearing a dark jacket, jeans. Their hair was pulled back like yours, and they had the same kind of posture, the way you walk. But there was something off about them. It wasn't exactly you, but it was close enough to make me second-guess myself. I felt a wave of unease wash over me. How could someone have looked so much like me? And why didn't I remember them being at my door? I glanced down the hallway, half expecting someone to step out from the shadows or appear around the corner. But there was nothing, just the empty, quiet corridor of the building. "I don't understand," I murmured, more to myself than to Rachel. "I haven't had anyone over. I haven't been outside." Rachel looked at me intently, as if searching for any sign that I was lying. She seemed to know that I wasn't, but the strangeness of the situation seemed to be affecting her too. "Are you sure you didn't see anyone? Maybe someone who came by while you weren't looking?" I shook my head. "No, I didn't. I've been here all evening. I swear." Rachel didn't seem convinced, but she gave a small nod, as if trying to reassure herself. Okay, I just thought it was strange. I don't know, maybe I'm just tired. But it really did look like you. I stood there for a moment, watching her, feeling the weight of the conversation settle in. What was going on? Who could have looked like me? And why was Rachel so certain of it? I hadn't noticed anyone standing at my door, hadn't heard anything out of the ordinary. The idea of someone impersonating me, or at least looking like me, felt absurd. But here Rachel was, standing in front of me, insisting that it had happened. "Thanks for letting me know," I said, trying to sound calm, even though my mind was in a complete whirlwind. But I really don't know who it could have been. Rachel gave me a tight smile, though there was a flicker of doubt in her eyes. "I'm sure it's nothing," she said, though her tone suggested she wasn't entirely convinced of that. "But if you see anyone else looking like you, I'd be careful." I nodded, though the last thing I wanted was to think about something like that. I closed the door behind her, the click of the lock sounding louder than usual. For a moment I stood there, my back against the door, staring at the familiar surroundings of my apartment. The whole thing felt surreal, like some strange dream that I couldn't shake off. But the question lingered in my mind: who had Rachel seen? And why had she mistaken them for me? The more I thought about it, the more it felt like I had missed something. Like I was part of a puzzle that I couldn't quite fit together. The evening passed quietly, but my thoughts kept drifting back to the strange encounter with my neighbor. Had I somehow missed something earlier in the day? Was it possible that someone had been at my door, and I just hadn't noticed? It was hard to shake the feeling that something was wrong, that I was missing some vital piece of the story. The more I thought about it, the more certain I became Rachel hadn't made a mistake. Someone had been at my door, someone who looked exactly like me. But who? And why? Story 35. I had just returned from the grocery store, my mind occupied with the mundane thoughts of what to make for dinner. The sun was beginning to set, casting a golden hue over the neighborhood. The streets were quiet, with only the occasional rustling of leaves in the wind. As I approached my front door, I noticed something unusual. At first, I thought it was just my imagination. A set of footprints was imprinted in the dirt right in front of my doorstep. They were fresh, the edges sharp and defined, as if someone had just walked up to my door. What caught my attention, however, was the fact that they didn't continue past my doorstep. There was no sign of the person who had made them leaving. I stopped in my tracks, my bags of groceries forgotten at my feet. The prints were clear, heavy boots, deep indentations in the ground. They seemed to have appeared out of nowhere, leading directly up to my door, and then nothing. I took a step closer, inspecting the tracks more closely. They were too distinct to be a figment of my imagination, too detailed to be from someone just walking by. But who would leave footprints like this and not walk away? I looked around the yard, half expecting to see someone standing nearby, watching me. But the street was empty. Not a single person in sight. A chill ran down my spine, and I had the overwhelming urge to turn and leave. But I stood there, frozen in place, staring at the prints. They were real. Someone had walked up to my door, and they were still out there somewhere. I took a deep breath, trying to shake off the sense of unease that was settling over me. Maybe it was a neighbor who had come by for some reason, though I couldn't think of anyone who would leave such an odd trace behind. I picked up my groceries and walked up to the door, glancing over my shoulder once more before stepping inside. The thought of going back to check the prints, of maybe following them, crossed my mind, but something held me back. I closed the door behind me and locked it, though I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. That night, as I tried to relax on the couch, I kept glancing toward the window, half expecting to see someone standing outside, staring in. The footprints haunted me. Why hadn't they led away? Where had the person gone? I told myself it was probably nothing, just a neighbor passing by, or maybe someone playing a prank. But deep down, I knew it wasn't that simple. It felt like I was being watched, like the presence of whoever had made those prints was still lingering, just beyond the walls of my home. The next morning, I went out to check again. The footprints were still there, fresh as ever, leading right up to my door. But this time, something was different. There was a small object in the dirt near the edge of the steps. I bent down to get a closer look. It was a key, just a simple metal key, the kind that might belong to a house or a lock. My heart skipped a beat. Who would leave a key on my doorstep? Why? I picked it up, turning it over in my hand. It felt cold, weighty, like it was meant for something important. I couldn't make sense of it. There were no markings or identifiers on it, just an ordinary, nondescript key. But somehow it felt wrong. Something about it seemed out of place. I walked around the yard, hoping to find some clue, anything that could explain what had happened. The prints were still there, unchanged, stretching from the edge of my driveway to the doorstep. But there was no sign of anyone, no trace of who had come by. I checked the neighbors' houses, but everyone's doors were locked, and no one seemed to be home. The whole street was quiet, like nothing had happened at all. I was left standing there, holding the key, feeling more and more unsettled by the second. That afternoon, I tried to put the whole thing out of my mind. I went about my usual routine, but the eerie feeling lingered. I couldn't help but think about the footprints, the strange key, and the fact that they hadn't led away. I kept my windows closed, double-checking the locks on the door before I went to bed. The idea of someone watching me from outside, someone who knew where I lived, weighed heavily on my mind. But there was nothing I could do. I couldn't explain it, couldn't make sense of it. I could only wait. The following days passed, but the feeling didn't fade. In fact, it only seemed to intensify. I kept seeing shadows out of the corner of my eye, hearing faint noises that seemed to come from nowhere. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off, like I was waiting for something to happen, for the next step in whatever was unfolding around me. I started to do research, looking up anything that might explain the footprints or the key. I found nothing. There were no reports of strange occurrences in the area, no news stories about missing people or break-ins. It was as if the world had simply forgotten about the strange event. But I hadn't forgotten. I couldn't. I began to stay up later, watching out the windows, trying to see if anyone was coming or going. But every time I looked, the street was empty. The house was quiet. I was alone. Or at least I tried to convince myself of that. But the truth was, I didn't feel alone. Not anymore. One night, as I sat in the living room, I heard a sound from outside. It was faint at first, just a slight rustling. But it grew louder, and I stood up to look out the window. I couldn't see anything at first, but then I noticed something at the edge of my yard. A figure. I couldn't make out any details, but it was there, standing in the darkness, just beyond the reach of the porch light. My breath caught in my throat. I wasn't sure if it was the same person from before, or if it was someone else entirely. But whoever it was, they were waiting, just like the footprints, just like the key. I backed away from the window, my heart racing. I didn't know what to do. Should I call the police? Should I confront them? My mind raced with possibilities, but none of them felt like the right answer. I felt trapped, like I was being pulled into something I couldn't control. I didn't sleep that night. Instead, I stayed awake, staring out the window, watching for any movement. But by morning, the figure was gone, just like everything else. The street was as quiet as it had always been. The footprints had disappeared, and the key was no longer in my hand. I was left with nothing but the feeling that whatever had come to my doorstep wasn't over yet, and I couldn't shake the feeling that the next step was still waiting for me. Story 36. I woke up to the usual hum of the morning, stretching my arms and glancing at the time on my phone. It was just another regular day, or so I thought. As I scrolled through my notifications, I noticed something strange. In my camera roll, there was a new photo, one that I didn't recognize. It was a photo of me sleeping, lying in bed, the light from my window casting soft shadows across my face. The image looked so real, as if someone had been there standing over me, quietly capturing the moment. But I was alone the night before. I tapped on the photo, my heart racing as I stared at the image. It was taken from an angle I couldn't have set up myself. I always kept my phone on the nightstand beside me when I went to bed, so there was no way I could have taken a picture while sleeping. The photo didn't seem like it was taken from my own perspective, but from a place just out of view, as if someone else had been in the room while I was unaware. I quickly checked the date and time on the photo. It had been taken the previous night, while I was fast asleep. I felt a chill run down my spine. Who could have taken this photo? I was certain I hadn't been awake at that time and no one else had been in my room. I hadn't heard a sound, hadn't felt a presence, and certainly hadn't seen anyone. But there it was, a vivid, unsettling image of me in an intimate, vulnerable state. My mind raced with questions. Could someone have hacked into my phone? Maybe it was some kind of glitch. But everything else on my phone seemed normal. No weird apps, no strange messages, just this one haunting image. I swiped through my camera roll, hoping it was some kind of mistake, a file mix-up, but there were no other photos like it. Everything else was just random shots I had taken throughout the week, nothing out of the ordinary. This one photo stood out though, and the more I stared at it, the more uneasy I felt. I tried to shake it off, telling myself it was probably nothing, but I couldn't. It didn't make sense. I had never taken this picture, and no one else could have been in my room. I had locked the door, and there was no sign of anyone having entered. I decided to check the other apps on my phone to see if I could find any clues as to how the photo had ended up there. Maybe there was some third-party app that had malfunctioned or somehow accessed my camera without me realizing. But again, everything seemed fine. There was no unusual activity, no app notifications telling me something had happened while I slept. It felt like the photo had appeared out of nowhere. Later that day, I met up with a friend for coffee and mentioned the strange photo to them. They laughed at first, thinking it was some kind of prank. Maybe you were sleepwalking or something, they joked, but I couldn't brush it off so easily. I knew I hadn't taken the photo, and I was sure no one had been in my room. I could feel the weight of the mystery hanging over me, making it hard to concentrate on anything else. When I got home, I double-checked the photo again, trying to find any small detail that could offer an explanation. I zoomed in on my face, my surroundings, searching for anything familiar. I recognized the room, of course. It was my bedroom, same walls, same furniture, but the photo felt different now. The more I examined it, the more I realized how still and lifeless the picture felt, like a moment frozen in time, untouched by any human presence. The air in the photo seemed too quiet, too perfectly still. I wasn't used to seeing myself in that state, unaware of my surroundings, as if I were a stranger looking in on someone else's life. The next morning, I woke up and checked my phone again, hoping the photo had have somehow disappeared overnight. But it was still there, sitting in my camera roll, haunting me with its unexplainable presence. I tried to forget about it, tried to go on with my day, but it was impossible. Everywhere I went, the image lingered in the back of my mind. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone or something had been watching me. The thought made my skin crawl, but I didn't want to admit how much it unsettled me. I couldn't even tell anyone else about it, not yet. The more I tried to ignore the photo, the more it seemed to affect me. I couldn't get through the day without checking my phone every few minutes, hoping there would be an explanation waiting for me. I tried turning the phone off, rebooting it, even deleting the photo, but each time it reappeared, as if it had been there all along, hidden in some corner of my device. It felt like I was being haunted by my own image, trapped in a loop I couldn't escape from. Days went by, and the photo didn't stop showing up. It was as if it was tied to my phone, to my life. Every time I woke up, it was there, waiting for me. It wasn't just a picture anymore, it felt like a reminder, a message I wasn't meant to understand. I started to wonder if I was going crazy, if I was imagining things, but deep down I knew it was real. The photo existed, and it kept coming back, no matter what I did. Then, one night, as I was about to go to bed, my phone vibrated. I hadn't received a notification in hours, so I picked it up, expecting to see a message or an email. But no, there was nothing. The screen was empty, except for one new photo that had appeared at the very top of my camera roll. I opened it without hesitation, knowing exactly what I would see. Sure enough, there I was again sleeping. But this time, the photo was different. It wasn't just a shot of me in bed. There was something else in the corner of the room, something I hadn't seen before. At first, I couldn't make it out. It was just a shadow, faint and indistinct, but it seemed to be moving. My heart raced as I zoomed in, trying to see what it was. There, in the dark corner of the photo, was a figure, its features hidden in the shadow, but its presence undeniable. I felt the breath catch in my throat as I stared at it. It wasn't a person I recognized. It wasn't anyone I knew. I dropped the phone in shock, my hands trembling as I backed away from the screen. I couldn't breathe. My phone had captured something more than just a picture of me sleeping. It had captured something that shouldn't have been there at all. Story 37. I sat down at my kitchen table, as I often did in the evenings, with a cup of tea beside me and my crossword puzzle book open in front of me. It was a routine I'd grown accustomed to, solving puzzles while winding down after a long day. The soft scratch of my pen against the paper was soothing, and I usually lost myself in the quiet satisfaction of filling in the boxes. The puzzle was a standard one, nothing out of the ordinary, just a few clues that were easy enough to answer. I could feel my mind relaxing as I worked through the across and down clues, one after another. The first few clues were simple enough. A 3-letter word for a type of fruit, pear, followed by a 4-letter word for a color, blue. It felt like a typical evening, just as it always had been. I moved through the puzzle methodically, each filled and answered, giving me a small sense of accomplishment. I sipped my tea between entries, enjoying the calm that came with the routine. Everything was just as it should be, or so I thought. But then, something strange happened. I had filled in a few more answers and was working on a longer, more complicated clue when I noticed something odd. The letters in the filled-in squares, when I glanced at them all together, seemed to form an unusual pattern. I stopped for a moment and looked closer. It wasn't something I could easily explain, but it looked like there was a message hidden in the answers. At first it seemed like a coincidence, but as I went back and examined the puzzle more closely, the words began to make sense. The vertical answers in certain sections of the puzzle spelled out the words "don't trust them." I froze. The letters stared back at me from the grid as if they were mocking me. The phrase seemed entirely out of place. It wasn't a typical crossword answer. The message didn't fit in with the rest of the clues, nor did it seem to have anything to do with the puzzle itself. I blinked several times, unsure of what I was seeing. Maybe it was just a coincidence, I thought. But the more I looked at it, the less likely it seemed. I turned the puzzle over in my hands, inspecting it for any signs of tampering, but everything seemed normal. The book was old, sure, but there were no signs of missing or damaged pages. The paper felt just like it always did, thin but sturdy. Yet the message was undeniable, the letters were clear, and the sentence was unsettling. It wasn't something you would typically find in a crossword puzzle. I hadn't seen anything like it before. I leaned back in my chair, trying to shake off the unease that settled over me. I had worked on crosswords for years, and never once had anything like this happened. Was this a weird prank, a mistake, or something else? I had no way of knowing, and the more I thought about it, the more paranoid I became. My mind started racing. Who would send me a message like this? And why would it be hidden in a crossword puzzle of all places? I started going through the clues again, trying to see if anything else stood out. I filled in a few more answers, hoping to find some explanation or to reassure myself that I was just imagining things. But with each word I added, the message seemed to become clearer, more significant. It was as if the phrase "don't trust them" was woven into the very fabric of the puzzle itself. And with that thought came the uncomfortable realization someone had made sure that I would find it. The more I looked at the puzzle, the more I began to feel like I was being watched. I checked the window, half expecting someone to be standing outside staring in at me. Of course, there was no one there. But that didn't make the feeling go away. I felt a tightness in my chest as I wondered who could have done this, and why. It felt as though the message was meant for me. There was no way the message could be a coincidence, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I had somehow been targeted. I decided to put the puzzle down for a moment, needing some space to clear my mind. But even as I walked into the other room, the words haunted me. Don't trust them. The message seemed so simple, yet so heavy. It was as if someone was trying to warn me about something I had yet to realize. But who was the them? Was it the people I worked with? Friends? Family? It was all too vague, too cryptic to make sense of. I tried to distract myself with other tasks, but the message lingered in my thoughts, like a shadow I couldn't shake. I picked the puzzle back up, staring at the offending words again, trying to convince myself that it was all just some kind of strange fluke. Maybe it was an error in the printing, or a coincidence that I had somehow stumbled upon. But the longer I thought about it, the more the words seemed deliberate. As the hours passed, my mind kept circling back to that message. Don't trust them. It was chilling, especially because it felt so personal. It wasn't just a random warning. It was directed at me. My pulse quickened, and I could feel a sense of dread creeping over me. I wasn't sure who they were, or why I was being warned, but I couldn't ignore the feeling that something was off. I decided to take action, but what? I thought about talking to someone about it, showing them the puzzle, asking if they saw what I saw. But what would I say? That I had found a cryptic message in a crossword puzzle and was worried about it. It sounded ridiculous, even to me. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong, that I was being pulled into something bigger than I understood. Later that night, I decided to close the puzzle book and put it away, hoping that the unease would fade with time. But as I lay in bed, I couldn't help but think about the message. I tossed and turned, unable to sleep. The more I thought about it, the more questions popped into my head. Why would someone target me with such a message? What did it mean? And who were they? The next morning, I felt the same anxiety in the pit of my stomach. I couldn't stop thinking about the puzzle, even as I went about my day. I found myself glancing over my shoulder when I walked down the street, unsure if anyone was watching me. It was silly, I told myself. It was just a puzzle, but something about it felt like a warning, one I couldn't ignore. For the rest of the week, I tried to put it out of my mind, but the phrase kept coming back to me in quiet moments, creeping into my thoughts when I wasn't expecting it. Every time I picked up a new puzzle or glanced at a crossword in the newspaper, I couldn't help but wonder if I was missing something. Was there something more to the message? Was it meant to lead me somewhere? Or was it simply a warning about people I didn't even know? I never did find an answer. The puzzle sat in my drawer, unopened, as the message haunted me for days. I couldn't shake the feeling that something important was happening just beneath the surface, something I wasn't seeing. But whatever it was, I knew I had to be careful. The message had been clear, and I couldn't ignore it any longer. Don't trust them. And for the first time in a long while, I wasn't sure who they were, or if I could trust anyone at all. Story 38. I stood in front of the florist's counter, the smell of fresh flowers filling the air. The woman behind the counter, a soft smile on her face, arranged the bouquet with care. It was a mix of vibrant roses, lilies, and daisies, all delicately placed together in a beautiful display. I admired the colors, but there was something oddly comforting about the act of picking out flowers. I had been feeling restless lately, as though something was just slightly off in my life, and buying flowers was a small way to regain some peace. As she finished wrapping the bouquet, the florist handed it to me with a slight tilt of her head. "Here you go," she said, her voice gentle and soothing. I took the flowers, grateful for her kindness. But as I reached out for the bouquet, I noticed a small card tucked neatly inside the arrangement. It wasn't unusual to include a card with flowers, but this one felt different. The handwriting on the card was unfamiliar, neat but deliberate. I opened the card, expecting a simple note or a message. But instead, the words that greeted me were chilling. "They'll never know." I stared at the card for a moment, my fingers trembling slightly as I processed the words. My mind raced, trying to make sense of it. Who could have sent this? And what did it mean? I was caught between confusion and a creeping sense of unease, as though someone was trying to communicate with me, but the message was too cryptic. "Is everything all right?" the florist asked, noticing my hesitation. I forced a smile, trying to dismiss the sudden feeling of dread that had settled over me. "Yes, everything's fine," I said, though my voice sounded distant. I took the bouquet, still holding the card, and quickly left the shop. The sunlight outside felt too bright, almost blinding, as if it were amplifying the strange discomfort I was now feeling. I glanced around, but nothing seemed out of the ordinary. As I walked home, the card remained in my hand, its message haunting me. What did "they'll never know" mean? The words echoed in my mind, like a riddle I couldn't solve. The bouquet, once so beautiful, now seemed to carry a weight with it, as if the flowers themselves were connected to some kind of mystery. The more I thought about it, the more I became certain that someone was watching me, or at least trying to get a message to me in a way that was just out of reach. I tried to shake off the feeling, but it lingered. That night, as I sat in my apartment, the card was still on my coffee table. The flowers had been placed in a vase, their colors now seeming almost muted in the dim light of the room. I couldn't take my eyes off the card. The phrase "they'll never know" seemed to taunt me, as though it were meant for me to uncover its meaning, but no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't make sense of it. The following days passed uneventfully, but I couldn't shake the unease that the card had left me with. I started noticing small things that seemed out of place: a car that always seemed to be parked near my building, a person I didn't recognize walking past my window. I dismissed them at first, telling myself I was being paranoid. But the more I thought about it, the more these odd occurrences seemed to be connected, as though someone was following me, watching me. Maybe I was overthinking it. After all, it wasn't uncommon to feel a little anxious sometimes. But deep down, I knew something wasn't right. One evening, I decided to stop by the florist's shop again. I didn't know why, but I felt like I needed to. Maybe I would get some answers, or at least a sense of closure. As I entered the shop, the florist was busy arranging a new shipment of flowers. She looked up and smiled warmly when she saw me. "Back again so soon?" she asked, her tone light and friendly. I hesitated for a moment before speaking. I was wondering if you had any idea who might have sent me a bouquet the other day. There was a card inside, and it said, "They'll never know." Do you know anything about it? The florist's expression changed slightly, her smile faltering just enough to make me feel like I had said something wrong. She seemed to think for a moment before answering. "I'm not sure who might have sent it, but that's an unusual message, don't you think?" she said, her voice cautious. "I don't remember any orders like that recently. It's possible someone left it with us to be delivered, but I can't recall anything specific." Her eyes briefly glanced toward the counter, where I noticed several bouquets waiting to be arranged. She seemed distracted, as though she were avoiding looking directly at me. "Are you sure?" I asked, pressing a little more. It just seems strange that someone would send something like that. The florist smiled again, but it was less genuine this time. "I'm sorry, I really don't know," she said, her voice softer now. "But if you ever need anything else, don't hesitate to come back." I nodded, feeling a knot tighten in my stomach. Something about her response felt off, like she was hiding something. I left the shop, the feeling of unease following me once again. The more I thought about it, the more I became convinced that the florist knew something, or that the flowers themselves were somehow part of something bigger. The message on the card, the strange look in the florist's eyes, and the feeling that something was just out of reach all started to intertwine in my mind. Days turned into weeks, and though nothing significant happened, I couldn't let go of the feeling that I was being watched. I checked my phone regularly, my heart racing whenever I received a new notification. I glanced over my shoulder every time I left a house, half expecting someone to be there. The paranoia was slowly consuming me, and I couldn't figure out why. Had the flowers and the card been a warning? Had I missed something crucial? Or was I simply losing my grip on reality? One evening, as I was walking home from work, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. A figure stood across the street from my apartment building, just standing there, watching. I couldn't make out any details, but the posture seemed too deliberate, too still. I stopped in my tracks, my breath catching in my throat. The figure didn't move, didn't acknowledge me in any way, but I knew instinctively that they were watching me. And then, as if they had sensed my gaze, they disappeared into the shadows, melting into the night. I rushed inside of my apartment, locking the door behind me. My heart was pounding in my chest, and a familiar feeling of dread had returned. The card, the flowers, the stranger across the street, they were all connected. But to what? And why? I couldn't find the answers, but I knew that whatever was happening, it wasn't over. The feeling that I was being watched, that something was just out of sight, continued to haunt me. And as I sat in my apartment, staring at the bouquet of flowers that now seemed to hold a darker significance, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was part of something much larger, something I couldn't yet understand. Story 39. I heard my name whispered from the attic, though I was the only one at home. The sound was soft at first, like the breeze passing through the trees outside. But as I stood still, trying to understand what had just happened, the whisper came again, clearer this time, unmistakable. My heart began to race, and my palms started to sweat as I glanced around the room. There was no one else there, just me, in the quiet of the house. The house had always been old, creaking and groaning with every gust of wind or change in the temperature. I tried to convince myself it was just the house settling, that my imagination was playing tricks on me. But deep down, I knew this felt different. This wasn't just a random sound. It was deliberate. My name spoken softly from somewhere above me, from the attic. I stood frozen for a moment, unsure of what to do. I had never liked going into the attic. It was dark and full of things I didn't remember putting there. There were old boxes of clothes, dusty furniture covered in white sheets, and things that belonged to my parents long before they had left the house. I had never thought much about it, always avoiding it when I could. But now, the thought of climbing those stairs seemed impossible. Yet I couldn't ignore the whispering voice that seemed to be calling to me. My feet moved on their own, slowly carrying me toward the door that led up to the attic. With each step, my anxiety grew, my breath shallow and uneven. I tried to rationalize it. It was just my imagination. Maybe it was the wind or a stray animal in the rafters. But the closer I got to the attic stairs, the more I felt like something wasn't right. The air felt heavier, thick with the tension of something waiting, watching. I reached the base of the stairs and paused, the whisper echoing in my mind. It was impossible to ignore now. It was my name, but it didn't sound like a normal whisper. There was something cold about it, a hint of urgency, as if I was being called for a reason I couldn't understand. My hand hovered over the doorknob, but I hesitated. Was it a mistake to go up there? Should I call someone? The idea of facing whatever was waiting for me in the attic made my stomach turn. But curiosity gnawed at me, pulling me forward. I turned the knob and pushed the door open. The dim light from the hallway barely illuminated the dark stairs that led to the attic. I could feel the temperature drop as I stepped closer to the edge of the stairs, the air thick with dust and something I couldn't quite place. It felt wrong, like something ancient was stirring, waiting to be found. I grabbed the railing and began climbing slowly, my steps tentative, my ears straining for any sign of movement. The whisper was gone, replaced by an eerie silence that filled the space around me. The higher I climbed, the more I could feel a presence surrounding me, something unseen but unmistakably there. I reached the top of the stairs and paused at the attic door. It was ajar, just slightly, but enough to make my heart race. I pushed the door open further, and the sight that greeted me made my breath catch. The attic was just as I had left it, cluttered with boxes and forgotten things. But in the corner of the room, where I had never noticed before, was a small wooden chest, out of place among the other items. It seemed to draw me in, as if it had been waiting for me. The whispering voice, faint but clear, came again. My name. This time it was louder, more insistent. It seemed to be coming from the chest. I took a hesitant step forward, my feet heavy with the weight of my fear. The chest was old, weathered, its surface scratched and worn, as if it had been through years of neglect. The whispering grew louder with each step, until it was almost deafening. My hand trembled as I reached for the lid. the urge to open it overwhelming, though I couldn't explain why. When I finally opened it, the contents inside were not what I expected. It wasn't filled with forgotten memories or trinkets from the past. Instead, there was a folded piece of paper, stained with something dark. My name was written on it in bold, jagged letters. I picked it up with shaking hands, my mind racing with 1,000 questions. Who had written this? Why was it in the chest, waiting for me? As I unfolded the paper, a cold breeze rushed past me, as though the attic had suddenly come alive. The paper was covered in strange symbols, ones I didn't recognize. It wasn't just the symbols that made my heart pound, it was the feeling that they were meant for me, as if they had been waiting for me to discover them. I could almost feel the weight of their meaning pressing against my chest, urging me to understand, figure it out. But no matter how hard I tried, the symbols made no sense. I turned the paper over, hoping for some clue, some explanation. On the back, there was a single sentence written in the same jagged script: "You have been chosen." The words sent a chill through me, the weight of them settling like a stone in my stomach. I felt dizzy, disoriented, unsure of what this meant or how it could be possible. Who would have chosen me? And for what purpose? I stood there for what felt like an eternity, staring at the paper, my mind racing. The whispers had stopped, but the silence in the attic was suffocating. I wanted to leave, to run down the stairs and forget I had ever found this chest, this paper, but something held me there. Something kept me rooted to the spot, as if the attic itself was unwilling to let me go. As I continued to stare at the strange symbols, the room around me seemed to shift. The air grew colder, and I felt a sudden pressure in my chest, like I couldn't breathe. The attic door slammed shut behind me, trapping me in the room. Panic rose in my throat as I scrambled for the door, but it wouldn't budge. I pulled and tugged at the handle, but it was as if the door had locked itself. The whispers returned, but this time they weren't coming from the chest. They were all around me, swirling in the air, echoing through the space. My name, repeated over and over, until it felt like the walls were closing in on me. I backed away, my heart racing, and that's when I saw it. The shadows in the corners of the room seemed to move, stretching and shifting like they were alive. The air was thick with an oppressive energy, and I could feel it wrapping around me, pulling me deeper into the room. I turned to face the chest once more, hoping for some kind of explanation, some way out of this nightmare. But the chest was gone. In its place was something else, something dark and sinister. The room seemed to pulse with an unnatural energy, and I felt a presence in the corner of the attic, watching me. The shadows grew taller, and the whispers grew louder, drowning out all other sound. In that moment, I realized the truth: the attic wasn't just a part of the house. It was a place that held something far older, far more dangerous than I had ever imagined. And I had uncovered something that I was never meant to find. Story 40. I was jolted awake by a loud knock on my door, the sound so sudden and forceful it seemed to rattle the entire apartment. My heart began to race, the quiet of the night shattered by the unexpected interruption. It was 3 a.m., the hour when the world outside felt like it had settled into its deepest, most silent state. The knocking persisted, relentless, urgent. I froze in bed, not sure what to do. Then, through the thick silence of the night, I heard a voice. The words were simple, but they chilled me to the core. "I know you're awake." The voice was steady, calm, and oddly familiar, though I couldn't place it. It sent a wave of unease crashing over me. Who was at my door? And how did they know I was awake? My mind raced through every possibility, but none made sense. I hadn't been expecting anyone, let alone at this hour. I sat there in my bed, completely still, my ears straining to hear any further sounds. The voice had come from just outside the door, so close, but I couldn't make out any further details. I tried to listen carefully, hoping for a clue that would make this whole situation less terrifying. But nothing. Just the deep silence of the night and the persistent feeling that I wasn't alone. I reached for my phone on the bedside table, my hands trembling slightly as I did. I thought about calling someone, maybe the police, but there was something in the back of my mind that made me hesitate. What if it was nothing? What if it was just a prank or a misunderstanding? Still, the voice had been so sure, so deliberate in its tone. It was like they knew something I didn't. Something about the way they spoke made my skin crawl. It wasn't just the words, they knew I was awake. How? I waited for another knock, or perhaps the sound of the person leaving, but neither came. The silence dragged on, every second feeling like an eternity. I felt frozen, unsure of what to do next. Should I open the door? Should I call for help? But the thought of opening the door to some stranger, especially after hearing those words, was too much to bear. The fear of what might be on the other side kept me rooted in place, unable to make a move. Minutes passed, though it felt like hours, and finally, I summoned the courage to speak. "Who is it?" I called out, my voice barely above a whisper, as though speaking any louder might somehow make the situation worse. There was no response, just an eerie, almost suffocating silence that followed. I felt a pang of panic. Was anyone even out there, or had it all been in my head? The knock came again, sharper this time, almost as though the person were growing impatient. And then, that voice again, clear as day. "I know you're awake." It sent another wave of cold through me, the certainty in the words unsettling. They didn't need to see me to know I was awake. That thought alone made my mind spin. What kind of person would stand outside a stranger's door at 3 a.m. and say something like that? And why? I couldn't bring myself to open the door, despite the overwhelming urge to confront whoever was on the other side. My heart pounded in my chest as I sat there in the darkness, the only sound the steady rhythm of my breathing. The room felt smaller, more suffocating. I wished I could call someone, anyone, but I didn't want to make a sound that might alert the stranger that I was inside, still listening. The knocking stopped, and for a moment, I thought maybe the person had given up. But then, out of nowhere, I heard the sound of something scraping against the doorframe. It was faint, almost imperceptible, but it was there. I froze again, straining to listen. The scraping continued, a slow, deliberate movement. My mind raced, trying to make sense of what was happening. What were they doing? It felt like time had stopped altogether as I sat there, locked in my own fear. The scraping sound grew louder, and then, just as suddenly as it had started, it stopped. Everything fell silent again. I held my breath, waiting, listening for any sign of movement outside the door. But nothing came. No more knocks, no more voices, just the hollow silence that seemed to fill the entire apartment. I didn't dare move. My mind was spinning with 100 different possibilities, none of them good. I couldn't help but wonder if this was some kind of test, or if I was being watched from somewhere nearby. My anxiety grew with each passing second. My phone lay on the bed beside me, a lifeline I didn't want to reach for fear of what might happen if I did. I was terrified of the unknown, of the fact that someone knew I was here, that they knew I was awake, and that they were somehow playing a game with me. Minutes passed, maybe even longer. I couldn't tell how much time had gone by, the fear clouding my sense of time. It was as if the world had paused, leaving me trapped in this strange, unnerving moment. I started to wonder if I should take action, call for help, or just open the door and face whatever was on the other side. But the uncertainty of what awaited me kept me frozen in place. I didn't know if I could handle whatever might be waiting for me outside. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the doorbell rang. It was soft, almost as if it had been pressed in the faintest of gestures. My heart skipped a beat, and I couldn't bring myself to answer it. Whoever it was, whatever this was, it wasn't normal. This wasn't just an innocent mistake or a knock at the wrong door. The voice, the confidence with which they spoke, it was too calculated, too deliberate. It felt like I was being drawn into something much bigger than I could understand. I stayed in place, terrified of moving, terrified of answering. The minutes continued to stretch on, each one heavier than the last, but the knocking stopped. The doorbell stopped. All that remained was the silence, the deep, unsettling silence that filled my apartment like a thick fog. The strange voice, the knocks, the presence outside my door, none of it made sense. But the worst part was the feeling that it wasn't over. That whatever this was, it was just the beginning. Story 41. I woke up to find my bedroom window wide open, even though I always lock it before bed. The cool morning air rushed in, sending a shiver through me. I sat up, my heart racing as I scanned the room, trying to make sense of what had happened. There was no sign of anyone, nothing out of place except for the window. The lock was still in its place, but the window itself was ajar, as if someone had deliberately opened it. I stood up and walked over to the window, my mind racing. I couldn't remember leaving it open, and I was sure I'd checked it before going to sleep. The thought of someone entering my room while I slept made my stomach turn. I leaned out of the window, looking down at the ground below, but there was nothing. No footprints, no evidence of anyone having been there. Still, the feeling of unease lingered. I locked the window again, my fingers trembling as I turned the latch. I tried to shake off the feeling of dread, telling myself it was probably just some mistake. Maybe I had forgotten to lock it, or maybe it had come undone on its own. But deep down I knew that wasn't the case. I had been careful, and this was different. I couldn't explain why, but something felt wrong. I walked around the room, checking everything in sight. My bed was exactly where I had left it, my belongings untouched. There were no signs of forced entry, no broken glass, no evidence of a struggle. Everything appeared normal on the surface, but the open window, that one detail wouldn't leave my mind. I couldn't stop thinking about it, wondering who could have come in, or if someone had been watching me while I slept. The more I thought about it, the more unsettling it became. Who would do something like this? Why would they open my window and leave no trace? I kept going over the possibilities in my head, but none of them made sense. The logical part of me wanted to brush it off as an accident, but the rest of me felt like I was missing something important. I tried to distract myself by getting dressed and going about my morning routine, but the unease wouldn't go away. Every creak of the floorboards, every rustle of the curtains made me jump. I kept glancing over my shoulder, half expecting to see someone standing behind me, but there was nothing. Just the quiet of my home, which now felt more like a cage than a sanctuary. After breakfast, I decided to take a walk around the house, checking all the windows and doors. Maybe there was something I had missed. I walked into the living room, where the curtains were drawn shut, and the windows seemed undisturbed. Everything looked fine until I came to the back door. It was locked, but the small hook latch was slightly undone. It was enough to make me pause. I was sure I had locked it last night. I checked the other doors and windows, but nothing seemed amiss. Still, the thought of someone getting in somehow, and now leaving traces of their presence, made me feel sick. I went outside to clear my head, hoping the fresh air would help, but as I stepped into the yard, I noticed something. There, in the flower bed near the window, were fresh footprints in the soil. They were small, barely visible at first, but they were there. I kneeled down, inspecting them closely. The prints led toward my house, and as I followed them, my heart pounded harder in my chest. The footprints stopped just beneath my window. They didn't go any further. Whoever had been there had simply stood outside, watching, waiting. I felt a chill run down my spine. The thought of someone so close to me while I slept was overwhelming. I rushed back inside, my mind racing. I grabbed my phone, preparing to call the police, but as I dialed the number, I hesitated. What was I going to say? How could I explain that someone had opened my window without leaving any trace behind? The officers would probably think I was overreacting, imagining things. Maybe I was, but the fear was real. The footprints, the window, the feeling that someone was in my space made me feel more vulnerable than I'd ever felt before. Instead of calling the police, I decided to check the security cameras outside. I had a few installed around the house, just in case. As I sat down at my computer and reviewed the footage from the night before, my heart sank. The footage showed nothing unusual. The front yard was empty. No one had approached the house. No one had come near the window. It was as if the footprints had appeared out of thin air. I felt the walls closing in around me. The footage was supposed to reassure me, but it only raised more questions. If the cameras hadn't picked anything up, then how had someone gotten inside? How had they opened the window without being caught on tape? It made no sense. I had always trusted my security system, but now I was questioning everything. The rest of the day passed in a blur, and I couldn't stop looking over my shoulder. Every little noise seemed louder, more sinister. The phone felt like a weight in my hand, like I was waiting for another message or call that would tell me something I didn't want to know. But nothing came. No calls, no texts, no signs of anyone nearby. That night, I locked every window, every door, double-checked the security system, and stayed up late, watching the monitors. I had to know. I couldn't sleep, not after everything that had happened, but by morning everything seemed calm again. The house was quiet, no strange messages, no footprints. It was as if nothing had ever happened, but I knew it wasn't over. Whoever had opened that window was still out there, waiting, and I couldn't shake the feeling that something worse was coming. The next few days were a blur of uncertainty. I couldn't stop checking the windows, the doors, the security footage. Every time I left the house, I felt a strange sense of dread, but nothing more happened. The footprints never appeared again, and no one came near the window. It was as though the incident had been a nightmare, fading into the background of my life. But deep down, I knew it was only a matter of time before something else would happen. I just didn't know when or what it'd be. I stopped sleeping well, constantly waking up to check the locks, the windows, to make sure everything was in place. I couldn't relax. I couldn't forget the open window, the footprints, the sense that someone had been in my space. The fear of what was coming next kept me awake, and each night, I wondered if I would wake up to find the window open again. Story 42. I had just stepped out of the shower, steam swirling around me as I grabbed a towel. The bathroom mirror was fogged up from the hot water as usual. I wiped a small spot in the corner to see my reflection, brushing away the condensation. But as I did, my eyes froze. There, in the center of the mirror, was a handprint. It was clear and distinct, the fingers spread wide, and the palm perfectly outlined. I looked around the room, but I was alone, just as I had been when I stepped in. I took a deep breath, my heart starting to pound in my chest. How could this have happened? The house was empty, and I had been the only one in the bathroom since I turned the shower on. I reached out and touched the mirror, expecting it to be cold, but it was warm, as though someone had just pressed their hand against it. There was no mistaking the print. It was fresh, the edges still sharp, not faded or smudged. I stepped back, trying to make sense of it. My mind raced, trying to come up with a logical explanation, but I couldn't find one. The feeling of being watched crept over me as I stared at the handprint. I wiped the fog from the rest of the mirror, hoping it would just disappear, but it remained, stubborn and impossible to ignore. My eyes were drawn to it, and the more I looked, the more unsettling it became. I checked the rest of the bathroom, the small space now feeling too big, too empty, as if it were filled with an unseen presence. Nothing had changed. No one else was there. Yet the handprint was still there, an undeniable mark that someone had been in the room with me. I stepped out of the bathroom, the cool air hitting my skin as I walked through the hallway. My mind raced with possibilities. Could I have missed something? Was it possible that I had been so absorbed in my own thoughts that I hadn't noticed someone else entering the bathroom? I doubted it. The house was quiet, and I was certain I hadn't heard anyone move through it. It felt wrong, almost like the handprint was some sort of message, a sign that something wasn't quite right. I walked back into the bathroom, my hands shaking as I reached for the towel to dry my hair. The handprint was still there, waiting, mocking me. I thought about calling anyone just to talk it through, to hear that it was nothing, just a figment of my imagination. But something held me back. The air in the room felt heavier, as if the walls were closing in around me. I couldn't bring myself to look away from the handprint, my eyes locked onto it, unable to break free. The thought crossed my mind that maybe I was losing my grip on reality, that the handprint was just some trick of the mind. But deep down I knew it wasn't. It felt too real, too tangible. I had lived in this house for years, and I had never experienced anything like this before. The handprint was too precise, too deliberate. It wasn't a smear or a smudge that could be easily explained away. It was something else, something unsettling, something I couldn't quite grasp. I grabbed my phone and started taking pictures, hoping that seeing the image from a different angle would provide some clarity. But as I looked at the photos on the screen, it only made things worse. The handprint in the photos seemed even more vivid, more detailed than it had in real life. The edges of the fingers seemed to curl slightly, almost as if the hand had just been pressed against the mirror. I zoomed in, trying to find any inconsistencies, any explanation for what I was seeing, but there was nothing. The handprint was exactly the same in every shot, a constant reminder that I wasn't imagining things. I thought about what to do next. Should I call someone, ask a friend or family member to come over and check the house? Or should I just try to forget it and move on? But the longer I stared at the handprint, the more I felt like I couldn't let it go. It was too strange, too out of place. I stepped away from the mirror again, trying to give myself some space to think. But no matter how far I moved, the handprint lingered in my mind as if it were following me. I went back to the living room and sat down on the couch, staring at my phone, unable to focus on anything else. My mind kept going back to the handprint, playing it over and over in my head like some sort of nightmare. I tried to calm myself, telling myself it was just some strange, unexplainable phenomenon that would eventually make sense. But deep down, I knew that it wasn't going to be that simple. Something had happened, something that I didn't understand, and I couldn't just ignore it. The rest of the evening passed in a blur. I ate dinner, but I didn't really taste the food. I watched TV, but my mind kept drifting back to the bathroom. I thought about the handprint, about what it could mean, and whether it was just the beginning of something worse. The more I tried to ignore it, the more it haunted me. It felt like the house itself had changed, as though the walls were holding secrets I couldn't understand. That night, I locked all the doors and windows before going to bed, my eyes darting around the darkened room. The house was quiet, but it felt different now. I kept the lights on in the hallway and the bathroom, just in case. The thought of going back to the bathroom in the dark made my skin crawl, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I had to go back. I had to see the handprint again to make sure it was still there. or to prove to myself that it had been a mistake, but I couldn't bring myself to do it. I lay in bed, my eyes wide open, listening to every creak and groan of the house as it settled in the night. The next morning, I reluctantly walked into the bathroom again, half expecting the handprint to be gone, to have somehow vanished in the night. But it was still there, as if it had never left. I stood frozen in the doorway, staring at the mirror, my heart racing. The handprint was still there, just as clear and unmistakable as before. I reached out, hesitated, and then touched the glass, but this time it was cold. It was as if whatever had left that mark was now gone, leaving behind only the eerie reminder of its presence. I had no answers, no explanation, only the unsettling certainty that something had happened in that bathroom, something that I couldn't understand. The handprint was a mystery, one I didn't know how to solve, but I couldn't shake the feeling that it was only the beginning of something much bigger. And with that thought, a new sense of dread settled in as I wondered what would come next. Story 43. It was a typical Thursday afternoon when the mailman knocked on my door. I had just finished work and was looking forward to relaxing with a cup of tea when I saw him standing at my doorstep, holding an envelope. The sight of him wasn't unusual. He came by every day around the same time. But today, there was something odd about the letter he was holding. I opened the door, and he handed me the envelope, saying, "This one is for you, though it's addressed to your old place." I stared at the envelope in confusion. It was addressed to my name, but the address on it was one I didn't recognize. It wasn't just unfamiliar, I had never lived there. The address was of a place that seemed foreign to me, and yet here was a letter with my name, waiting in my hands. I took the envelope from the mailman, who seemed unaware of my growing confusion. "This is strange," I said, mostly to myself, as I looked down at the letter. The mailman gave a small shrug and said, "Sometimes these things happen." With that, he was gone, leaving me standing on the porch, staring at the mysterious letter. I stepped back into the house, closing the door behind me. Holding the letter up to the light, I could see it was from a law firm. The seal on the envelope looked official, and the paper had a weight to it that suggested something important inside. But all I could focus on was the fact that the address was one I had never seen before. It made no sense. How could this letter be meant for me when I had never even lived at that address? I sat down on the couch, the letter still in my hand. The name on the envelope was definitely mine, written in the same familiar script I had seen on countless other pieces of mail. But the address was foreign, and the more I thought about it, the more my mind raced with questions. Was this some sort of mistake? Had someone else with the same name lived at that address before? Or had the letter somehow been sent to me from the past, a strange glitch in time that made its way to my present? I carefully opened the envelope, trying to keep my hand steady. As I unfolded the letter, my eyes scanned the words. It was a formal letter from a law firm, informing the recipient that they needed to contact them about an urgent matter regarding a property at that very address. The letter spoke of a legal issue, something about an inheritance, but none of it made sense to me. The details were vague, and there was nothing to suggest why it was being sent to me. I ran my finger over the paper, feeling the weight of it. Something about it felt off, like this wasn't just a random mistake. It felt deliberate. Why would a law firm send a letter meant for someone else to my home? Why was it addressed to a place I had never lived? And how did they even know my name? I spent the next few hours trying to figure out what to do. I called the law firm, but when I explained the situation, they seemed just as confused as I was. They had no record of me being associated with the address, and when they looked up my name in their system, nothing came up. They suggested it could have been an error, but I wasn't convinced. It didn't feel like just an error. There was something deeper, something I wasn't understanding. Later that evening, I sat down with my phone and tried to search for the address online. I figured there had to be some connection, some clue that could explain why I was receiving this letter. I found the address listed on a real estate website, but when I dug deeper, I discovered something even more unsettling. The address was associated with a long-forgotten property that had been sold years ago. It had been owned by someone with the same last name as mine, though the connection was distant. I felt a chill run down my spine. I had no recollection of ever hearing about this property or anyone in my family owning it, but the coincidence seemed too strange to ignore. The name on the real estate listings matched one of my distant relatives, someone I had never met. But how could that be? How could a relative I'd never known leave me a letter, especially when I had no knowledge of their property? The more I thought about it, the more questions piled up. I called my parents, hoping they could shed some light on the situation. They were just as confused as I was. They didn't recognize the address, and they hadn't heard of anyone in the family dealing with that property. I could hear the unease in their voices as they tried to reassure me that it was probably just a mistake. But something about the situation didn't feel right. There had to be an explanation, even if I couldn't see it yet. The following days were filled with an overwhelming sense of uncertainty. The letter sat on my kitchen counter, unopened since I had read it. I couldn't bring myself to discard it, because there was something about it that tugged at something that made me think it was important. I kept telling myself it was just a clerical error, but deep down I couldn't shake the feeling that this letter was connected to something much bigger than I could understand. I visited the address listed on the letter, hoping to find something that could clear up the mystery. When I arrived, the house looked abandoned, overgrown with weeds, and seemingly forgotten by time. There were no signs of life, no indication that anyone had lived there in years. The windows were boarded up, and the mailbox out front was rusted and falling apart. The place had an eerie, desolate feel to it, and as I stood there, I couldn't help but feel like I was trespassing on something I didn't fully understand. I tried to reach out to the local authorities, but they had no records of anyone living there recently, nor could they provide any more information about the property's history. It was as if the place had vanished into thin air, like a secret that was never meant to be uncovered. But how could that be? The real estate listings had been recent, and there had to be someone who knew the truth about what had happened to the house. In the weeks that followed, the sense of unease only grew. The letter remained unanswered, and I couldn't stop thinking about the strange connection it had to my life. It was as though some unknown force had guided that letter to me, to my doorstep, at just the right time. The more I pondered it, the more the feeling of fate grew. This wasn't just a simple mistake. This was a message, though from whom and for what purpose, I had yet to figure out. As I lay in bed that night, staring at the ceiling, I couldn't shake the thought that the letter was only the beginning. There was something I was missing, something important that I hadn't yet uncovered. The house, the family connection. The letter, everything was connected, but I just couldn't make sense of it all. Whatever was happening, I knew it wasn't over. It had only just begun. Story 44. I had just finished a long day of work and was looking forward to some peace and quiet at home. The moment I stepped inside, the silence of my apartment felt strange, almost oppressive. I tossed my keys onto the counter and walked into the living room, setting my bag down beside the couch. As I sat down, I picked up my phone to check messages and emails, the usual routine to unwind. The screen lit up with a new notification, a text message from an unknown number. My brow furrowed as I opened it, my fingers tapping the message in curiosity. It simply read, "Don't bother looking behind you." A chill ran down my spine as I stared at the words. Who would send something like that? And why? I looked around the room, half expecting to see someone lurking just out of sight, but there was nothing. The apartment was as quiet and empty as it had been when I first arrived. I laughed nervously to myself, trying to dismiss the uneasy feeling creeping up my spine. Maybe it was a prank, some random message from a number I didn't recognize. But my heart thudded in my chest as I found myself staring at the message. The wording was so specific, so direct. It was as if the sender knew exactly what I was about to do. The strange thing was, I hadn't even thought about turning around yet. The thought of it made my stomach twist. I sat frozen for a few moments, my mind racing. Maybe it was a coincidence, or maybe it wasn't. My curiosity got the better of me, and I hesitated for only a moment longer before slowly turning my head, half expecting to see someone standing behind me. But there was nothing, just the quiet, empty living room. The air felt thick, as though the room itself was holding its breath. I let out a slow exhale, trying to calm myself. There was no one there. It was ridiculous to even entertain the idea that there could have been. Yet the strange feeling in my gut didn't subside. The message itself had been unsettling, but what was even more unnerving was the fact that I hadn't even considered looking behind me until I read those words. My mind raced. Was it just a coincidence that the message had arrived right before I turned? Or was there something more to it? I glanced around again, this time more carefully, inspecting the corners of the room. The shadows where someone might be hiding. Still, nothing. I tried to push the unsettling feeling away, but it lingered in the back of my mind like a shadow I couldn't shake. I grabbed my phone again, checking the message once more. The unknown number remained unchanged on the screen. I couldn't help but wonder who would do something like this, and why. It wasn't just a random text, it felt intentional, like a message meant to make me feel paranoid, to plant a seed of doubt in my mind. I checked the time. It was late, too late to be getting prank texts. My phone buzzed again and I jumped, almost dropping it in my lap. My hands shook slightly as I unlocked the screen, hoping it was something less disturbing. But it was another message from the same unknown number. This time the message read, "Don't check the closet." My heart skipped a beat. I stared at the text, my eyes wide, and a cold sweat began to form on my forehead. I had just come from my bedroom, and the closet door was still open, my clothes hanging inside. The idea that someone knew exactly what was in my apartment, what I might be thinking about, was enough to make my breath catch in my throat. I set the phone down and stood up, my legs feeling unsteady. My mind was racing, and I couldn't make sense of it. Should I be worried? Was someone really watching me? Or was it all just some elaborate prank designed to scare me? I forced myself to take a deep breath, but the unease still gnawed at me. The message had been too precise, too pointed. I wasn't sure what to make of it, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. Slowly, I walked towards the hallway, my footsteps echoing in the quiet apartment. The closet door loomed ahead, and for a moment, I stood frozen in place, staring at it. What would I find inside? Should I open it? Or would I be playing right into whatever game was being played at my expense? I glanced back at my phone, still resting on the couch, the messages staring up at me. But I couldn't just ignore it. The thought of ignoring the warning and then finding something unexpected in the closet made my stomach churn. With one last, steadying breath, I reached out and gripped the doorknob. My pulse quickened as I slowly turned it, every second feeling like an eternity. I opened the door just wide enough to peer inside, my heart pounding in my chest. The closet was just as I had left it, clothes hanging neatly, shoes stacked in the corner. No hidden surprises, no lurking figures. Relief washed over me, though the tension in my body remained. It was just an empty closet, nothing to be afraid of. But that feeling of being watched, of something just beyond my perception, still hung in the air like a heavy fog. I closed the door and turned back to the living room, taking a long, shaky breath. The silence was deafening now, and the unease that had been growing inside me still hadn't subsided. The messages on my phone had stopped for the moment, but the nagging feeling in the pit of my stomach wouldn't go away. As I sat back down on the couch, I glanced at my phone one more time, but the screen remained blank. No new messages. I put it down, trying to convince myself it had been nothing. Maybe it was all in my head. Maybe I was just exhausted, overthinking things. But deep down, I knew something was wrong. I looked around the room again, and the shadows seemed deeper, darker, more ominous than before. Something was there, I was sure of it. Something I couldn't quite see, but that was watching me, waiting. And no matter how hard I tried to ignore it, the feeling of being watched never went away. As the night dragged on, I found it hard to shake the feeling of unease. The messages had stopped, but the uncertainty lingered, a reminder that there was something out of place in my apartment. I didn't know what it was, but I couldn't stop looking over my shoulder, half expecting to see someone standing there. And as I lay in bed that night, I couldn't help but wonder if I was truly alone in the apartment, or if the message was just the beginning of something far worse. Story 45. It was an ordinary Tuesday afternoon when I received the text from my best friend. The message was simple, just 4 words: "I saw you today." At first, I thought it was a typo or maybe just a joke. I hadn't seen her in months, not since she moved across the country for work. We'd kept in touch, of course, texts, calls, and the occasional video chat, but there was no way she could have seen me today. I was sitting at home alone, just like I had been for the past several days. I quickly typed a response: "What do you mean? I haven't seen you in ages." A reply came almost immediately: "I know, but I saw you. You look the same." My fingers hovered over the keyboard as confusion washed over me. I didn't understand. How could she have seen me? I hadn't left the house all day. I sat in my living room, scrolling through my phone, mindlessly watching old TV shows to pass the time. It wasn't like I had been anywhere near her, let alone in the same city. I tried to shake off the uneasy feeling creeping up my spine. Maybe she was just messing with me, playing some sort of strange prank. I responded again, trying to make sense of it. "Where did you see me?" I asked. "What do you mean by that?" The text came back quickly, but this time there was something unsettling about her tone. "I saw you walking down the street near the coffee shop. You looked lost. I wanted to say something, but you didn't notice me." My mind went blank for a moment. I didn't understand. I had been home all day, hadn't stepped outside. The last time I had been near the coffee shop was months ago, long before she left. I hadn't even been near the street she mentioned in weeks. It made no sense. I sat there, staring at the text, my heart racing as a strange chill spread through me. I typed back cautiously, trying to keep my voice steady. "That's impossible. I've been here all day. I haven't even gone outside." There was a long pause before she responded, and in that silence I could feel my anxiety rising. Finally, her message appeared. "That's what I thought too. But I swear I saw you. It was you. I could tell by your hair and the way you walk." I felt the room grow colder. This wasn't a joke anymore. She didn't sound like she was messing around. She sounded sure. My fingers trembled slightly as I typed, trying to remain calm. "Are you sure it was me? Maybe someone else looked like me." But she didn't answer right away. The silence was deafening, and it felt like an eternity before her next message came through. "It was you, I'm sure of it. The way you were walking. It was like nothing had changed. I don't know how to explain it. It felt strange, but it was you." I couldn't think straight anymore. What was happening? How could she have seen me when I had been sitting in my apartment all day? I knew she wouldn't lie to me, but the more I thought about it, the more impossible it seemed. I thought about all the possibilities. Maybe someone was using my phone number to mess with me. Maybe it was a prank or some kind of weird coincidence. But deep down, I knew it wasn't just that. I started pacing around the apartment, my mind racing. I had to figure this out. I picked up my phone again, trying to focus, trying to find some sort of explanation. I called her. She picked up on the second ring. "Hello?" Her voice sounded calm, but I could hear the unease in it. "Listen," I said, trying to sound rational. "This doesn't make sense. You couldn't have seen me. I've been at home all day, I swear. I haven't even left the apartment." There was a pause on the other end of the line. I could hear her breathing, slow and steady. "I know what I saw," she finally said. "I don't know how it happened, but I'm telling you it was you. You were there. It felt like I was looking right at you, like nothing had changed. But I don't understand it either." My head spun. I couldn't make sense of this. Was it possible that it was someone else? A look-alike, maybe. But that didn't explain why it felt so real to her. She knew it was me, and yet it wasn't. I felt like I was losing grip on what was real. I ended the call abruptly. I couldn't handle talking about it anymore. I sat down on the couch, my mind swirling with questions and doubts. The room felt stifling, like the air was thick with something unspoken. I looked at my phone again, seeing the conversation we just had. It all felt so real, so concrete. And yet, it wasn't. It couldn't have been. I spent the next few hours trying to calm down, trying to push the thought of what had happened out of my mind. I tried to go back to watching TV, tried to focus on something else. But every time I glanced at my phone, the message from my best friend seemed to haunt me. The words echoed in my mind, "I saw you today." That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept replaying the conversation in my head, wondering if I was losing my mind. What did it mean? How could she have seen me when I hadn't left my apartment? Was there some kind of explanation? Some rational answer that I just couldn't find? The next day, I called her again. I needed to understand. I needed answers. When she picked up, I asked, "Can you tell me exactly what you saw?" She hesitated for a moment before responding, her voice uncertain. "I saw you walking near the coffee shop. You didn't seem to notice me. I wanted to call out to you, but you didn't hear me. You just kept walking, like you were in a hurry. I don't know what happened, but it was you." I felt a sinking feeling in my stomach. It was me, but it wasn't. My mind raced as I tried to process what she was saying. Well, could I have been sleepwalking? Could I have been out without realizing it? But no, that didn't make sense either. I would have remembered, surely. As I continued to talk with her, I noticed something strange. She was no longer acting like herself. Her voice was distant, almost hollow. It was as if the words she was saying weren't hers, like someone else was speaking through her. A cold shiver ran down my spine. Something was wrong, something beyond my understanding. I asked her, my voice shaking, "Who are you?" There was a long pause on the other end. When she finally spoke, her voice was no longer the same. It was lower, colder, and when she answered, I could hear a faint smile in her tone. "I'm the one who saw you." And that was when I realized I hadn't just been talking to my best friend. Something else had been using her voice. Story 46. I first noticed the change as sunlight streamed through the window, casting soft beams over the room. It was a quiet morning, the kind where everything feels still, almost too still. As I sat at my desk, I glanced toward the windowsill where a small plant sat. It had been there for weeks, neglected but still alive, despite the fact that I hadn't watered it in so long. But today, something was different. The plant seemed to have grown overnight, its leaves fuller and more vibrant than I remembered. I got up to take a closer look, my mind racing as I tried to make sense of it. The plant had always been small, struggling to thrive without attention, and I had long given up on it ever flourishing. But now it seemed to have defied all logic. Its leaves were reaching out further, and the stems had elongated in a way I couldn't explain. I leaned in, peering at the soil. It didn't look any different, still dry and cracked, no signs of recent watering. It was as though the plant had grown in spite of everything, without any care for me. I couldn't shake the unease that settled in my chest as I stood there, staring at the plant. And could it have been my imagination? Maybe I hadn't noticed the growth before, or perhaps it had grown a little, but not this much. But no, there was no denying it. It was almost as if someone had come in during the night and tended to the plant. It looked so much healthier, more alive than it had ever been, and I was sure I hadn't touched it in weeks. The thought sent a shiver down my spine. Who would water it without me knowing? I considered the possibility that it could just be a simple case of natural growth. Maybe I had missed something when I last checked on it. Perhaps the plant had simply needed a little more light or a change in temperature to trigger its growth. But that explanation didn't sit right with me. The growth was too sudden, too extreme. It wasn't just a little sprout here and there. It was as if the plant had gone from one state to another overnight, as though it had skipped weeks of normal growth. I reached for my phone, wanting to compare photos to see if I could track the plant's growth over time. I had taken a few pictures of it when I first got it, so I scrolled through my gallery, hoping to find something that would explain what I was seeing now. The images I found didn't help, if anything. They made the situation worse. The plant looked much smaller in the old photos, its leaves more sparse, its stems barely noticeable. The contrast between those images and the plant in front of me now was unsettling. It was as if the plant had grown in a matter of hours, a growth that defied every reasonable explanation. I stood there for a while, unsure of what to do. The more I thought about it, the stranger the situation seemed. How could I have forgotten about watering it at some point? Maybe I had watered it without realizing, but that seemed impossible. My memory of the past few weeks was clear, and I knew I hadn't been near the plant to care for it. As I looked closer, I noticed something else, something that deepened the mystery even further. The new growth on the plant wasn't the same as the old leaves. It was darker, almost a deep shade of green, unlike the lighter shade of the original leaves. The texture was different too. The new leaves seemed shinier, glossier, as though they had been artificially enhanced. I gently touched one of the new leaves and it felt oddly smooth, almost like plastic. But it wasn't plastic, it was real, warm to the touch, and unmistakably part of the plant. Yet, I couldn't shake the feeling that something about it wasn't right. I decided to keep a closer eye on the plant in the coming days to see if its strange growth would continue. I couldn't explain what was happening, but I knew one thing for sure: the plant was changing in ways that shouldn't have been possible. Over the next few days, I tried to act normal, but every time I glanced at the plant, I couldn't help but feel a sense of dread. Each time I walked into the room, I would find it a little bigger, its leaves a little fuller, as though it was somehow growing at an accelerated rate. One morning, I woke up early to find the plant had grown even more overnight. It wasn't just the leaves anymore. The plant itself seemed larger, its roots pushing out of the soil as if the pot couldn't contain it any longer. The entire plant seemed to have shifted, as if it had been stretching toward something or someone. My hands trembled as I reached for it, unsure of what to expect. The leaves were now so large that they almost seemed to crowd the windowsill, spilling over the edge. It felt like the plant was taking up more space than it should have. I couldn't ignore it any longer. This wasn't just a plant thriving against the odds. This was something else, something far beyond what I understood. I thought about throwing it out, getting rid of it altogether, but I couldn't bring myself to do it. There was something about the plant, about the way it grew, that kept me from acting. It was as if the plant had a hold on me, urging me to let it stay, to see what would happen next. Days turned into weeks, and the plant continued to grow, now occupying most of the windowsill. Its leaves stretched toward the light more urgently, as though it was reaching for something just out of reach. I tried to water it, just to see if it would help control the growth, but nothing changed. The plant didn't need my help. It was growing, thriving, as if it were somehow feeding off something more than just the sunlight. At times, it even seemed to respond to my presence, its leaves shifting subtly when I walked by. One evening, as I sat in the room, I noticed a faint noise coming from the plant. It wasn't loud, but it was there like a soft rustling, the sound of leaves shifting in the breeze. But there was no breeze, no wind. The room was still, and yet the plant continued to make that noise. My heart raced as I stood up to investigate, but when I leaned in, the sound stopped immediately. I couldn't explain it. Was I hearing things? Or was the plant alive in a way I hadn't imagined? I started to avoid the room, not wanting to be near the plant anymore. It had grown too large, too fast, and it felt as though it was watching me, waiting for something. The space around the plant seemed charged, as though it was drawing energy from the air itself. I tried to ignore the feeling, but it was hard to shake the sense that the plant was changing me, too slowly, steadily, in ways I couldn't understand. Eventually, I had to face it. I couldn't keep avoiding the plant, and I couldn't pretend I didn't notice the strange, unnatural way it had grown. The once tiny plant, neglected and forgotten, had become something far more than just a simple houseplant. It had become a presence, something that filled the room, something that had grown far beyond what it should have. And I realized, with a creeping sense of dread, that whatever force had made it grow, whatever power had allowed it to flourish in such an unnatural way, was not something I could control. It was something I had to accept, for better or for worse. Story 47. I had left the house in a hurry, just like I often did when work piled up. It was a normal morning, filled with the usual rush to get everything together before I left. My coffee cup sat on the kitchen counter, where I always placed it while I made sure I had everything I needed for the day. I had only taken a few sips before realizing I was running late, so I quickly set it down and dashed out the door, planning to grab the rest of the coffee when I returned. The whole day passed by in a blur, filled with the usual demands and distractions. I managed to get through my work, checked off some of the tasks on my to-do list, and even managed to grab a quick lunch between meetings. But the entire time, a small part of my mind was focused on the coffee cup back home. I hadn't finished my morning cup, and I had looked forward to getting back to it. When I finally walked through the door that evening, the first thing I noticed was the silence. The house was still, and there was an eerie calm that felt out of place. I set my bag down and headed straight to the kitchen, eager to finally finish my coffee and settle into my evening routine. But when I reached the counter, my stomach dropped. The coffee cup was no longer there. In its place was a pile of shattered pieces scattered across the counter, as if the cup had been violently broken. I stood there, frozen for a moment, staring at the mess. I couldn't understand what had happened. I knew I had left the cup there, and there was no way it could have fallen on its own. The counter was level, and nothing near it had been disturbed. It didn't make sense. I looked around the kitchen, half expecting to find some explanation for the shattered cup. Maybe the cat had knocked it over, or maybe something had caused it to fall off the counter. But no, there was nothing that could have caused it. The kitchen was quiet, and there were no signs of anything unusual happening. The floor was clean, and there wasn't a trace of coffee or anything else to suggest an accident. I bent down to pick up the pieces of the cup, my mind racing with confusion. I didn't remember leaving it in any position where it could have fallen, and I certainly didn't hear anything when I was away. I had been gone for hours, so it didn't make sense that the cup would have shattered like this in the time I was away. I carefully gathered the broken pieces into a small pile, trying not to cut myself on the shards of porcelain. As I held the pieces in my hand, the strange feeling of unease grew. There was something about it that didn't sit right with me, something that felt off, like I had missed a clue or a piece of the puzzle. I glanced around the kitchen again, looking for anything that could explain the strange occurrence, but there was nothing. Just silence and the broken remnants of my coffee cup. I spent the next few minutes cleaning up the mess, my thoughts running wild as I tried to piece together an explanation. Maybe it was just an accident. Maybe I had knocked it over without realizing it before I left, or maybe it had somehow fallen when I wasn't paying attention. But deep down, I knew that wasn't the explanation. I was certain that I had left it undisturbed when I left the house. So how could it have shattered like this with no apparent cause? As I continued cleaning, I began to feel a growing sense of dread. It wasn't just the broken cup, it was the feeling that something wasn't quite right. I had experienced strange things in the past, small things that didn't make sense, but this felt different. This felt like something I couldn't explain, something that had no logical explanation. My mind kept returning to the idea that I wasn't the only one in the house, that maybe someone else had been there while I was gone. But that didn't make sense either. I had checked the doors before I left, and everything was locked. The windows were secure, and there was no sign of forced entry. No one could have gotten in without me noticing. And yet, here I was, staring at the broken pieces of my coffee cup, with no explanation for what had happened. I finished cleaning up the mess, but the unease didn't leave me. I felt like I was being watched, like there was something in the house that I couldn't see. The silence around me felt suffocating, and the more I thought about the shattered cup, the more unsettled I became. I tried to brush it off, telling myself it was just an accident. But every time I thought about it, the feeling of something being wrong grew stronger. The rest of the evening passed in a haze, as I tried to shake off the strange feeling that had taken hold of me. I went through my usual evening routine, preparing dinner, watching a little TV, and going to bed. But no matter how hard I tried to distract myself, I couldn't stop thinking about the broken coffee cup. It kept replaying in my mind, over and over again, until I could almost hear the sound of it shattering in the quiet of the kitchen. That night I lay awake in bed, staring at the ceiling, unable to sleep. I kept wondering if I had missed something, if there was something important I wasn't seeing. The house felt too quiet, too still, and every creak and groan of the walls seemed to amplify the sense of unease that I couldn't shake. I felt like I was on edge, as though something was about to happen, something I couldn't predict or control. The next day, I tried to act normal, to push the strange event to the back of my mind. I went through my day, worked, and tried not to think about the shattered cup. But no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't stop myself from returning to the thought. What had happened? Why had it broken? And more importantly, who or what had caused it? As the days went by, the feeling of unease continued to linger. I couldn't shake the feeling that something had happened, something beyond the simple accident I had convinced myself it was. Every time I entered the kitchen, I looked at the counter, half expecting to see something else out of place. But everything remained the same, as if nothing had happened. Yet I couldn't forget the shattered cup. It had been a strange, unexplained moment in an otherwise normal life, and I couldn't stop wondering if it was a sign of something more to come. I didn't know what it meant, but I couldn't shake the feeling that it was just the beginning. There was something in the air, something I couldn't quite put my finger on. And with each passing day, I felt like the mystery of the broken cup was slowly unraveling, like I was standing at the edge of something I wasn't ready to understand. Story 48. I had just finished a long day at work, my mind buzzing with all the tasks I needed to complete before the week ended. As I sank into my couch, my phone buzzed on the coffee table, pulling my attention away from the soft hum of the evening. I picked it up, expecting to see a message or a missed call from a friend, but instead, there was a voicemail notification. It was strange, I didn't remember receiving any calls. The oddest part, however, was that the voicemail was from my own number. Confused, I tapped on the voicemail and brought the phone to my ear. The silence lasted for a brief moment, and then my voice spoke, cold and deliberate. "You're running out of time." The words hit me like a punch to the gut, sending a chill down my spine. I pulled the phone away from my ear, staring at the screen. It showed my number as the caller, and the timestamp confirmed it was left just minutes ago. I didn't recognize the tone, though. It wasn't the voice I knew. It was urgent, strained, almost as if it was warning me. I replayed the message several times, hoping it would make more sense each time, but it didn't. The words echoed in my mind, haunting me long after the voicemail ended. "You're running out of time." What did that even mean? Time for what? My heart raced, a knot tightening in my stomach. The rational part of me told me it had to be some kind of mistake, maybe a glitch in the system, or some weird automated voice service. But deep down, something told me this wasn't a random error. I felt like I was being warned about something, but I couldn't put my finger on it. I paced around my apartment, trying to shake off the feeling of dread creeping up my spine. And could someone have hacked my phone? I thought about all the people I knew who might have been playing a prank on me, but nothing fit. No one had the ability to mimic my voice that perfectly, and it was too personal for a prank. I tried to think back to the last few days. Had I missed something? Was there some event or deadline I was unaware of? Nothing came to mind. The rest of the night was a blur. I found myself constantly checking my phone, hoping that maybe I had missed some important notification or message. The words kept running through my head, over and over, "You're running out of time." What was I supposed to do with that? Was it a warning about something coming in the future, or was it something urgent? My mind raced, filling with possibilities, none of which made me feel any better. I closed the door, shaking my head, convinced that I was starting to lose my grip on reality. But the eerie feeling wouldn't go away. In the days that followed, strange things continued to happen, little things that didn't seem important on their own, but added to the growing sense that something was wrong. My phone's battery would drain faster than usual. Sometimes the screen would flicker, or I'd hear strange noises through the speaker when no one was on the other end. I told myself it was just a glitch, but deep down I felt like something was watching me, waiting. Then one night, as I was preparing to sleep, I heard the familiar ping of a new voicemail. I felt a surge of dread flood over me. My heart skipped a beat, and I quickly grabbed my phone. There it was again, the voicemail from my own number. But this time, the message was different. The voice, still mine but somehow distorted, said, "It's too late." The words sent a shiver down my spine, and I felt my stomach twist with fear. I stared at the screen, not knowing what to think. Too late for what? What was happening to me? I tried to ignore it, to convince myself it was just a coincidence, but the message haunted me. The unease that had been building over the past few days had now turned into full-blown fear. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was in danger, that something was coming, something I wasn't prepared for. I needed answers, but the more I searched, the more elusive they became. The next day, I began to question everything. Was it possible that someone had been tracking me, manipulating my phone to send these messages? Or was I dealing with something much more personal, something tied to my past, to something I couldn't remember? I started rethinking my every move, wondering if I was missing something obvious. Despite the constant anxiety that gnawed at me, I couldn't stop myself from checking my voicemail one last time. There it was, the message that had started it all. But as I played it, the voice was different this time. It was almost pleading, desperate, "You have to act now." I could hear the panic in my own voice, as though I was trying to warn myself. And in that moment I realized whatever this was, it wasn't over. It was only just beginning. Story 49. A postcard with a picture of my street arrived at my door, but it was postmarked from another city. The moment I saw it, my mind raced. I didn't recognize the handwriting on the card, nor could I remember ever sending or receiving such a postcard. I turned it over, half expecting to see some form of explanation, but instead, there was a short message written in neat, unfamiliar handwriting: "You're being watched. I don't look outside." My pulse quickened as I stared at the words, feeling a cold knot form in my stomach. What did it mean? Who was watching me? The postcard itself was innocuous at first glance, just a simple image of the street where I lived, with the familiar houses and trees lining the sides. But something about it felt off. The picture seemed too clear, too perfect, almost as if someone had captured a moment in time that wasn't quite mine. I tried to shake off the feeling of unease, but the words on the back of the postcard kept echoing in my mind. "I don't look outside." Was someone trying to warn me, or was this some kind of sick joke? My hands trembled as I placed the postcard down on the kitchen counter. I couldn't help but glance toward the window. The street outside looked calm and ordinary, but I couldn't ignore the growing sense of dread crawling up my spine. I tried to convince myself that it was nothing more than a prank. Maybe it was a mistake, or some random postcard sent to the wrong address. But deep down, I knew it wasn't that simple. The timing felt deliberate, like someone knew exactly when I'd open my door and find it. I stood there for a long moment, torn between curiosity and fear. Should I follow the warning on the card and avoid looking outside? Or was I overthinking things? The whole situation was starting to feel surreal, like I was caught in the middle of some twisted game and I didn't know the rules. I picked up the postcard again, studying it carefully. There was nothing else written on it, no clue as to who might have sent it. The postmark from another city was a puzzle in itself. How had the postcard traveled so far to reach me? Was it part of a larger plan or just an isolated incident? I walked over to the window, my heart pounding in my chest. The street outside looked completely normal, nothing was out of place. But the feeling of being watched wouldn't leave me. It was as if every shadow, every movement, was a reminder of the warning I had received. I scanned the street, my eyes darting from one house to the next, searching for something that might explain the postcard. But there was nothing. The world outside was quiet, peaceful even, and yet I couldn't shake the feeling that something was terribly wrong. I stepped back from the window and went to my front door, my mind racing with questions. Why had someone sent me this postcard? What did they want? And most importantly, who was watching me? I thought about calling the police, but what would I even tell them? A postcard arrived in the mail with a cryptic message, and now I felt paranoid. They'd think I was overreacting, imagining things. Still, the weight of the words on the card pressed heavily on my mind. Don't look outside. But how could I not look? The more I thought about it, the more the warning felt like a command, a directive I couldn't ignore. After a few minutes of pacing back and forth, I decided to do what I had to do. I couldn't sit here in fear, wondering what might be happening outside. I had to face whatever this was, confront the unknown. I returned to the window, taking a deep breath as I peered outside again, this time more cautiously. Everything appeared still, but there was something in the air, a tension I couldn't quite explain. The longer I stared, the more I felt as if the postcard was a key, unlocking something I wasn't supposed to see. Just as I was about to pull away from the window, a shadow caught my eye. A figure was standing near the end of the street, just barely visible in the dim light. I froze, my breath caught in my throat. Was this the person who had sent the postcard? Were they watching me right now? My mind raced as I tried to make out more details. The figure was standing motionless, facing my direction. For a moment it felt like time had slowed, like everything in the world had paused except for that one figure, waiting. I couldn't tell who it was or what they were doing. It was too far to make out any distinguishing features, but the sensation of being watched intensified. My body tensed, and I could feel my heartbeat in my throat. I took a step back, my eyes never leaving the figure, hoping they hadn't noticed me. But the longer I watched, the more I began to wonder if this was a coincidence or something planned. Was I being followed? Had the postcard been a warning to prepare me for this moment? I didn't know what to do. The figure remained still, unmoving, as if they were waiting for something or perhaps for me to act. I thought about going outside, confronting them, but something told me that would be a mistake. What if it was a trap? What if I was walking straight into something I wouldn't be able to escape? I felt helpless, trapped between curiosity and fear, unable to decide what to do. Suddenly, the figure turned and began to walk away, slowly disappearing into the shadows. My breath escaped in a sharp exhale, and I realized I had been holding it without knowing. The tension that had gripped me started to loosen, but I didn't feel any relief. I knew deep down that this wasn't over. The postcard, the figure, the warning, they were all part of something bigger, something I couldn't yet understand. And no matter how much I wanted to forget about it, I couldn't shake the feeling that this was just the beginning. I glanced at the postcard once more, now lying on the table in front of me. The words still burned into my mind, "You're being watched. Don't look outside." Had I made a mistake by looking? Would I have been safer if I had followed the instructions? There was no way to know for sure. But one thing was certain, I wasn't going to rest until I uncovered the truth behind this strange, unsettling warning. Story 50. I sat down on the couch, excited to finally dive into the book one had just started reading. It had been sitting on my shelf for weeks, waiting for the right moment to be cracked open. The book had an intriguing premise, something that promised suspense and mystery, and I was eager to see where it would lead. As I turned to the first page, I felt a sense of anticipation, ready to be drawn into its world. The first few pages were captivating, setting the stage for a gripping story. I was absorbed in the plot, getting lost in the words and the world the author had created. The sentences flowed effortlessly, and I was quickly turning the pages, eager to know what would happen next. But then, somewhere near the middle of the book, I came across something that stopped me in my tracks. In the middle of a page, a sentence was highlighted in bright yellow. It was strange because I was certain that I hadn't marked anything myself. My first instinct was to brush it off. Perhaps it was a previous reader who had highlighted it. But as I read the words, my stomach sank. The sentence read, "You shouldn't have opened this." The words seemed to stare at me, almost as if they were warning me, and I couldn't shake the eerie feeling that came over me. I looked around the room, trying to shake off the strange sensation creeping up my spine. I had no idea why this simple sentence from a book would have such a profound effect on me, but it felt like a cold shiver running through my body. Why would that sentence be highlighted? Was it some kind of message? I flipped back a few pages to see if I had missed anything, but the story seemed normal enough. Nothing stood out as unusual. I continued reading, but the sentence stuck with me. I couldn't stop thinking about it. Who highlighted it, and why? Why was it specifically that sentence? It wasn't even an important part of the story, at least, not yet. But now it felt like everything I read was tinged with a sense of foreboding, as if something was lurking just beneath the surface. The next few paragraphs felt off. I couldn't quite explain why, but every word seemed to have an added weight, like the book itself was somehow different now that I had seen the highlighted sentence. I tried to push through it to keep reading, but it was hard to focus. My mind kept wandering back to those words, "You shouldn't have opened this." I wondered if this was some sort of prank. Could it be a joke someone played by highlighting that sentence in the book? Maybe it was a marketing strategy, a way to add some mystery to the story. But deep down, I knew it was more than that. The sentence felt too deliberate, too pointed. It wasn't just a random highlight. It felt like a warning. My hands were clammy, and I could feel my heart rate picking up. I looked around the room again, feeling a growing unease. The book was supposed to be an escape, something to entertain me. But now it felt like the book itself was trapping me, making me question everything. I set it down on the coffee table, the words still echoing in my mind. I tried to distract myself, picking up my phone and scrolling through social media, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. My gaze kept drifting back to the book, as if it was calling me. I tried to resist, but I couldn't. I had to know what happened next. I had to find out why that sentence was there. I picked the book back up, trying to steady my nerves. The highlighted sentence was still there, mocking me. I read through the next few pages, but the unease only grew. It felt like the story was changing with every word I read, like the characters were becoming more real, more intense. I tried to ignore it, but the feeling that something was watching me was becoming impossible to dismiss. The more I read, the more the book seemed to take on a life of its own. The events in the story began to mirror things that had happened in my own life. Little details, insignificant moments, seemed to echo things I had experienced. It wasn't just a coincidence. The book was tapping into something I couldn't quite explain, and it felt like I was no longer in control of what was happening. The sentence continued to linger in my mind, the warning it held growing louder with each passing moment. You shouldn't have opened this. But what did it mean? What was going to happen to me? I had no idea, but the fear was becoming more real with every page. I couldn't stop myself from turning them, even though part of me knew I should. Suddenly there was a noise outside, a loud thud, and I jumped, my heart racing. I quickly closed the book, trying to shake off the fear that had settled over me. I looked around the room again, half expecting to see something or someone standing there. But there was nothing, just the quiet, empty space I had always known. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe I was just overthinking things. The book was just a book after all. The highlighted sentence didn't mean anything. It was probably a mistake, or a quirky choice by the previous reader. But deep down, I knew it wasn't just that. There was something more to it, something I couldn't understand. The book had become something else, something darker, and it was pulling me deeper into its mystery. I didn't know what to do next. Part of me wanted to put the book away and never open it again, but I couldn't. The curiosity, the need to know was too strong. And then something strange happened. The lights flickered, just for a moment, and I felt a chill in the air. The room seemed to grow colder, and I looked down at the book, almost expecting to see it moving on its own. The sentence seemed to burn into my mind, "You shouldn't have opened this." It felt like a prophecy, a warning of something that had already begun. I didn't know what was happening, but I couldn't ignore it. The book had found a way to reach me, to make me feel its presence, and now it was too late to turn back. Story 51. I found a set of keys on my doorstep that didn't belong to anything I owned. They were simple, unmarked, but they felt oddly out of place. I stood there for a moment, staring at the keys, trying to make sense of how they had ended up there. My mind raced with possibilities, but none of them made any real sense. I was alone at home, and no one had visited me recently. No one had dropped anything, and yet there they were, lying in plain sight, as if waiting for me to find them. The keys were heavy in my hand as I picked them up, the metal cold against my skin. There were 3 of them, each different in shape, none of them familiar to me. The first one was long and thin, the second was more compact, with intricate ridges along its edges, and the third was simple, but its shape didn't resemble anything I had ever seen before. I turned them over, looking for any identifying marks, but there were none. No brand, no logo, no clue as to what they might open. The silence around me felt suffocating as I stared at them, unsure of what to do. I checked my front door, my mailbox, and the porch, but there was no sign of anyone who might have dropped them off. The neighborhood was still, as it always was at this time of day. There were no cars parked outside, no one walking by. It was just me, the keys, and the strange sense that something was off. I considered calling the police, but what could I tell them? I had no idea where the keys had come from or why they had been left there. They were just there. I walked inside, locked the door behind me, and set the keys down on the kitchen counter. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was missing something, that I was standing on the edge of something important, but I had no answers. No one had approached me, no one had come to my door, and yet these keys were here, as if they belonged to someone or something I couldn't understand. The longer I stared at them, the more uneasy I felt. That night, I couldn't stop thinking about the keys. They had stayed on my mind all day, and even as I tried to distract myself, they lingered. I kept wondering who could have left them and why. Were they meant for me? Or was it a mistake, a mix-up with someone else's belongings? I tried to calm my racing thoughts, telling myself it was just a coincidence, but deep down I knew it wasn't. I knew there was something wrong. I decided to check the keys again before going to bed, hoping to find some clue that would help me make sense of it all. I picked them up, turned them over in my hand, and inspected them more closely. Still nothing. No markings, no hints, just cold, unfamiliar metal. As I held them, I noticed something strange. The air in the room seemed to shift, becoming heavier, like the atmosphere had changed in the slightest way. It wasn't a physical change, but something I could feel deep in my chest. I couldn't explain it, but I felt as if I had crossed some invisible line, and now I was being watched. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up as I placed the keys back down and backed away from the counter. I looked around the room, but nothing seemed out of the ordinary. Everything was still. The house was quiet, almost too quiet, but I couldn't shake the feeling of unease. I decided to go to bed, hoping that sleep would bring some clarity, but as I lay in bed, my mind kept returning to the keys. They were out there, in my kitchen, and I couldn't get rid of the thought that they had some sort of purpose, a purpose I couldn't understand yet. The next morning I woke up to find the keys missing from the counter. I stood up quickly, a surge of panic rising in my chest. I searched the entire house, checking every room, the cabinets, even under the furniture, but the keys were gone. There was no sign of them. The place was exactly as I had left it. except for the fact that the keys were no longer there. I couldn't believe it. I had seen them just hours ago. They hadn't been moved. How could they just vanish? I looked outside, hoping to see something that would explain it, but the street was still empty. There was no sign of anyone. No one had entered my house, and no one had left. I thought about the possibility that someone had been inside while I was asleep, but the locks were intact, and the doors had been securely closed. There was no way anyone could have come in without leaving some sort of trace. I felt a knot form in my stomach, the unease creeping back in. I decided to take a walk around the neighborhood, hoping to clear my head. Maybe I would find some explanation for the keys, or maybe I was just imagining things. I had no idea anymore. As I walked down the street, my mind kept replaying the events of the past few days. The keys had been left on my doorstep, and then they were gone. It didn't make sense. Who would do something like that, and why? As I reached the end of my block, I noticed something strange. There was a small, unmarked box sitting on the curb. It was just big enough to hold something, but it had no label, no identifying marks. I bent down to inspect it, and as I did, a chill ran down my spine. Inside the box were the same set of keys. The 3 keys, untouched, exactly as I had seen them before. My heart skipped a beat. How had they gotten here? I looked around, but there was no one in sight. No one had been walking down the street, and there was no sign of anyone nearby. The box had appeared out of nowhere, just like the keys had. I reached for it hesitantly, my hand trembling as I lifted the lid. The keys were cold to the touch, the metal just as heavy and unfamiliar as before. I didn't understand what was happening, but deep down I knew I was no longer dealing with a simple mystery. Something far darker was at play, and I had somehow become part of it. I stood there for a long moment, holding the box in my hands, the weight of it pressing down on me. I knew I couldn't ignore this any longer. The keys were no longer just an odd occurrence, they were a message that I had yet to understand. The question was who had sent them, and what were they trying to tell me? And more importantly, what would happen if I tried to ignore them again? Story 52. I had just finished a long day at work, the kind that left my head spinning and my body aching for rest. As I slumped into my chair, the familiar buzz of my phone caught my attention. I glanced at the screen, expecting to see a message from a friend, or maybe a notification from one of the apps I used. Instead, a text message from an unknown number stared back at me, the words short but unsettling, "It's too late to stop now." I stared at the message, my fingers hovering over the screen. I didn't recognize the number, and it didn't seem like a spam message. There was no link, no emoji, no context, just those 6 words chilling in their simplicity. I tried to reason with myself, telling myself it was probably just a wrong number or a prank. But even as I thought that, a sense of unease began to spread, crawling under my skin and settling deep in my chest. I tried to brush it off and go about my evening, but the message stayed with me, repeating in my mind over and over. It was one of those thoughts that wouldn't leave, like a song stuck in your head. I went about my usual routine, made dinner, scrolled through social media, but the message lingered like a shadow, hanging over everything I did. Every time my phone buzzed, I instinctively checked it, half expecting another message, or even worse, a call. But no more messages came. The phone remained silent. Still, the words echoed in my mind, growing louder the longer I ignored them. What did it mean? It's too late to stop now. Too late to stop what? I didn't know anyone who would send me something like that. No one had ever spoken to me like that. It didn't make sense. I decided to investigate the number, hoping to find some clue that would put my mind at ease. But when I ran a search, there was no information about the number at all. It was as if it didn't even exist. My thoughts were a blur of confusion and anxiety, and I began to question everything. What if this was something more than just a strange text? What if it was a warning or something worse? My mind raced, wondering who could be behind it. I tried to calm myself, but the more I thought about it, the more I felt like I was missing something crucial, something that could explain why this was happening to me. The next morning, I still couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. I went about my day pretending to be normal, but the words haunted me. I went to work, had lunch with a coworker, and tried to focus on my tasks. But every time I glanced at my phone, I found myself checking for another message. I half expected to find another cryptic text, maybe even a phone call, but the screen remained empty, silent. By the time I got home, I was exhausted, both physically and mentally. I collapsed onto my couch, staring at the blank TV screen, too tired to even turn it on. I told myself I was being ridiculous, that I was overreacting to a simple message from a stranger, but something deep inside me knew that it wasn't just that. The words had shaken me more than I was willing to admit. The silence was broken by the soft ping of my phone. I jumped at the sound, my heart racing as I grabbed it from the table. It was another message from the same unknown number. My stomach twisted as I read the words, "You should have listened." My pulse quickened, and I felt a cold chill run down my spine. I had no idea what was happening, but I could feel it, the growing sense of dread, the creeping realization that this wasn't just a random prank. This was something more, something I didn't understand. I responded, a simple "Who is this?" hoping for some kind of explanation. But the reply came quickly, more cryptic than before. "There's no going back now. You've already made your choice." I felt my throat tighten. My hands shook as I held the phone, trying to make sense of it all. What choice? What was I being dragged into? I glanced around my apartment, half expecting someone to be standing just outside my door, watching me. The walls seemed to close in, and the air felt thicker, more suffocating. It was as if the room itself was charged with an unseen tension. I had to get out of there, clear my head. I grabbed my keys and left the apartment, heading for the only place I could think of, a nearby coffee shop, hoping a change of scenery would calm my racing thoughts. As I sat down in the quiet corner of the shop, I tried to ground myself, taking deep breaths to steady my nerves. But the phone buzzed again. I stared at it, unable to bring myself to open the message. The words "You've already made your choice" kept repeating in my mind, like a broken record. It felt like I was being drawn into something I couldn't control, something I didn't understand. I hesitated, then opened the message. It was from the same unknown number. "They're coming for you," it read. "You can't hide." My heart skipped a beat, and I felt a rush of panic flood my chest. Who was this? What were they talking about? I looked around the coffee shop, scanning the faces of the people sitting nearby. Everyone seemed ordinary, going about their business, oblivious to the storm brewing in my mind. I stood up quickly, leaving the coffee shop behind, the cool evening air doing little to calm my racing heart. I walked aimlessly, not sure where I was going, only knowing that I couldn't stop moving. The message kept playing in my head, "You've already made your choice." What choice? What had I done? The more I thought about it, the more I realized that I couldn't remember anything unusual in the days leading up to the message. There had been no strange encounters, no decisions that stood out, nothing that could explain why this was happening. I returned home late, too drained to even think straight. As I walked into my apartment, I checked my phone once more, almost expecting another message. But this time there was nothing. The silence was deafening. I set the phone down on the counter, hoping the worst was over. But deep down, I knew it wasn't. Something had shifted, something had been set in motion, and I had no idea what would happen next. For the next few days, I received no more messages. The unknown number remained silent. I tried to move on, to convince myself that it was all just a bizarre fluke, something that would fade with time. But I couldn't forget the words, the feeling of being pulled into something I didn't understand. I knew that somehow, somewhere, the choice had already been made, and there was no going back. Story 53. It was an ordinary evening when I first noticed it, a single fingerprint on my bathroom mirror. I had just stepped out of the shower, steam still rising from the warm water, when I caught sight of it. The fingerprint was clearly visible, the outline of a finger pressed firmly against the glass. leaving behind a smudge that contrasted sharply against the clean surface. I frowned, puzzled. I lived alone, and there had been no visitors or guests around all day. How could this mark have appeared? I stepped closer to the mirror, inspecting it more carefully. The fingerprint was fresh, still slightly smudged, as though the person had just touched it moments ago. I ran my finger along the edge, but the print didn't smudge any further, which made me think it wasn't from my own hand. I had been the only one at home, so there was no logical explanation for its presence. No one else could have left it there. Yet there it was, impossible to ignore. I checked the bathroom door, making sure it was still locked. I hadn't heard any noises or seen anything unusual, so the idea of someone breaking in seemed far-fetched. Still, the thought lingered in my mind, unsettling me. Could someone have entered my home without me noticing? The fingerprint wasn't the only strange thing about it. It was placed at eye level, right in the center of the mirror, as though someone had been watching me. My mind raced as I tried to make sense of it. I had spent the entire day at home, working, doing chores, and generally going about my routine without any interruptions. The idea of an intruder seemed absurd. But the more I looked at the print, the more it seemed real, as though it were mocking me with its existence. I wiped the print away with a towel, but it didn't ease the unease that had settled in my stomach. It was as though I had erased a piece of evidence, yet the feeling that something was off remained. It wasn't just the fingerprint, it was the strange sensation that I wasn't alone. It lingered in the air, something intangible yet undeniable, and it made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. The rest of the evening passed in a blur. I couldn't focus on anything. I kept glancing at the mirror, as if expecting the fingerprint to reappear, as though it was somehow connected to me, to my space. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, that someone was waiting for me to turn around and acknowledge them. But every time I looked, the mirror remained empty. I didn't sleep much that night. The thought of the fingerprint haunted me, gnawing at my mind like a persistent whisper I couldn't ignore. I tried to convince myself it was just an odd occurrence, a mistake, maybe a smear from a towel or my own hand that I hadn't noticed earlier. But deep down, I knew it wasn't that simple. I had never left the fingerprint there. I would have remembered it, or at least noticed it before. The next morning, I woke up with a sense of unease still hanging over me. As I made my way to the bathroom, I half expected to find another print on the mirror, but there was nothing. The glass was clear, spotless, as if the fingerprint had never existed. I almost felt relieved, but the sense of discomfort remained. I couldn't shake the thought that I had missed something, that I had overlooked an important detail. I decided to check the rest of the house, searching for any signs that something had been disturbed or moved. But everything seemed in its place. No doors were ajar, no windows were open. It was as if nothing had happened at all. And yet, I couldn't forget the feeling of being watched, of the strange presence that had lingered in the bathroom the night before. Days went by, and the memory of the fingerprint began to fade, though the unease never completely left me. It was as if the experience had left a mark on me, an invisible imprint that I couldn't erase. Every time I passed the bathroom mirror, I would glance at it, half expecting to see another fingerprint, another sign that something was wrong, but nothing ever appeared. I began to question my own sanity, wondering if I had imagined the whole thing. Perhaps it was just the result of a long, tiring day. Maybe I had accidentally touched the mirror myself without realizing it. But that explanation didn't sit right with me. There was something about the fingerprint that felt deliberate, something intentional behind it. It wasn't just a random mark, it was placed there, as if someone had been waiting for me to notice it. A week later, I returned to the bathroom after a long day at work. I opened the door and froze. There, on the mirror, was another fingerprint. This time it was even clearer, as though it had been pressed harder against the glass. I stepped closer, my heart racing, and traced the outline with my finger. It was cold, the same chill I had felt when I first discovered the mark. I couldn't explain it. I hadn't seen anyone, hadn't heard any footsteps, and yet here it was again. Another fingerprint. A silent reminder that something was amiss, something that I couldn't understand. The sensation of being watched returned, stronger this time, as though I were not alone in the room. I wiped the mirror clean, my hands trembling as I did so. But this time I didn't feel relief. Instead, I felt a growing sense of dread, like I was caught in a cycle I couldn't escape from. The fingerprint, the strange feeling of being watched, it was all becoming too much. I spent the rest of the night with the bathroom door closed, the mirror covered with a towel. But even then, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. The air in the room felt heavier, as though it was thick with the weight of an unspoken presence. I didn't know who or what was leaving these fingerprints, but I knew that I wasn't alone, and that realization terrified me more than I could put into words. I couldn't help but wonder if the fingerprint was a message, a sign, or even a warning, but from what or from whom I still couldn't say. All I knew was that I couldn't ignore it any longer. Something was happening in my home, something that I couldn't explain, and I was determined to find out what it was before it was too late. Story 54. I had been working for hours, trying to finish an important report before the deadline. The soft hum of the office lights and the click of my keyboard were the only sounds breaking the silence. My desk was a bit cluttered, papers and pens scattered around, but I was used to it. It had been a long day, and I was ready to wrap things up, but as I typed, I noticed something odd. The lights above me flickered. It wasn't unusual for the lights to flicker once in a while in this old building, but tonight it seemed more persistent. The lights flickered again, and then after a brief pause, they went out completely. I stopped typing and looked around the room, waiting for the lights to come back on. The room was now bathed in darkness, and I could feel the unease starting to settle in. The power had gone out before, but it never lasted long. I sat still, my fingers hovering over the keyboard, listening to the quiet hum of the building's electrical systems trying to reset. After what felt like an eternity, the lights flickered once more, and then they finally returned. But something was wrong. It wasn't just the lights or the brief power outage, it was my desk. As I looked up, I saw that everything had changed. The papers, the pens, even the coffee mug that I had left sitting near the edge of the desk, everything had been rearranged. My breath caught in my throat as I scanned the desk, trying to make sense of what had just happened. The papers that had been scattered in disarray were now neatly stacked, but the order was unfamiliar. My notebook, which I had been using to jot down ideas, was now flipped open to a page I didn't remember writing on. The pens were lined up in a perfect row, none of them out of place. Even the cup that I had left beside my computer was now placed precisely in the center of the desk, as though someone had taken great care to arrange everything. I sat frozen for a moment, staring at the desk in disbelief. My heart started to race as the realization hit me I hadn't touched anything on my desk in the past few minutes. The last time I had checked, everything had been scattered exactly how I liked it. This sudden, inexplicable change made no sense. Was I imagining things? Had I somehow spaced out and forgotten what I had done? I reached for my notebook, opening it to the page that had been flipped open. The handwriting was mine, but the words didn't make sense. It wasn't anything I had written during my work today. The sentence read, "They know you're here, and they're watching." My hand trembled as I traced the words with my fingers, trying to make sense of them. I had never written anything like this, certainly not in my notebook, and I certainly hadn't written it just moments before. My eyes darted around the office, searching for anything that could explain this. The room seemed unchanged otherwise. The desk lamp was still on, casting a warm glow over the papers. The computer screen was still showing the document I had been working on, though it now seemed like a faint, distant image compared to the strange, unsettling shift that had just occurred. I stood up slowly, my legs feeling unsteady beneath me. I needed to check the rest of the office to make sure nothing else was out of place. The door to the office was still closed, the lock firmly in place. I walked toward the filing cabinets where I kept my personal files. Everything was where it should be. But as I opened one of the drawers, I found that some of the files had been moved around. The papers were in a different order. The labels on the folders were mismatched, and one of the folders was open, though I had never opened it before. My heart pounded in my chest as I reached for the folder, pulling it out to see what was inside. It was filled with documents I didn't recognize, contracts and papers I had never seen in my life. Some of them were marked with strange, cryptic symbols that I couldn't decipher. The strange feeling in my stomach intensified as I flipped through the papers, each one more bizarre than the last. I quickly shoved the folder back into the drawer and slammed it shut. I took a step back, my mind racing. What was happening? Why was everything changing? Why was everything out of place when I had been alone in the office the entire time? I turned back to the desk, my eyes still drawn to the rearranged items. The words in my notebook echoed in my mind, "They know you're here, and they're watching." The implication was clear, and it sent a cold shiver down my spine. Was I being watched? Had someone been in the office when I wasn't paying attention? The thought made my skin crawl, but I couldn't ignore the growing suspicion that there was something far more sinister at play. I took a deep breath and tried to steady myself, my hands shaking as I sat back down in the chair. The last thing I wanted to do was jump to conclusions, but the feeling that I was being watched, that someone was manipulating my environment, was undeniable. The office, once a familiar and comfortable space, now felt foreign, threatening. As I sat there, staring at the neatly arranged desk, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. The lights flickered again, casting strange, distorted shadows around the room. I reached for my phone, intending to call someone, anyone, to help make sense of this. But when I looked at the screen, I froze. There were no missed calls, no new messages, just a single notification from my calendar meeting with the others at 9:00 p.m. I didn't remember scheduling any such meeting. In fact, I hadn't even checked my calendar all day. I glanced nervously at the clock on the wall. It was 8:45 p.m. My breath quickened as I stood up once more, my mind racing. Who were the others? What meeting was this? And why was it on my calendar if I had no memory of adding it? The uncertainty that had been creeping into my thoughts now took hold, a grip of fear tightening around my chest. I turned around again, my eyes scanning the office for any sign of someone hiding, watching. But there was nothing. The office was still empty, save for the soft hum of the lights above me. My heart was pounding in my ears as I reached for my jacket, intending to leave, to get out of this strange, oppressive environment. But as I grabbed the door handle, I stopped. A single thought stopped me cold. What if they were already here? The lights flickered again, and everything on my desk shifted once more. I stood frozen, my hand still gripping the door handle, as I stared at the scene in front of me. It was the same as before, everything rearranged, perfectly ordered. But now, in the center of the desk, there was a single sheet of paper, with the words written in bold, unmistakable handwriting, "It's too late to leave." I swallowed hard, a wave of nausea washing over me. I hadn't written that. I didn't know who had, but it was clear someone was controlling everything around me, watching my every move, and there was no way out. Story 55. I was cleaning out my bookshelf one quiet afternoon when I stumbled upon an old, leather-bound book buried deep behind others. The cover was worn and cracked with age, and I hadn't opened it in years. I had no recollection of where it came from or why I kept it, but something about it piqued my curiosity. As I flipped through the pages, I noticed something strange wedged between the pages. It was a map. It was folded neatly, almost as though it had been placed there recently, despite the book showing signs of age and neglect. The map was old, the edges curled and yellowed with time. It depicted a part of the city that looked strangely familiar, yet unfamiliar at the same time. I traced the route on the map with my finger, my eyes narrowing as I tried to make sense of it. The streets were all in place, but there was one particular address marked clearly in red ink that stood out. It was an address I had never seen before, not in any part of town I knew. The place didn't seem to exist in my memory at all. My heart began to race slightly as I stared at it, trying to recall if I had ever been there, or if it was somewhere I should recognize. But nothing came to mind. I turned the map over, hoping to find some additional clues, but the back was blank. I carefully folded it back up and placed it next to me on the couch, my thoughts swirling. I felt a strange mix of curiosity and unease. What was this map doing in an old book? Who had placed it there? I had no answers, but the more I looked at the address, the more I felt a strange pull to visit it. I didn't know why, but something deep inside me was urging me to go. It was as though the map was calling to me, whispering to me in ways I couldn't understand. I spent the next few hours pacing around my apartment, the map always in my mind. The address was written clearly, almost too clearly. It didn't look like it had been written by someone trying to be discreet. The ink was bold, almost deliberate in its placement. I couldn't help but wonder if it was meant to be found, if I was meant to find it. But by whom and why? My mind raced with questions, but no answers seemed to surface. The thought of going to this mysterious address gnawed at me, but at the same time I felt a sense of dread. What if this was some sort of trap? What if I was walking into something I wasn't prepared for? After hours of deliberating, I couldn't shake the feeling that I had to go. Something in me just knew that this was important, that I couldn't ignore the map. So I grabbed my coat and car keys, made sure to lock up my apartment, and set off. The streets outside looked the same as they always did, familiar, comforting, ordinary. But as I drove toward the address, I couldn't help but feel a growing sense of discomfort. The map had led me through parts of town I didn't normally frequent. The streets grew quieter, less populated. The buildings seemed older, more run down, and as I continued, I started to question whether I had made the right decision. When I finally arrived at the address, I found myself staring at an old, abandoned building. It was nothing like I had imagined. It looked like it had been abandoned for years, maybe even decades. The windows were boarded up, and there was an overgrown garden in front, with weeds creeping through the cracks in the sidewalk. The building had an eerie, forgotten quality to it. It didn't seem like a place where anyone would live. In fact, it seemed like it had been left untouched by time itself. I parked my car a few feet away, feeling my heart race in my chest. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, though the street was empty, the only sound being the distant hum of traffic. I took a deep breath, trying to calm my nerves, and walked toward the building. As I got closer, I noticed something strange. There was a faint light coming from one of the windows, despite the fact that the building appeared abandoned. I squinted, trying to make out what it was, but it seemed too distant to discern clearly. I walked around to the side of the building, hoping to find a way inside. The door at the front was locked, but there was a small, rusty doorbell next to it. I hesitated for a moment, unsure of what to do next. I didn't want to press the doorbell and alert whoever or whatever was inside. But then, just as I was about to turn away, I heard a faint noise. It was the sound of footsteps. I froze, my breath catching in my throat. I turned toward the source of the sound, but saw nothing. The street was still empty, the silence hanging thick in the air. My instincts told me to leave, that something wasn't right, but I couldn't bring myself to move. The curiosity, that same pull I had felt earlier, kept me rooted to the spot. I couldn't explain why, but I had to know what was inside. I approached the door slowly, my hand trembling slightly as I reached for the doorbell. I pressed it, and a loud chime echoed through the empty building. But no one came to the door. There was no response, no movement from inside. I stood there for what felt like an eternity, unsure of what to do next. And then, out of nowhere, the door creaked open. The sound was unnervingly loud, echoing in the silence. I didn't know whether to feel relieved or terrified. I didn't want to go inside, but I had come this far. I stepped inside cautiously, the door closing quietly behind me. The inside of the building was just as strange as the outside. The air smelled stale, like it hadn't been disturbed in years. The walls were lined with old furniture, covered in thick dust. The floor creaked with every step I took. What struck me the most was the feeling that I wasn't alone. There was something off about the place, something unsettling in the air. I had the distinct impression that I was being watched, though I couldn't see anyone. I moved cautiously through the rooms, each one more unsettling than the last. The deeper I went, the more I felt like I was uncovering something I wasn't supposed to. Every corner seemed to hold something hidden, something secret. It felt like the building was alive with history, secrets that had been buried for far too long. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was walking through someone's memories, someone's past. And then, at the very back of the building, I found it. A small, locked room. It was barely visible through the dust and shadows, but there was no mistaking it. This was the place. I had been led here for a reason. I stood in front of the door, staring at the old lock, my mind racing. Should I open it? Should I leave? But before I could make up my mind, the door creaked open on its own. Inside, the room was empty, except for one thing. On the floor, in the center of the room, was a small, weathered box. I knelt down to inspect it, my heart pounding in my chest. It was the same box I had seen in my dreams. The box I had never seen before, but somehow knew. The map, the address, the strange pull that had all led to this moment. With trembling hands, I reached for the box and opened it. Inside, there was a photograph of me. From today, I hadn't taken this picture, and yet there it was in black and white. I turned the photo over and read the words written on the back. "You've found the first step. Now, it's time for the next." As I stared at the photo, the hair on the back of my neck stood up. I had no idea who had left it there, or why. But one thing was certain: I had just uncovered something far bigger than I ever expected. And now, there was no turning back. Story 56. I walked into the kitchen, the familiar scent of coffee filling the air as I went to the fridge. It was a routine I had done 1,000 times before, a simple action that didn't require much thought. As my hand reached for the handle, I noticed the note I had left for myself was no longer there. I had written it the night before, reminding myself to pick up some groceries after work. But instead, a new note was stuck to the fridge, the edges slightly curled, as if it had been there for longer than just a few moments. The words on the note were simple, but they sent a chill through me. "Don't forget me." I pulled the note off the fridge, my hands trembling slightly. It looked like my handwriting, but there was something unsettling about it. I read it over and over, trying to make sense of it. The note I had left earlier didn't say anything like this. It was just a simple grocery list, things I needed to remember to buy. But this note was different. The message felt personal, as if it was meant for me in a way I couldn't understand. "Well, don't forget me." But who was it referring to? And why had it been left for me to find? I quickly scanned the kitchen, my eyes darting around the room as if I might find some clue that would explain what had happened. The fridge was still in its usual spot, nothing out of place. The clutter on the counter was the same as it had been earlier, with no sign of any disturbance. But the note, it was there, and it was wrong. I tried to dismiss it as a simple mistake, maybe a prank, but deep down, I knew that something didn't add up. No one else had access to my kitchen, and I was certain I hadn't written that note myself. As I stood there, staring at the message, I began to feel a growing sense of unease. The more I thought about it, the more the words echoed in my mind. "Don't forget me." It was as though the note was speaking to me directly, reminding me of something or someone that I couldn't quite place. A fleeting memory began to surface, something that felt distant and vague, but I couldn't grasp it. It was as if I should know what the note meant, that the connection was slipping through my fingers, just out of reach. I placed the note back on the fridge, almost afraid to keep holding it. My thoughts raced as I tried to piece everything together. Who could have left it? And why would they want me to remember something I couldn't recall? It wasn't like me to forget things. especially not something important. My mind was sharp, and I took pride in my ability to keep track of details. But it was different. This note didn't feel like a forgotten task or a simple reminder. It felt like a message, like a warning or even a plea. I glanced at the clock, trying to shake off the growing discomfort. I had to leave soon to run errands, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. The rest of the day passed in a blur, but the note kept coming back to me, lingering in my thoughts. I couldn't stop wondering who had written it and why. Was it a joke or was it something more? And why couldn't I remember anything about it? It felt like I had missed something important, something that was staring me in the face, and it frustrated me to no end. That night, as I sat in bed, I couldn't help but think about the note again. I had tried to forget it, to move on, but it had lodged itself in my mind like an unwanted splinter. I couldn't remember anything unusual happening in the kitchen earlier that day. Nothing seemed out of place, yet the note was there, and it kept gnawing at me. I had to figure out what it meant. I had to understand what it was trying to tell me. The next day, I returned home from work, my mind still consumed by the note. As I walked into the kitchen, my eyes instinctively went to the fridge. The note was gone. My stomach dropped. I scanned the rest of the kitchen, but there was no sign of it. Had I imagined it? Had it been a figment of my imagination, a trick of my mind playing games on me? No, it was real. I knew it was real, and now it was gone, leaving behind an eerie emptiness. I checked every inch of the fridge, the counter, and even the trash, but there was no trace of the note. It was as if it had vanished into thin air. Panic began to rise in my chest, the kind of panic that makes your heart beat faster and your breath come in short gasps. The note had been there, and now it was gone, but the words were still fresh in my mind. Don't forget me. It felt like a warning, a reminder, but for what? What was I supposed to remember? Days passed, and I tried to push the incident to the back of my mind. I went about my daily routine, but the unease never fully left me. The missing note haunted me, its words lingering like a shadow over everything I did. I couldn't shake the feeling that something had happened, something important, and that I had somehow missed it. But no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't figure out what it was. Every time I thought about it, the mystery deepened. Weeks went by, and I had nearly forgotten about the strange note. Life went on, and I settled into my usual routine. But one evening, as I was getting ready for bed, I noticed something that made my heart skip a beat. There, on my nightstand, was a small piece of paper. My hand shook as I picked it up, my breath caught in my throat as I read the words written on it, "Don't forget me." It was the same message, the same handwriting, the same feeling of dread. But there was something different about this note. It wasn't just the words that unnerved me. It was the fact that I had not left it there. It had appeared overnight, just like the first one. And now, as I stared at it, I realized that I had been unknowingly drawn into something I couldn't explain. The notes were following me, appearing when I least expected it, each one carrying the same eerie message, "Don't forget me." And I couldn't shake the feeling that whatever was behind the notes, whatever force had written them, wasn't finished with me yet. It had only just begun. Story 57. I had just finished dinner and was settling in to watch a movie when my phone rang. It was an unknown number, and I almost didn't pick it up, thinking it was just another telemarketer. But something made me answer. I raised the phone to my ear and was greeted by silence, the kind that lingers too long, making you second guess whether the line is still connected. Then a voice broke through the quiet, and I froze in place. It was low and calm, almost too calm. The words it spoke were simple, but they sent a chill down my spine. "I'm still in your house." My heart raced as I looked around, but I saw no one. I was alone. I hadn't heard anyone come in. My first instinct was to hang up, but I couldn't. I was rooted to the spot, waiting for more, even though I knew it was a mistake to stay on the line. I could hear the faintest rustle on the other end of the call, like someone was shifting around. I glanced toward the door, which was still locked as I had left it, and then to the windows. Everything was secure. I had no idea how anyone could have gotten in. The voice on the other end seemed to know exactly how to feed my fear, keeping its tone steady and unnerving. You won't find me, but I'm still here. The air in the room felt thick. I took a deep breath, trying to steady my nerves. "Who is this?" I asked, my voice shaky. The response was slow, deliberate, as if the person on the other end enjoyed my unease. "It doesn't matter. I've been here a while." My stomach churned. I wasn't sure what to do. I should have called the police right then. But I was paralyzed by the thought of someone being in my house, moving around, completely unnoticed. The voice continued, saying things that only deepened the feeling of dread hanging over me. It spoke with such familiarity, as if it knew my every move, and it terrified me. "You left your keys on the kitchen counter," it said casually. My breath caught in my throat. I hadn't even noticed I had left them there, but now the memory of placing them there earlier that day came rushing back. There was no way the caller could know that unless they were here. I stood frozen, my mind racing. Could someone really be in the house right now, watching me, waiting for the right moment to make their presence known? The thought of it made my skin crawl. The voice on the other end seemed to pick up on my growing panic. "Don't worry," it said, a strange amusement in the words. "I'm not here to hurt you. Not yet." A cold shiver ran down my spine. The last part felt like a warning, like there was something more to come, something worse. My hands trembled as I looked around, unable to see any sign of an intruder. I tried to make sense of what was happening. Could it be a prank? Was it someone I knew? But no one I knew would say something like that. No one could be this calm, this detached from reality. I finally managed to speak again, my voice barely above a whisper. "Where are you?" I asked, hoping for some kind of clue, some hint as to where they were hiding. But instead of an answer, I heard a faint chuckle on the other end, as if the person found my question amusing. "You're not going to find me, but I'm still here, watching." I felt like I was suffocating, trapped in a house with someone who was invisible to me, yet so painfully present. I wanted to run, to leave the house, but I couldn't. The thought of being outside alone, with someone still inside, was worse than staying where I was. I didn't know what to do. My mind was racing, trying to come up with a plan, any plan, to get out of this situation. But there was nothing. I was stuck, and I had no idea how to fix it. My fingers hovered over the screen of my phone, ready to dial 911, but I hesitated. What if the person was listening, waiting for me to make the wrong move? What if they were monitoring me, anticipating every action I took? The longer I stayed on the line, the more I felt like I was being watched, like every move I made was being scrutinized. I didn't know who this person was or what they wanted, but I had a terrible feeling it wasn't going to end well. The silence on the phone stretched on, and the weight of the unknown grew heavier with each passing second. I didn't know how much longer I could stand it. The voice spoke again, this time with a strange calmness that sent a wave of dread through me. "I'm closer than you think," it said. "You won't hear me, but I'll always be here." I glanced nervously around the room, half expecting someone to step out from the shadows or appear from behind a door. But the room remained empty. There was no sign of anyone, yet the feeling of being watched only intensified. My pulse quickened as I finally made the decision to end the call and call the police. I couldn't take it anymore. I tapped the screen of my phone, ending the call abruptly. My hand shook as I opened the contacts app and searched for 911. But as I pressed the number to dial, my heart nearly stopped. The screen flickered, and for a split second, the same unknown number flashed on the screen. The phone rang once, twice, and then the voice I had just heard filled my ears once again. "I'm still here," it said, its voice as clear and cold as before, "and you're not going to get away." I froze, the phone still pressed to my ear, my mind racing for an explanation. How could this be happening? How could they be calling me again after I had just ended the call? Was this some sort of game? Or was it something more sinister, something darker than I was prepared to face? In that moment, all I could do was stare at the phone, unable to move, unable to think. The voice on the other end kept repeating the same chilling words over and over again. I didn't know who it was, and I had no idea what they wanted, but I knew one thing for sure: I wasn't alone. The person was still in my house, and there was nothing I could do to stop them. Story 58. I had just returned home after a long day at work, my mind preoccupied with the tasks that still awaited me. As I walked into the kitchen, I immediately noticed something odd. The trash can, which had been overflowing with empty snack wrappers and discarded packaging when I left that morning, was now empty. I stood frozen for a moment, staring at the clean, fresh liner inside. I was sure I hadn't taken out the garbage and I hadn't asked anyone to do it for me. I checked my phone, thinking maybe someone had texted me and offered to help out, but there were no messages. The silence in the apartment felt heavier now, more oppressive, as though I had missed something important. I glanced around the kitchen again, looking for any sign of what might have happened, but nothing seemed out of place. The garbage was the only thing that felt wrong. I shook my head, trying to brush it off, but a creeping sense of unease began to settle in. I stood there for a few moments, trying to make sense of it. Perhaps I had taken the trash out in a haze this morning, not remembering it, but the thought didn't sit well with me. I had been in a rush, yes, but I always made sure to leave the house with everything in order, especially the trash. I walked to the back door, half expecting to find the garbage bags outside, neatly placed for pickup, but they weren't there. I checked the other rooms of the apartment, making sure I hadn't missed anything. Everything was normal, but the emptiness of the trash can continue to bother me. As I stood there, trying to think, I noticed something even stranger. There was a faint, almost imperceptible scent of soap in the air. It was fresh and clean, a smell I hadn't used in weeks. I sniffed the air, puzzled. The smell seemed to be coming from the trash can, but that didn't make sense. How could the trash be gone? And why did it smell like someone had cleaned the entire kitchen while I was out? I felt my skin prickle, as though someone else had been in my home, but I was completely alone. I spent the next few hours pacing around, trying to figure out what had happened. My apartment was small, and the door had been locked when I arrived home. There was no sign of forced entry, no indication that someone had been inside while I was gone. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. I even called a friend, hoping to talk it through and get some perspective, but they didn't answer. I felt more isolated than ever. As the evening wore on, I kept returning to the trash can. It was such a small thing, but the more I thought about it, the more it gnawed at me. Was I losing my mind? Had I unknowingly taken the trash out and then forgotten about it? I couldn't explain the strange smell or the clean feeling in the room. Everything seemed like it was just a bit off. The next morning, I checked the trash can again. It was still empty. I found myself standing in front of it, staring at the liner, wondering if I was imagining things. But I wasn't imagining the smell. It was still there, faint but present, like someone had cleaned the entire kitchen in my absence. I checked my phone again, this time hoping for some sign, some indication that someone else had been here, but still, there was nothing. No messages, no missed calls, nothing. It wasn't until I opened the refrigerator later that day that I saw something else odd. A bottle of milk I had bought just the day before was now opened, the cap slightly askew. I hadn't opened it, and I definitely hadn't poured any into my cereal that morning. My heart raced as I realized that more and more things were starting to feel out of place. Someone had been here, and they were moving things around, making changes without me noticing. I immediately called my landlord to ask if anyone had entered my apartment while I was away, maybe to fix something or perform maintenance. They assured me that no one had been in my unit recently. They seemed puzzled by my questions, but I pressed them for more information, asking if there was any chance the building maintenance team had been around without my knowledge. But no, they confirmed, no one had entered my apartment. it was all the more baffling. It seemed like an impossibility that the trash had been emptied and the milk bottle tampered with without anyone else being here. That evening, I returned home, more uneasy than before. I noticed even more strange things now, small things, almost imperceptible, but all adding up. The placement of my shoes was slightly different, as if they had been moved. The kitchen towels, which I knew I had left folded neatly, were now casually draped over the counter. My mail, which I had left unopened that morning, was now sorted into neat piles on the coffee table. The house felt colder somehow. The air had a strange, unfamiliar chill to it, like something or someone was lurking just beyond my line of sight. I felt a constant tension in my chest, my body on edge, as though I was being watched. But I couldn't explain why or how. I had no evidence, no logical reason to believe that anyone had been inside, but everything in the apartment pointed to the fact that someone had been here. I tried to convince myself it was just my imagination playing tricks on me, but deep down I knew something wasn't right. The next few days passed in a blur. I started leaving my apartment less and less, not because I had any particular reason to fear it, but because the more I stayed there, the more it felt like I was not alone. It wasn't until one night, as I was preparing for bed, that I finally had the courage to confront whatever was going on. I stood in the middle of the living room, staring at the space around me. I had been avoiding the mirror above the mantel for days, but tonight I couldn't bring myself to look away. There was a strange, heavy feeling in the room, as if something was waiting. I hesitated before stepping closer to the mirror. When I looked into it, I gasped in shock. Behind me, reflected in the glass, was a faint shadow. It was a dark figure, just a shape really, but it was unmistakable. I turned around quickly, my heart pounding, but the room was empty. The figure had vanished the moment I looked away. I backed away slowly, my mind racing with the possibilities. Could this all just be a series of coincidences? Maybe I was overthinking things, looking for patterns where there were none. But no matter how much I tried to reason with myself, the feeling of being watched didn't go away. The trash can was empty, the milk bottle opened, my shoes moved, and now there was a shadow in the mirror. The sense of unease intensified over the next few days. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was happening, something beyond my understanding. Every time I checked the trash can, it remained empty, but it was as if I was being drawn into some kind of twisted game. The changes in my apartment seemed to get more pronounced. I started leaving notes for myself, marking where I'd left things, hoping that I could catch whatever or whoever was moving them. But every time I checked, the items had been shifted, sometimes in ways that didn't make sense. I had no answers, no explanations. The feeling of being watched only grew stronger. I didn't know what was happening or why it was happening to me. But one thing was clear, something was in my apartment with me, and it wasn't going away. Story 59. I opened my front door to find a stranger's shoes neatly placed by the step, but I had never seen them before. At first I thought maybe someone had left them behind by mistake. But the more I looked at the shoes, the more unsettling it became. They were too perfectly placed, not a single scuff mark on them, and the soles were remarkably clean. I couldn't remember ever seeing shoes like that before, let alone owning a pair that would be left outside my door. I stepped closer, my heart pounding in my chest. I had no idea how they had ended up there. My immediate thought was that maybe a neighbor had dropped them off by accident. But as I stood there, staring at the shoes, a sense of unease washed over me. It was as if the shoes were placed deliberately, as though someone knew exactly where I would be when I opened the door. I took a step back and glanced around, but there was no one in sight. No one was walking down the street, and no cars were parked nearby. Curiosity got the better of me, and I knelt down to get a closer look at the shoes. They were a size too big for me, and they didn't look like they belonged to anyone I knew. The design was sleek, too stylish for something I would wear. They were a deep brown, made of leather, and the laces were tied in an intricate, almost perfect bow. It felt strange, as if these shoes had been placed with care, and not just carelessly discarded. I wondered if they were new, or if they had been worn recently. I stood up slowly and glanced at the surrounding area once more. No one. I looked back at the shoes, then at my door, trying to piece together the situation. Had someone been inside while I was away? Was this some kind of message? I couldn't make sense of it. I had no idea who would leave shoes at my door, let alone leave them in such a pristine and deliberate manner. There was a nagging thought in my mind telling me that I should pick them up, examine them more closely, but something held me back. The logical part of me said I should just take them inside and ask around, maybe figure out if a neighbor had left them. But the longer I stood there, the stranger it felt. The shoes were almost too perfect, too placed with intention. I had lived in this neighborhood for years, and I had never encountered anything like this. I slowly stepped back inside my house, closing the door gently behind me, but the shoes remained outside, taunting me from the step. I felt a strange mixture of fear and confusion. Why would someone leave shoes at my door? Why me? I couldn't stop thinking about the oddity of it. I was used to receiving packages, occasional letters, even a misplaced delivery now and then, but never something as bizarre as this. I decided to wait and see if anyone came looking for them. Maybe someone would knock on my door asking about the shoes. But as the minutes passed, and then the hours, no one came. As the evening began to settle in, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. It wasn't anything overt, just a slight sense of unease, like the air itself was heavier, charged with something I couldn't quite identify. I kept glancing toward the door, half expecting someone to show up at any moment, but no one did. Eventually, I managed to push the thoughts aside and tried to get some rest. That night, I kept waking up, the shoes outside my door lingering in my thoughts. Every time I closed my eyes, I could see them in my mind's eye, perfectly placed, waiting. What did it all mean? Was it some sort of warning? Or was I just overthinking it? I tossed and turned in bed, unable to escape the nagging feeling that something was wrong. In the morning, I went outside to check again, but the shoes were still there. I reached down to touch them, finally unable to resist the urge any longer. They were warm, as though someone had just placed them there. The feeling sent a chill down my spine. I quickly pulled my hand away and looked around again, but the street was still empty. I stared at the shoes for a moment longer before deciding to take them inside. I figured they might belong to someone nearby, and it seemed only right to bring them in to try and figure out where they came from. I took them into my living room and set them down on the floor, then began pacing, thinking of all the possibilities. I checked the shoes carefully, looking for any clues. There was nothing, no tag, no initials, no sign of where they came from. They were as mysterious as they were ordinary. I felt a strange connection to them, as though they were waiting for something, or someone. After a while, I realized I couldn't just keep them in my living room. It felt wrong, like I was keeping something that didn't belong to me. I made up my mind to try and find out who they belonged to. But just as I reached for my phone to ask around, I froze. The shoes had moved. They were no longer where I had left them. I rushed over, my heart racing. They had been moved just slightly, shifted a few inches across the floor, as if someone had picked them up and placed them back without me noticing. My breath caught in my throat, and I stood frozen, staring at them. I checked the door, but I hadn't heard anyone enter. No one had knocked, no one had come in. It didn't make sense. I didn't know what to do next. Should I call someone? A friend? The police? But what could I even say? I found a pair of shoes outside my door, and now they're moving around inside my house. It sounded ridiculous, but the feeling of unease had only grown stronger. I had no answers, no explanation for what was happening. Only the shoes remained, an eerie reminder that there was something I didn't understand, something that felt much bigger than just a strange coincidence. I left the shoes where they were for now, but the mystery only deepened. They were a symbol of something I couldn't grasp, and it seemed that whoever had left them was leaving me with more questions than answers. I could feel the weight of the unknown pressing down on me, and I realized that I had no choice but to figure out who had left them and why. Until then, I would remain in the dark, surrounded by a mystery that had only just begun. Story 60. It was an ordinary morning when I reached for my phone, expecting to check the time and start my day. But when I tried to unlock it, I encountered something unexpected. The password I had used for months, maybe even years, no longer worked. I entered it again, thinking I might have mistyped it, but the screen still remained locked. A chill ran down my spine as I tried again and again, but with each attempt the phone refused to let me in. I had always been so careful with my password. I had never shared it with anyone, not even my closest friends or family. It was a combination of numbers and letters, something simple enough for me to remember, but complex enough to feel secure. I had used this same password for as long as I could remember, and it had never failed me. So why was it not working now? Panic began to settle in as I realized that something was wrong. I double-checked the digits and letters, convinced that I was making a mistake. I slowly ran my fingers over the screen, making sure each character was entered correctly. But the result was the same. The password didn't work. I tried again, this time slower, more deliberate, but the phone still refused to unlock. My heart was racing now, and the sense of unease that had settled over me grew stronger. Something wasn't right. I wondered if there had been an update to the phone's software overnight, some sort of glitch or bug that had caused it to forget my password. But that didn't make sense. I hadn't received any notifications about an update. I had checked the phone before bed and everything was fine. So why was it rejecting my password now? I began to feel a rising sense of helplessness as I realized I had no way of accessing my own device. I thought about resetting the phone, but I knew that would erase everything: the photos, the messages, the apps, everything I had stored. I couldn't risk that. I had too many important things on there, things I couldn't afford to lose. But as I looked at the screen, I wondered if I even had a choice anymore. My phone, once a reliable tool, now felt like an alien object, something that was no longer mine. I thought about contacting customer support, but I couldn't help but feel that something deeper was at play here. I started to think back, trying to recall if anything unusual had happened recently. Had I been hacked? Had someone gotten access to my phone without me knowing? I couldn't think of anything that could explain it. No strange messages, no odd behavior from my phone. It had been working perfectly fine until this moment. But now, as I sat there staring at the locked screen, I realized that I had no idea what was happening. I tried the password once more, with no luck. I had tried every variation of it that I could think of, checking for capital letters, switching numbers, but nothing worked. I was starting to feel desperate. My phone had become a barrier, separating me from my own information, my own life. Each failed attempt made the situation feel more surreal. How could something so simple, something I had used so many times before, now suddenly stop working? Minutes felt like hours as I sat there, staring at the locked screen, wondering if I would ever be able to unlock it again. I considered taking the phone to a repair shop, but something told me that wouldn't help. I had tried everything I could think of on my own, and yet the phone refused to open. I felt a deep sense of frustration, but underneath that, there was something else. A nagging feeling that there was more to this than just a technical issue. I decided to take a break from the phone and calm down. I made myself a cup of tea and tried to relax, though my mind kept drifting back to the locked phone. What was happening? Was there some sort of malfunction, or was it something else entirely? I couldn't shake the feeling that this wasn't a simple glitch. As I sat in silence, I thought about how much I relied on my phone. It wasn't just a device for communication. It was my lifeline, my connection to the outside world. It held my contacts, my calendar, my emails, my social media accounts, and more. Without it, I felt disconnected, isolated. And now, here it was, taunting me with its lock screen, reminding me that I couldn't control it anymore. After a while, I tried once more to enter my password. This time I did it slowly, carefully, as if the very act of typing it might somehow reveal a clue. But again, the screen rejected me. I felt a sense of finality, as if I had reached the end of my options. I looked around the room, the familiar surroundings feeling strange and distant. How could I have lost access to my phone like this? I reached for my laptop, hoping I could access my accounts from there. Maybe, just maybe, I could bypass the phone altogether and get back to some semblance of normalcy. But as I logged into my accounts, I noticed something unsettling. My passwords, the ones I had always used, didn't work there either. I had tried to access my email, my bank account, even my social media profiles, but each one rejected me. I sat back, stunned, unable to comprehend what was happening. Was it possible that my entire digital life had been compromised? Could someone have hacked into my phone and my accounts all at once? It seemed impossible, but the evidence was staring me in the face. Nothing was working. I couldn't access anything. I had no idea what to do next, and the feeling of helplessness was overwhelming. I began to search online for answers, hoping someone else had experienced something similar. But as I scrolled through the forums and articles, I found nothing that matched what I was going through. People talked about forgotten passwords, technical glitches, and software bugs, but none of those explanations seemed to fit. The more I read, the more confused I became. What was happening to me? Why was my phone refusing to work? Hours passed, and I had no answers. I tried contacting customer support for my phone, but they couldn't provide any immediate solutions. They suggested a factory reset, but that would wipe everything from my phone, leaving me with nothing. It didn't feel like a solution. It felt like a surrender. As the day wore on, I began to accept that I might never get into my phone again. It was a strange feeling, like losing a part of yourself. The technology that had always been a source of convenience and connection had suddenly become an insurmountable barrier. I couldn't help but wonder if I was missing something, if there was some clue I wasn't seeing. But no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't crack the code. My phone had stopped working, and I was left wondering if I would ever get it back.